I'm trying to...
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So I'm
Say
Allie.
alright,
all
okay,
right.
one more time.
It's that old Macklemore song. So Return to the Mac. What it is. What it does. What it is.
Stop.
Oh.
No, no,
Copyright.
this is not what we mean by wrapped. By the way, this is not what we mean by wrapped. Oh, bless you.
Bro.
All right.
No, Marcus, I was trying to tell you that we're not ready because I want you to take that fucking hat off. You look like you have 5 foreheads.
That's
Dude,
the
literally-
point.
Duh.
Are you gonna literally wear that for the next like 2.5 hours?
No, I can't keep a cap on for that long.
Okay, good.
Also,
Okay.
it's signed, so I'm not gonna wear something that's signed. Well, I
I
will.
wear my
He
Alex
says
Albon
he
signed
continues
cap
to wear
to
it.
me everywhere.
This has too much value for me to be put on my head, to be desecrated.
I
upon
wear
my
it.
head.
I wear my
wearing it
signed hat
still.
everywhere.
Anyway, hello everyone, and welcome back to
What?
this thing.
He didn't hear the entire discussion we had. It's okay.
Oh, yeah, it's 2023 wrapped. This time it's the Vibes edition. If you recall from last stream, we called it Life and Vibes. No, you did not. I am fuck. Did I lose connection again? Oh no.
Yeah.
I did.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. I hope this is not a recurring theme. The stream
No.
should.
God
But
damn.
also,
The stream
But
should
also-
just cut back.
yeah. But also, Keshin said, Marcus, the hat is not a look.
Oh
That is
yeah.
not
I,
a-
Thanks,
You look like
Cashin,
Megamind.
for saying what we all were saying.
You look like
I mean-
Megamind, my guy.
it's fine. Okay. It was not. It was not. It wasn't. My internet. It was Discord. Was just doing a thing.
Yeah, because it froze for me
Yeah.
too.
Damn.
Yeah, frozen
I
me
could-
too.
It just completely froze. I was moving in my own camera, but the rest of y'all froze.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like, holy no.
Anyway, as I was
No.
saying, if you recall from last stream, we called it the Life and Vibes edition. No, you didn't. This is the Vibes edition, where we talk about all of the.
You don't mention the fuck.
Maybe
Marcus
I should.
gaslighting our audience right now.
Can you,
Yeah,
can
I
you,
was
can you
supposed to do the intro. You stole my thunder, bitch.
Oh.
You
I
can do
didn't
the
know.
rest of it now, Sam. Let's silence
I-
Marcus.
Damn, I'm being silenced.
I wish I could. I wish I had that power in the server.
Damn. Not.
Does that make sense?
You realize. You realize. No matter how much your server deafen me in the server, the stream will still hear me.
Okay.
Damn, that's true.
Not
Fuck
about
you. Fuck you.
It's not about you.
I thought ahead, fellas.
But anyway, welcome back to basically what is part 2 of our 2023 Wrapped. Basically, just talking about all the media that we consumed, all the stuff that like lived rent free in our heads. Basically, all the stuff that we enjoyed throughout the year. Since we wanted to go a little bit more in depth into that, rather than going full out. Just making like a 6-hour live stream episode last time.
Because
Keshin
we
says
would
the
do
fluffy
that.
boys. Yes, it's his son. My
You
sons.
would
Look
do
at my
that.
sons.
Yeah, this is the new era of the suburbs where we only we exclusively stream and or do our videos with stuffed toys now. Like this is the new era. And it's a
They're
slay.
honorary
slay.
suburb members.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna put my sons down here so I can finish eating my food.
Yes,
No.
also continuing the mukbang theme.
Yeah, well, this
Yeah.
is the new thing now. It's live streams, plushies, and eating on
Yeah,
stream.
I just ordered
I
my
mean-
food.
It makes it more cozy, I think, again. About the
Very
vibe that we were
casual.
talking about last time of the casualness of it and like the hominess of it of like no matter what, even just for us looking back, it has that cozy feel of like, oh, it's like we're hanging out again.
Yeah. The audience is there's no audience. We're just actually just having a conversation.
We're just doing this for Keshin.
Yeah, Keshin specifically asked for this. This is Keshin's OnlyFans, and it's just us
Yeah.
talking.
Keshin said, "I'm here for
Oh,
the
no.
new era."
Let's go.
I mean, you seem to be the only one here for the new era, so it's great.
Slay.
Seem
To
to
be
be
fair.
the only one here. Period.
I mean, to be fair, we don't really do ourselves justice in terms of like our home audience because it's like butt fuck in the morning there.
That
It's
is,
like,
you are.
it's like
Yeah,
4 a.m.
it
right
would be
now.
like, listen, if Talia wasn't busy with school, I'm sure she would be awake right now.
I mean, to be fair, it
Yeah,
would be
no,
Saturday
it's
there
every
right
time we
now.
hop. You know, it's every time we hop on. She's like, "Guys, what the hell? I'm in class," and it's like us like catching up on the juicy tea of our lives. And she's like, "Guys, what
Of
the
our
fuck?" We're like, "We're
lives.
sorry. We're sorry.
I would be
Stop being in
genuinely.
school."
I would.
No, Marcus,
Yes.
what were you gonna say?
I don't know. It would be genuinely surprising if like one of Kush or Ferman hopped in just like right now.
I mean, they
Kush I'd
know
be
we're
concerned
recording,
with.
so they know it's gonna
I'd be
mess
very
with
concerned
the
if Kush decided to
format.
hop on.
I mean, I can always just
Mhm.
remove the. I can always just remove the stream layout and just have a recording of the actual just Discord window, like the camera window. If
We're
someone.
fine, man.
No,
Bro, it's
don't
not gonna happen.
don't ruin the vibes.
This
bro.
is it.
Don't ruin the vibes.
It's the vibes edition. Don't ruin the vibes edition.
Damn.
Exactly.
So, yeah, we're here to talk about our pop culture likes and stuff and what's going on and our thoughts of what happened in the year of our Lord that was 2023.
And a little bit of just
And like a little bit of
probably.
crossover. Yeah, chaos as usual and a bit of crossover into 2024 because, you know, that's just how it is.
The
Yeah,
past
you know,
you-
all the awards for 2023 happened in 2024. So.
2024 because that's how it works. Because yes, it's the new year, but you know what? Also, that means it's awards season, baby. AKA like
Awards
grinding. Like
season.
it's grinding time. My letterbox
Grinding
is on
time.
fire. I think I watched my 34th film of the
No,
month.
exactly. I was gonna
Oh
say
my
like
God,
Misha
girly.
has been on it this year,
Misha's been
and like by this
grinding
year, I mean the
for-
past few weeks. Yeah.
Yes, I watched. Like, granted, I mean, 3 of those or 4 of those were like the short Wes Anderson films, but even then, that's 30 full-length feature films.
Yeah.
And it's
Oh my
only the
God.
26th of the
Really?
month.
See,
We're catching
my
up
thing is
here,
with, like-
guys.
Yeah.
my thing is just rewatching movies I've already seen because I need background noise,
Yes,
not
Kush,
No.
because I want to
34.
watch them. Or it's like TV shows too. Like it just vibes. I need noise
No.
for my brain, you know.
This won't
That's what
continue
I've
on
seen
for the rest of the
Prejudice
year.
600 times.
She says famous last words.
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun.
Wait, please don't. I accidentally yesterday said something that I really regret in terms of like
Oh,
accidentally put into the
Oh.
universe something bad for myself. The day isn't over.
I know.
So it can still
Knock on
happen,
wood.
but like I have 4 hours for it to not happen.
so we'll just stream
So-
for 4 hours.
Yeah, and I won't die.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
Anyways, we're here to talk about film because that's also just what everyone's talking about because the Oscar nominations came out on Tuesday and the world seems to have exploded.
Thank
Bless
you.
you, Sam. The
Thank
world
you.
seems to have exploded, and then some. So we thought we would start there because
Over then. Yeah.
well, we're also in that film. Like I'm not the only one who has been seeing a lot of film as well. Karlos has been catching up as well.
Yeah, I've been catching up
Nice.
on like a lot of the like award favorites this year. Like I saw Zone of Interest yesterday and Killers of the Flower Moon yesterday midnight, which was a choice.
Yeah.
But
Someone
yeah, no,
told me
like,
Killers of the Flower Moon is like 3 hours, and that's the only reason I haven't
It's
seen
3
it
hours
yet.
and a half.
It's 3.5 hours. But like, it doesn't. Okay, it feels long, but it doesn't feel 3.5 hours long.
Stream.
That's
They
my
can't
take.
hear me right now because
Yeah,
I'm
it's
muted on
like-
Discord,
it's
but
like the
I'm checking
editing
out
and,
for
like,
this
the
part
pacing
because
of
I don't
it
watch
makes it
movies.
feel like it goes by quicker,
Mhm.
but like not to the extent that I feel like Oppenheimer does, because like Oppenheimer goes quick.
Yeah,
But, like,
Oppenheimer's cool.
Like
Yeah,
Killers
Oppenheimer
of the
did
Flower
not
Moon
feel that
takes
long, actually.
time. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Oppenheimer did not feel like 3 hours. This one I
Yeah.
felt the
Also-
time a bit more, but it doesn't feel like 3.5 hours. But also
Yeah.
I watched it at midnight, so
Yeah. Did y'all do Barbenheimer? Like,
Yeah,
2-for-1 feature?
I did.
Barbenheimer.
I-
I tried. I didn't. I tried to do Barbenheimer with my family, but we didn't end up watching Oppenheimer the same day we watched Barbie. Um,
Mm.
So you
but
watched Barbie first.
I watched Barbie first. Yes,
I
twice.
did too.
I only watched Barbie with Talia, but then Talia couldn't
This
do
is
the
Marcus's.
Talia couldn't do Barbenheimer, so we didn't
This
watch.
is his one film contribution.
She ended up watching
Yeah.
Oppenheimer on her own. I didn't watch Oppenheimer. I just watched Barbie, and that's all I can contribute for film, guys. I'll see you in like
That is
30 minutes.
Yes,
that
when
is
he
his
gets his
1
fucking
year.
food.
That is his
Not
one
the
film
mic
of the year quota.
disappearing.
Yeah, look at him literally disappear. Look at also him flexing. By the way, I got him this cap. Throwback to the Alex Albon thing. I met Alex Albon. And then I not only was Alex so graceful, I also made Marcus that fucking shirt.
That's true.
The shirt. I mean,
Sorry.
like not only did Alex sign my hat, he also signed another cap. So, shout out to my goat. Like he'll fucking
Shout
say
out.
this.
That's for
We're
later.
besties. But anyways, no, I did Barbenheimer, but like not on the Friday it came out. I did it the next day, and like I fit it into like I had to like schedule this to the T because I made it work with the F1 weekend and IndyCar. Like I did like Barbie at
Wow.
11 a.m. Ran home to
Really on
watch like
priorities.
yeah, ran home to watch qualifying for whatever Grand Prix it was that weekend. Ran and like, changed outfit, by the way, because I wore all pink to Barbie. Ran home, changed to an all black outfit, and finished quali. Ran to the cinema to watch Oppenheimer. Then ran back home to watch like the IndyCar GP. It all happened. It all worked. It was a very good day. And I did it in Barbie Oppenheimer, which I know some people were like, "Oh, you should have done it the opposite," but I liked it that
I
way
did it the
because
opposite.
like for
Wait,
me
how'd you-
personally, like I did Barbie in the morning and then Oppenheimer in the afternoon, and then
Okay.
Sam did the opposite. Like
Oppenheimer,
I
then
preferred Oppenheimer in the afternoon, just because it was such a dense film and I had so many thoughts about it. Like I really liked Barbie, and as a woman, it made me feel a certain way and stuff like that. But like with Oppenheimer, there was just so much going in my head, either of like my historical brain going through because I took IB history. We learned about this shit, so it was that going
Yeah.
in my head, plus multiple other questions of like
Yeah. I mean,
Barbie
we learned
was
about
like,
it because
"Oh, no,
it's
it was
like Japan and like
Japan,
Philippines.
yeah, like
so it's like the whole like Pearl Harbor thing. They talked
like,
about
you
it a
know,
lot. They talk about Pearl Harbor a lot in the movie too.
Yeah,
so.
like world like yeah, I studied World War II and IB history. So like I had a lot more to say about Oppenheimer I had more questions coming out of Oppenheimer that needed a discussion compared to Barbie. So I preferred it that way because like I don't think my brain would have been able to sit through Barbie with all these like questions about like existentialism and just how it was while watching this film about womanhood. I could not, so I was happy with the way I did it. How about you, Sam? How was it the opposite way?
I mean, so I was gonna say I did it the opposite. We did Oppenheimer in the like morning, afternoon, and then we did Barbie at night. This is also, I just want to say, there was a Fall Out Boy concert this day, and me and Kesha decided not to go. And instead we watched Barbie.
Choices.
The Friday, the reason why I couldn't do the reason why I couldn't do the Friday, the opening day, I saw Hosier. Yeah, I saw Hosier. I was like, I can't skip Hosier, guys. I can't.
Y'all are just flexing.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Anyways, yes.
No,
Sam, you can continue.
I literally texted Kesha. I'm like, what date did we watch Barbenheimer? He said July 25th. So, but there was like, this was like the day of a Fall Out Boy concert that we had planned to go to, decided not to go to for whatever reason. I'll talk about that later. But we did Oppenheimer first. And we didn't do it we didn't watch it in IMAX. We didn't watch it in like a big cinema. We went to like a cinema that was near, like closer to Keshan's house, like up north. And like it was like one of those smaller like cinemas that has like small, like a really small, like it only had like 3 or 4 rows. It was like a pretty small theater. But I mean, like I liked it. I'm pretty at peace with the whole like existentialism thing. That's like very high school me. It's very Dan is not on fire fan coding.
No.
But like, I don't know. I'm like, I don't know. I identify with existentialism, so it's like the questions of like existence, morality, and stuff like that. I guess it didn't sit with me as like heavily as it probably did for Misha, because it's like a thing that I connect to a lot. So it's like I'm constantly like
more often
thinking about it. It's like morality and all that stuff, and like, you know, it wasn't like I didn't have that entire thing, because it was like we watched Oppenheimer, and then we had like a couple hours in between. We went to like the house to get ready, and then I like wore all pink. I wore like a cute outfit. Keshin wore like a suit, and we went to go see Barbie. Like, so we capped off that day with Barbie, and I thought it was I preferred it that way, because it was like, I don't know, like I guess in the case of Misha, I kind of understand why it's like you wouldn't want to sit with all the like the stuff about like existence and like the right and wrong and like all these big like philosophical things, but it's like, I don't know. I preferred capping off the day with Barbie, because it was like cute, it was fun. I can go home like happy and giddy, and like instead of like, you know, having it like weighing down on me, because it's also like some parts of Barbie were like very, very relatable, especially like just the more like the speech about like femininity and like womanhood and like what it's like to be a woman and stuff like that. Like that resonated with me a lot, and like, yeah, I mean the overall like message of the Barbie movie really sat with me, and it's like I think I appreciated it more because I watched both movies at the same time. I think I appreciated like Barbie more because it's like I was ending the day on the lighthearted movie rather than the like more like something that like was very like some very, very bad, not bad, but like some, I guess depending on whose context you ask, but it's like a very heavy historical topic, like very like
tragic.
I mean, it's a biopic. Yeah, it's tragic, like everything that happened.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, I liked doing it that way, and I don't know, maybe I'll try watching both movies again in one day and just do Barbie first and Oppenheimer second, and see if that changes the way I feel about it. But it's like based on the way I felt about watching Oppenheimer and like the questions that raised from me, like as a whole, I don't think it really would have made that much of a difference what order I watched it in personally. I think I would have actually been sad watching Oppenheimer second, because I would have been just like, well,
Yeah, because
that was tragic, and then like it makes you grapple with like the truth of history and the truth of the history, especially because it's like Japan and like everything World War II and like Japan, what Japan did to the Philippines and everything like that. So it's like, yeah. Keshin said, I would have had so much dread ending with Oppenheimer, plus while Barbie did get very emotional heavy, it ended with a wholesome ending. So it's like, I think the wholesome, like lighthearted ending would have been preferable, because it's like I wouldn't have as much of like the like existentialism part of it. I would have had more of like the doom and gloom and like the reality of like the tragedy of everything that came along with that. So it would have been more like the realistic. Mine is less about the bigger picture context and like the more realistic like singular effect context of it. Misha's is the more like wider scope, like philosophical part of it. Mine's just like, oh, this happened and this sucks. Oh no. Kind of thing.
The world sucks. Okay.
So,
Karlos, how was it seeing it on separate days? Because that's
separate
also
days. Like seeing it,
That
you know, the way a normal person would. Two different days.
Not a double feature.
That is like a totally different experience, because like I like a lot of people like made a whole spectacle out of like watching Barbie. You know, like everyone in my theater was like dressed in pink, and like it was packed, and it was like people of all ages were watching it. Yeah, it was really, really cool. I remember like the second time that I watched it, because like I watched it the night before with my friends, and then I watched it the next day with my family. And then like the second day that we watched it, like there were like these two girls that were commenting on the movie, like I don't know, like fucking lower school kids that were like
Lower school.
Elementary school.
yeah, elementary school.
School.
No, like what did they do? Like when in the beginning when Ryan Gosling was trying to lean in to kiss like Margot Robbie, like after the Dance the Night Away sequence,
Oh yeah,
they
yeah.
were just both like ew, and then like the whole
Why?
cinema
Because
just
we're boyfriend,
bursted out
girlfriend.
laughing. Yeah, yeah, that scene, like yeah, like they just said ew, and then the whole cinema bursted out laughing, and it was just like one of my favorite like cinema going experiences like ever.
That's
'Cause it's
nice.
just, like,
That's nice.
It was like we
Okay.
never, I don't know, it's like it was like to the level of like Endgame and like No Way Home hype, except like
Yeah,
it wasn't-
that makes sense.
Oh,
Yeah,
hype, yeah.
like-
Hype, yes.
Yeah.
Hype, I
I was
agree.
gonna say.
My
was
cinema
gonna
experience
say,
was
like,
a lot
the-
silenter.
really
There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of like laughing at mine, but it wasn't like as much of like audible commentary.
Yeah.
Because it's like kind of like a respect thing. But like,
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about of like people like dressing up and being excited for it. Kind of reminds me of not the first Hunger Games movie, but the sequels. Like how excited people were for the sequels and the kind of like energy that had. Or Harry Potter, like the Harry Potter sequels and stuff like that. Like
yeah,
that
Harry
kind
Potter,
of,
yeah, I remember that.
that kind of like
People dressing up
commitment
for
to
that.
the bit kind of thing. Like
Yeah.
committing,
Mhm.
like having this like specific concept of like what the fans want to do for this movie because it was like such a
Yeah.
big deal, especially
Or
like towards the end of the Harry Potter
Minions
movies.
movie. Or the
The Minions
Minions
movie!
movie.
I
Everyone
forgot
was just
about
about
that.
That one I like. I mean, but
That's
like
a- that's-
that whole
that's
thing about like the
cursed.
dressing up for Barbie thing kind of reminds me
Yeah.
of that, where it's like the people who are like super, like wearing like Harry Potter merch to watch all the like later Harry Potter sequels, because it's like a bunch of people grew up with those movies. I'm like we grew up with those movies, but like they were coming out while we were like children into middle school, almost. And it's like same thing with like the Hunger Games. Like those movies, the first movie came out when we were probably like what 3rd grade, 4th grade, around that time, and then
sixth grade.
the rest of the
middle
movies
school,
came out.
actually. Yeah.
Yeah,
I remember being in like 5th grade when that movie came out, but maybe they had announced it when it came out then. But I don't know.
2012, 2013, because I remember, I specifically
2012.
remember
Okay, so
in
it
my
was the
5th
end,
grade.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember specifically in my
Fifth
5th
grade.
grade class, we did like a Secret Santa, and someone received the Hunger Games book, and everyone was like, "Oh my
Yeah.
god, you got the book!" But the film had not been out yet that Christmas.
Yeah, so they had
I remember
announced
that.
they
They announced the film by
around
2011.
like 5th grade, because I know my 5th grade teacher was like, we would do story time in 5th grade. We were doing story time because it was Hunger Games, and my teacher was like, I'm gonna read you guys the first Hunger Games book, and we're like, oh yeah.
damn.
So
That was like me and like, cause like
he loved the series before they announced the movie, so it's like he got really excited that it was like that they were turning it into a movie. So he's like, you guys should read the books. If I don't get to finish this book with you guys should read the series. And that's how like, but it's like that's what I'm saying is like the hype for Barbie, like the commitment to like dressing up in pink and all that
Yeah.
stuff is like all the people who were like going to the Hunger Games movies with like the Katniss braid and like the like kind of dress in the costume, or to people watching the Harry Potter sequels wearing like house merch or just general like Harry Potter merch, or like full on committing to like the Harry Potter rubs, because you know you can buy those and stuff. But it's like that's what
Yeah.
it makes me think of. It's like we haven't had something like outside of like the movies that are like series. So it's like Marvel movies, the Hunger Game, like the things with the Hunger Games
Yeah,
series, the
this
things
is
with
like a
the Harry Potter series. Like
yeah,
this
the
is like
standalone. This is I like
standalone thing that wasn't made from like a pre-existing material. Like Barbie is a thing. Like she's a doll.
Yeah.
You could never like 10 years ago if someone said they're gonna make a $1 billion movie about Barbie, they're gonna be like, huh? And people are gonna be excited about it. People are gonna wear pink, and I was like,
Yeah.
but it's like I don't think the movie that they got out of it and like the kind of hype and the energy around it is what people would have expected if you were to say that like 10
yeah,
years ago.
for sure, 100%.
Yeah.
This is like
Yeah,
it came out at the very right time, and yeah, no, it was a cultural moment, and it was a good moment. Like,
Yeah.
as in the feeling I had during Barbenheimer summer. It's literally what I'm calling it. It
Yeah.
was such a joy to sort of again be back in
Yeah.
the cinema, and people.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
not
just have
only
this
be back in the
communal
cinema, like
experience. with
yeah,
people.
like not only be back at the cinema myself because I have, but just everyone else who isn't as who aren't as big film nerds as we are, just go back
Yeah.
to the cinema and have that experience together after everything was such
Yeah.
like that's what makes Barbie special was the feeling I had then. I'm not gonna lie, my feelings toward that film has been tarnished because the internet sucks.
Yeah. No, also,
Yes,
this
I'm
is
going-
just an add-on from Keshin. It says Black Panther Wakanda Forever at Disney was a cultural movement.
Oh man, I bet.
Oh, I bet that was.
'Cause he
I
he
bet
watched
that
it.
was.
While he worked at
was working
Disney,
there.
he watched the Wakanda Forever. So I'm sure that was crazy. I'm sure that was crazy too. Like, I can't imagine how, like, watching a Marvel movie or a Disney movie at Disney. Like, I want,
Mhm.
like, I can't.
That must
I
be
can't
insane,
picture.
yeah.
It must be insane. Watching the Minions movie at Universal.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
And stop talking about Minions.
Yeah, can we like? Okay, I feel like that's the last time we ever mentioned that film or that thing. We didn't. None of us even saw it.
I
I
don't think
didn't
we.
see it,
None
yeah.
of us saw it.
Okay,
Okay, I didn't see
God.
it either.
I'm
The
The
surprised
one
Mark
thing we share with
saw it.
Marcus, we've never seen the Minions.
Yeah, he's
No, I'm
fucking.
surprised Marcus has seen it. Marcus, are you asleep? Bro, no.
Bro,
no
what
way.
about his? Bro, what about
His
your
roommate.
food? Your yeah, his roommate. It's his roommate's head that the camera's focused on.
No, yeah.
Hi, what's up?
Did
No,
you see
it
the
was just-
Minion movie?
Of course not.
Okay, we were just
good.
saying
The
what's
one
the
thing
thing
we all
if you saw-
share.
Yeah, the one thing like it would be funny if like none of us watched it but you did.
No,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Minions ain't it for me. Is my,
That's fair.
Is
You're
my
not,
food
like,
on the way?
5.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was like, why are you sleeping? Don't you have food on the way? Like I
do
get
have
that
food
you're
on the
zoning
way.
out.
It's 10 minutes out.
Dun dun dun.
Okay, slay. Okay.
Must've.
Anyways,
Slay.
yeah.
Yes,
So that was our
Barbenheimer.
big Barbenheimer summer, but obviously,
Ooh,
there were other
Barbenheimer Summer.
I will
Yes,
say,
you need-
no, I mean this is like tangential to Barbenheimer because like
Okay.
another double feature I think is worth mentioning, is Oppenheimer and Godzilla minus one. Godzilla minus one is like amazing. It's like
Theaters
one
at
of
the
my
same
favorite movies.
time?
They were not, so it's like
Okay.
I mean, 'cause,
But
like,
you've seen them,
Oppenheimer
like-
came out in summer, and like Godzilla
Okay.
minus one just came out.
I was making
Oh,
sure.
recently.
I was like, I thought
Oh.
Godzilla minus one was more recent. That's why my brain was like,
Although,
No,
no, I will say though. Wait, hold on. Oppenheimer is back in cinemas, in IMAX. If you want to watch it,
oh, that's
Is-
true.
Oh, yeah, sure.
it is.
Yeah, they announced that they're putting
and
it back
then
in IMAX.
they're
And Tenet.
releasing Godzilla. It's such a good like double feature. 'cause
Guys,
it's
Gemwell's
both, like,
here.
Kevin-
Sorry.
Wait.
Who?
Oh,
He said,
Gemwell.
Gemwell. He said
Hey,
Easing.
Hi,
Nice to
Jam.
Hello.
Oh my
god.
Wait,
God,
that actually brings up an interesting point.
Easing.
Yeah, that actually brings up an
Hindi
interesting point.
nagising ang aga.
Nagising. Why are you awake, brother? It's like almost 5
That's true.
a.m.
Are you awake? It's like 5
I feel
a.m.
like
there.
5 a.m. is a
Saturday
good time
then.
to wake up if you have shit to do.
But, like,
Unless
Yeah, but like
Unless
on a
he
Saturday,
hasn't
though, unless
slept.
he's running.
Dun, dun,
No,
dun.
unless no,
What am I
nah.
figuring?
Nah.
unless you have actual stuff to do. But,
Oh my god, General, how are
Nah.
you? Nice to hear from you, bro.
yeah, oh my god,
Bro.
Bro.
the accent starts shifting right now. As in, ito
What?
moment.
In now.
As in now,
I
yung
said
Taglish.
nagising and everything went
As in,
downhill.
nagising din yung Taglish natin. Like,
Mischa got 1 point from Gem.
Bro, Misha is like Mr. Worldwide with these accent flips all over. Like
Misha-
1 minute she's British, 1 minute she's like Filipino.
oh gosh.
She's
So
gonna be
good.
she's gonna be
It's all
Spanish.
gonna go
as well. I mean,
downhill
she
from
is
here.
Spanish.
He's gonna be Spanish.
¿Qué? ¿Qué? ¿Por qué?
He is Spanish,
Damn,
bro.
there it
Sí.
is, folks.
Damn.
Yeah.
No, but
No,
Carlos,
but yeah.
I don't. Did you finish talking about your thing?
Wait,
You wanna do the
Oppenheimer
double
and
fe-
Godzilla. It's
Yes.
I will say like I highly recommend good double feature because it's like both set in World War II and it's like I feel like Oppenheimer leads directly into Godzilla minus one because like
Oh
Godzilla.
yeah, that's
is,
true.
like,
Because that was made like cause kind of like the after effects of Hiroshima,
yeah,
Nagasaki. It's
and
like the
it's like
radiation and stuff.
yeah, and it's like when like Godzilla was created in like 1954, it was like a response to like
Yeah, the
recovering from
bombing.
like the
From
atomic
yeah.
bomb and like Godzilla
Yeah.
represented like this force of nature that was like unleashed on this country and then they were just trying to heal and it's like
Yeah.
that's
That it
links
does.
so
I just
perfectly to each
realized that
other.
does connect. So you would say watch
Yeah.
Oppenheimer first, then, and
Oppenheimer
then
Yeah.
first
Godzilla
and then
Minus
Godzilla
And
Okay.
then
minus one because
Godzilla.
it's
Because
like
then you get to see
Oppenheimer's
like the
yeah,
after effect kind of thing, cause
exactly.
and
I
effect
see like
situation.
Oppenheimer as like the origin of like the atom bomb and then Godzilla minus one is like the
effects of it.
Japanese perspective of
Oh.
it and just like trying to reframe it in a way that's not like directly like dealing with like the trauma, but you're dealing with the trauma.
No, I was
Like,
gonna
it's
say,
kind of
I'm
view it
like,
from,
I'm
this
like, I
different
feel like
way.
that would make me question the reality of like the history and the tragedy even more than just
Mhm.
watching Oppenheimer.
No,
by
it's not like a
Yeah.
historical like this happened.
I mean,
This is
I
like
know,
this
but
actually
it's like,
happened.
but it's like the movie itself, like the whole concept of the movie and the whole concept of Godzilla is like grappling with the thought of like the after effects of a nuclear bomb.
exactly, yeah. So that's
So it's
why,
like, yeah.
that's
But
like
that-
a
oh
peak
my god,
double
that sounds
feature
so
in my
cool.
head.
I didn't even think about that because I like Godzilla's was like literally a response to
Yeah.
the effects of the bomb. Oh my
World
god,
War- yeah, and World
that's
War
so
II,
cool.
yeah.
Damn,
Yeah.
nice point. That's a
So,
great point. That's
highly
so
recommend.
interesting.
Highly recommend.
Nice.
But yeah,
I do
that's-
need to find.
I like
Fun
that. I like
feel.
that. I like that.
Yes.
Something.
Nice
I mean,
double
like a double
feature.
feature that connects together rather than, you know, people just hyping up Barbenheimer because it's two completely different movies that
Because
just
like
happen to
they
be
released
releasing
on the same day. Like,
And it
And
was
that's
just
all they
funny.
have in
It
common.
was a funny. It was a funny meme that ended up like actually working out for both movies.
It was
'cause,
great.
You know, the whole thing
It
with-
was great.
especially with
I mean-
like the whole thing with those movies coming out, like the strike and everything. So it's like people were excited to watch it
No.
anyway, so they didn't need to like
yeah.
really.
I
too
do
much
remember
for it.
because like I have such strong memories because the strike when the official strike happened was when they were doing the Oppenheimer London premiere
Yeah,
and then, like
Yeah.
that's
they
when
did-
they
they
like
moved the
stopped
They
halfway.
left halfway through.
And they
yeah.
just
they
left
moved the
halfway.
red carpet an hour earlier so that the cast could do like pictures and stuff on the red
And say
carpet,
hi,
and then
and then like leave, and then it was just Christopher Nolan being like,
Christopher Nolan.
um,
Yeah.
well, everyone disappeared because the strike happened, but I'm here. Enjoy the film. Bye.
Yeah. Speaking of
Oh, no.
Christopher Nolan, Keshin brought up there was also the Mamma Mia,
Mamma
and
Mia, Dark
double
Knight.
feature in 2008.
Mamma Mia, Dark Knight.
Iconic. We need to bring that energy back, guys. We need to
Oh my God,
bring that
that's so real,
energy
though.
back.
We do with Barbenheimer.
To be fair, though, I will say it's kind of cheating because I didn't do it because I had already watched it. But last week, like Mean Girls and The Holdovers came out the same weekend. I'm like, that's an
way.
interesting double feature. There's nothing in common.
I was gonna say, I'm like,
between-
what movie came out at the same time as Mean Girls? Because I know Mean Girls just came out.
But for us here, it was The Holdovers. Just, I mean,
I don't know.
yeah.
Imagine
I don't know
if it was
what's next.
Godzilla minus one came out with Mean Girls.
that
Mean
was-
Girls?
Bro.
That'd
Bruh.
be funny. Do you wanna? Oh.
No, but
What's
yeah.
another movie
Um,
from last year that was? Across the Spider-Verse.
Yes.
Across the
Bruh.
Spider-Verse, guys. How could we forget?
God.
Beautiful piece
you,
of art.
you know, last year cinema-wise was good when I just forget about Spider-Verse.
Yeah,
I
no,
forget
there was so much good
Spider-Man.
film last year. So,
Bro.
but yeah, no, Spider-Verse was so.
Spider-Verse was so good. Like Spider-Verse came out the week of my graduation. So
Oh, shit,
like
right.
I was begging my parents like, can we watch Spider-Verse for my
Yeah, can that be my
graduation, like,
present in the
celebration?
summer?
I
Yeah.
haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet. I watched it twice. I watched it twice in theaters. I watched it first time in IMAX and the second time just in a random theater. And you know how people are saying there's like two different versions in theaters? I
Oh, like there's
experienced
more
that,
than
'cause it
one.
made me-
I mean,
yeah,
there's more
yeah.
than two though.
There's
There's
more
like
than two, but there's like multiple versions of it that were released in theaters, and I vividly remember like watching it the second time. I'm like, that's not what he said the first time. Like, there's some parts of it I was
Yeah.
like, that's definitely not that. So it's like I
Yeah.
definitely experienced that where they definitely had multiple versions of the movie out. Cause like
yeah, no, they did, and then they
either that or we were all
spoiled it.
collectively hallucinating, and nobody actually knows how that movie went.
No, loads of like those of the animators came out being like, "This is what you see in my version," haha, and like they
Yeah.
posted like a couple snippets of what they did.
I
Kesha
love how
said
they were
Scooter
intentionally.
Boys, my movie of the year. Sam tries not to simp over another villain challenge Infinity. It's because of Miguelo.
Ah.
I mean, it's
I was
Oscar
like-
Isaac, so
It's
like,
Isaac, no, it's not my
it's
fault.
Oscar Isaac though.
Exactly.
Not gonna lie, the first thought in my head it was like you were simping over the spot. Like
No, Jesus Christ, no, no. Stop it. Stop it. No,
yeah.
no.
Last year was such a good year for animation
Yeah.
because like
Well,
we had Spider
Well,
Verse
animation outside of Disney.
Outside of
outside
Disney.
of Disney. Guys, Disney had a flop year and good. Screw them.
Yeah, good. They
But-
deserve it.
Yeah,
They
need
do
some-
though. Like
yeah,
they do. I have
Yeah,
no shame in
yeah.
saying that.
Yeah.
yeah. But we had Spider Man and we had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which
Oh my
highly
god.
underrated.
I
It
still
was
need to
so
watch
good.
it. I
It's
haven't seen
so
it yet.
good. It's
I still
so
need to watch
good.
it though. I want to watch it. It
It's
looks so
coming-
fun.
It is very fun.
I love the
I think it's
animation
Colleen's
style of
favorite
it.
movie of the
Yeah,
last
it's so
year.
cute.
Yeah,
The art style is adorable.
it's very like scratchy and rough, like stuff I would find in like an
Yeah.
old sketchbook or something, and it's
Mm.
perfect,
Yeah.
Boy and the Heron also. I have not.
Oh, the
seen it.
Heron was
I
so
haven't seen it
good.
yet. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see it. I haven't seen it yet.
So good. Like
Keshin says he
just
desperately wants to see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I mean,
It
same.
is so good. I think y'all will like it.
No, Boy and the Heron is so good. Also, just like as a grown up now, seeing Miyazaki in cinemas as a grown up is such an
Oh my
experience, especially
God.
with the story of what the Boy and the Heron is. Like, oh,
Yeah.
Oof.
I personally watched it.
I
The
realized, yeah.
Yeah, I personally watched it with the English dub just because I was so curious because the English dub
The cast
cast
is,
was
like,
so
stacked.
good.
Mhm.
Like you had
That's
Robert
Robert
Pattinson being
Pattinson,
a
isn't it?
fucking
Yeah.
Heron.
I remember
and
seeing
then
a
you
trailer.
They have two
I was like,
Batmans.
that's not the voice I was expecting. That's not the
No,
voice I was
you had, like-
expecting when they announced Robert
you had
Pattinson
Willem
was doing the
Dafoe.
voice for it.
You had Mark Hamill, you had Florence Pugh, who was amazing. You had Gemma Chan actually do a voice that isn't her actual voice.
Nice. That's cool.
I love Gemma
Oh,
Chan, but
yeah.
she's one of those actors who like plays herself in films. But this was like the first time I was
get
like,
that.
that's Gemma Chan's voice? Whoa. So like excellent voice
Yeah.
acting from the
Yeah,
English dub.
Props
Yeah,
to
that's
props to the props to the cast. Well, like, cause like these are like big name stars, and like usually for like animation, there's like a stigma of hiring like real actors because not real actors, but like sorry, let me rephrase, like bigger name actors that are more well known for live action stuff.
Live action.
Because it's
Okay,
like they
I was
just
gonna
kinda
say, I'm like,
they just kind of like phone it in. Chris
Yeah.
Pratt.
Pratt, I was gonna say Mario.
but it's,
I was gonna say, 'cause
really
I'm like, I
interesting to
think-
see. Yeah.
there's like a certain perception for both like professional actors and just the people who are casting for voice acting. I think there's a certain perception of it because that's why there's like some actors who are exclusively like voice actors, but they're known specifically as like voice actors, and they've never like they
Yeah.
don't do live action. And then there's like a bunch of like actors who are like do like live action films and stuff who sometimes do voice acting and they're like pretty good at it, but they also don't do it enough because they're more known for their live action stuff. And then there's some live action actors who just keep getting voiceover work when they should not be getting voiceover work.
Yes.
Let's not talk about it.
Boy and the Heron was a very good film. I need to
Yes.
watch Nimona, but it looks great.
Ooh,
I still have to
yes,
watch
I
Nimona
want to
too.
watch that because
Nimona's
Cry
Izumi.
Guys, Eugene.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh,
Keshin,
no.
thank you for coming.
Thanks,
Oh,
Cashin. We'll see you later.
Bye bye.
Bye. Thanks for tuning
Bye.
in.
I love you. Thank you for watching as much as you could. Watch the rest of it later, or I'll hunt you down.
Damn.
Like,
I was gonna say y'all cute, but then that took a turn.
Nah, y'all
Y'all
still
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 cute.
I
cute.
don't know what I was gonna say. I don't know what you're talking about, Carlos. They're still cute.
Y'all still cute.
That's just me. Are you surprised?
That's just love.
Yeah, you know. Sometimes you have to threaten people. Yep.
Yes,
I don't
indeed.
know how many of going back to the topic of movies. I don't know how many of you guys watched it. Did any of you watch Scream 6 last
I
year?
did not.
Scream
No,
6?
I'm not into
Nope,
horror
nope,
films.
nope. Okay.
I mean,
Well, okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Scream is a super big like horror series. I mean, it was until all the stuff recently. But let's not talk about that. But it's Keshan's favorite like horror series, and I had only seen like the first two movies. I hadn't seen anything beyond that. I think I watched. He showed me one of the other movies, and then he showed me like just a bunch of recap movies so that I can understand like what was happening. And so we watched Scream 6. Yeah, we watched Scream 6 together. So it was interesting, and like the whole like the plot twist, you know, every horror movie has a plot twist. Like the plot twist of it and like the reveal of the killer and everything was really interesting. I don't know how else to describe it, because it's also like I don't want to like I don't know if how much of like the actual plot of the movie is like out there, so I don't want to like spoil it for people who intend to watch it at some point, because I know like with it like it's a big name movie, but it's not like a mainstream kind of movie. So it's not like the plot and like the plot twists are all just out there in the open. But I thought it was like one. I think it was the only like non like it's the only movie I watched that was like a horror movie, like a proper horror movie, I guess. Because it was like there's plenty of stuff that came out, but it was like I watched it because it's Keshan's favorite horror series, and we decided, and it was like the sequel that was coming out and everything, so we decided to watch it. He's also just like, I think you would like the Scream sequels because the main character's name is Sam, and I'm like, I don't have final girl energy though, so I don't know if I agree with us.
I was gonna ask, do you think you'd make it to the end of a Scream?
Yeah.
Well, it depends.
Oh my god.
Here's my thing. This is my thing. If it's a slasher movie, probably not, because. But if it's like a supernatural horror movie where it's like ghosts and demons, I just won't go in the basement. I just won't open the door. I just won't go outside. Like.
Wait, this poses the question then: who would be the last man standing if the Saberbs were like in a horror film?
Bro, it's not me.
Probably
for some reason, Kush.
Kush or Allie is my bet.
Kush or Allie, because I'm saying Kush has a joking reason, but like I can't think of any reason other than for memes. I can't think of any other reason Kush would survive, but he gives me the vibe that he would survive.
He can, because again, a lot of the times he just comes out of the blue, and we're just like,
you're alive.
What? Like you know, so like I feel like he's good at the hiding and coming out of nowhere and be like, oh my god, you survived that. And be like,
he just has that air of mystery to him that we're just like he has magical powers that we just don't know about.
Survival horror movie just because he's good at hiding, just because.
I mean, like he's very sneaky. So guys, have we not considered that he's actually the secret killer of the Saberbs?
Any of us is the killer. It's you, son.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
I put demons in your walls.
I'd probably be the first one
That's
dead
like...
because I'll hear something be like, what the fuck is that? And just like search for 3 hours for it.
That's why I'm saying, I'm like, I would not do that. I would just sit in my spot and be like,
I'm too stupid to
it doesn't
consider
move
that.
anyway.
I'll be the guy in the first movie who's like screaming who's like watching Halloween and he's screaming at the TV like, come on, turn around, while the killer is actually like behind him. I feel like that's me and Ferman.
Oh my god.
Sounds accurate.
Yeah, you're so
that sounds
right.
very accurate for y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I watched like a lot of horror movies. I guess a lot. Oh no, Thanksgiving. That was another horror movie I watched last year. The horror movie Thanksgiving. Yeah, the one with Addison Rae and what's his face? McDreamy from sexiest man alive. I don't remember the actor's name.
Dempsey, love of my life, #1 Charles Leclerc fan, Patrick Dempsey. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I forgot his name. Okay,
Damn.
but yes, he was in that movie too, and Addison Rae was in that movie. She actually was not that bad in that movie. It was interesting. I wanted to watch it because it looked silly and it looked fun. And one of the horror movies that me and Keshan watched was something called My Bloody Valentine, which is like a Valentine's Day themed like horror movie. And like Thanksgiving was kind of like we were talking about how it kind of gave that vibe of like they chose a specific holiday and decided to make like something like a holiday other than Halloween. Decided to make it like creepy. It was so interesting. There's so many parts of it where I was like, that's so gross. That's so disgusting. That's so cool. But it's also like, it was an Eli Roth movie, and he does not shy away from gore at all, because there's another movie he watched, that Keshan watched, that was made by Eli Roth called Hostel, which is just about a fucking tourist who accidentally ends up in a torture chamber somewhere in Europe.
Man.
I don't know. I talked to Keshan about how I wanted to watch it, and then he watched it by himself. He's like, you would not enjoy this. I'm like, I'll take your word for it. But it's like, and I think it's like there was another one about like this like cabin in the woods, not cabin in the woods. It's something about a cabin in the woods, and but it's like there's a disease spreading. But yeah.
Did you watch Five Nights at Freddy's?
Yes, I did. I thought it. Oh my god, Josh Hutcherson. Where's Talia? I need her to like
Insert whistle edit.
Yeah, insert whistle right here.
No. I need Talia here. She's the certified Josh Hutcherson stan. But
yeah.
But no, I thought it so like from like this is so middle school. Like me, especially me and Karlos. Like we were like really into the game, or we had friends who were really into the game, and like we were kids when it came out. Like we were like middle school.
Yeah, we were middle
like
school.
The peak age of like we are actively looking for fucked up shit on the internet at that age.
Yeah.
So it's like
everyone.
Nights at Freddy's, and it's like we were all like watching Markiplier and stuff at that age too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like peak Markiplier, Jacksepticeye era of YouTube, of gaming YouTube, and like PewDiePie and stuff like that. But like gaming YouTube was like the biggest thing of YouTube at the time. And we the FNAF games were such a huge thing, like for most of the time, like ever since between when the first game came out towards like I guess when we graduated, there was like every time a new Five Nights at Freddy's game came out, it was like a huge deal. It kind of died down more recently. Yeah. Maybe we're just not of the age anymore. Those games.
Yeah, maybe we grew out of it. I just know the first 4 games were like really huge for us.
Yeah, they were really huge for us. And I remember when they first announced the FNAF movie, I was like, we don't want this. And then they kept like announcing more stuff about it. And it was like Matthew Lillard, and then it was like Josh Hutcherson. I was like, I want more of this.
Yeah, and then it finally came out and we watched it, and then
I watched it.
Like it's like, don't get me wrong, it's like fun dumb horror, but it was fun. It was like
it's so campy. Fun. It's silly, it's campy, it's fun, but it's still very much like a horror movie, but you can tell it's a horror movie that knows that their audience is going to be mostly kids, because it's like a very tame horror movie. Yeah. Because it was not rated R. It was like PG-13 or something like that.
Yeah, it was PG.
So like, it's still a horror movie. Like, you can tell it's like the essence of a horror movie, but it doesn't have as much of like, kind of the gore, the blood, the violence that you would expect from a horror movie. Especially if you know like the context and the story of like FNAF. I watched a lot more horror movies than I thought last year, but yeah, it was fun and silly, and I liked it. Yeah. I've talked to a bunch of people about it, and it's like very mixed opinions, but it's like I like the games, and I still very much have like the lore of the games in my head, because I was explaining it to Keshan, like a Wikipedia, like I became a human Wikipedia page talking at 500 miles an hour, explaining the lore to him before 2 weeks before the movie.
Yeah, that was me to Colleen, like,
you know this meme,
we were walking up
I don't know what
theater.
TV show it's from. You know the guy with like the paper and like the like conspiracy theorist boy, the meme where he's just like
Charlie.
It's always funny, yeah.
Yes, that me and Karlos are just that to our significant others about FNAF. Just
yes.
Yeah, but
there's lore.
Yeah, I thought FNAF was fun. I gave it 4.5 stars on Letterboxd because I thought it was fun and silly.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, kind of
I give it 3.5. I think.
Yeah. I mean, kind of not really a horror movie, but kind of on the like ghosty spirit thing. Haunted Mansion.
I did not even bother with
the
that.
new
I
Haunted
didn't bother.
it was fine. It was okay. It was
Mm.
like mid. I gave it 3 stars, but like I don't
Yeah.
know. It was okay. I mean, like as far as like Disney movies go, it's not like the only one that really stuck out to me, honestly, in terms of like the Disney actual like Disney movies, not like a property owned by Disney,
Well, not like IP.
Spider-Man
Yeah.
and stuff. Yeah, but the one that stuck out to me was Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
Yeah.
Because
This
Quantumania
year,
was
yeah.
ass.
I did not watch
I still haven't seen it.
Quantumania.
I still
Don't
haven't
watch
seen it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Discord cut again.
But-
Any-
Yeah,
I'm
Discord
trying to
like
think.
glitched for a
Yeah,
second.
I glitched
Yeah,
and
sorry,
it froze
Discord glitched.
again, but it's okay.
I was just like,
Go
back.
everyone stopped speaking.
Yeah.
I was like, oh god.
But the other movie that I really liked that came out that was a Disney movie, I guess, Little Mermaid. I don't know. I enjoyed
I
it.
haven't seen it. I haven't seen it.
Bruh,
It was right. It was cute. So like,
I enjoyed it. I thought it was
say-
cute. I could not stand Scuttle. I don't like Aquafina, so I couldn't stand Scuttle.
I hate
as a
Aquafina
character.
now.
I hate her.
The only,
Um,
yeah, no, I don't like
Ugh,
Aquafina.
I hated it.
So
but
it was okay. Like Halle Bailey is an incredible singer. My only gripe was she does this thing which I am sometimes prone to do, of like she doesn't know she doesn't know which voice to use when, in terms of she sings one song, she'll then turn on her pop voice and then go back to her musical theater voice, and I'm like, pick one for the song. Like, fine, you can
Yeah.
choose which voice to do depending on the song, but when you're singing one song, don't switch tone, because
yeah,
you just ruin the vibe. And I'm like, you
I-
have such a nice
yeah.
voice, you can do both, but you don't need to show both in one song. You
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
can stick to one, and you'll be
Yeah.
good, honey, because you sound great.
That's such a common problem
Yeah.
though for people who sing in multiple styles. Like that's a problem I face as well, considering I have to sing in like what 4 or 5 different styles this semester. Choir,
I guess it's a
opera,
bit different
jazz,
for
pop.
for I think it's different for like, you know, for I guess because Halle Bailey is mainly a pop singer, so it's her having to do something
Yeah.
she doesn't do mainly at
Often.
all anymore.
yeah.
And I'm not super familiar with her background, but I don't think that she was
Yeah, I don't
MT
think she was-
trained
I don't
either.
think she was ever a musical theater like.
Yeah, so
trained
like
person.
obviously props to her for like learning the chops to do so, because again, it's hard to learn different disciplines of singing.
Mhm.
But obviously it's just like maintaining consistency at least through a song. Doesn't have to be through the whole
Yeah.
movie, but at least through a song.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean,
I mean,
Prince Eric was, yeah, but she was great. I mean, the movie to
Yeah.
me though looked bland, like as in like visually.
I
Like-
don't know. I just thought it was fun. Like the same thing I thought with FNAF, where I just thought the movie was fun. I thought it was cute. Like I get, it's a whole thing of like Disney trying to preserve their IPs and everything like that. But like, I don't hate it. It was interesting.
No,
Like
it
I don't
isn't
know,
the
I was more obsessed with the people they casted as like the sisters than anything. Like the scene where they're all like sitting around King Trident. I was like, oh my god, that person! Oh my god, that person! Oh my god, that
I
person! I
know,
was like
it's,
losing my mind.
Seeing Simone there, I was like, oh my god.
Oh
it's
my
my
god,
gal.
same!
My
I was
girl.
like, oh
My
my
girl.
god!
They were
No,
used
but,
so little
like,
though in the film.
even-
I was like, I want to
But
see
all of them as
more.
mermaids. But like seeing all those actresses as mermaids was like, I was like, oh my god, that's so cute. I don't know. I don't know. I was obsessed with mermaids as a child, so maybe that's why I just like loved the. But also that one scene
No
where
bother.
Prince Eric was saying like was naming like the constellations, and then he says like Aries, and then she goes like that to like try to like make him make a different sound.
Yeah,
and
that
she
was
trying to
cute.
like teach him what. That was so cute. That
I
was
like
like
that
my favorite
one.
scene in the entire movie. I thought that was adorable.
Oh, I will
'Cause
say
it's
they
like-
had like Jonah and Halle had great chemistry on and
They
off
did,
screen.
they
I
did,
love
they
them
did.
together. Like every interview I
did.
saw of them, I'm just like, y'all are making me watch the film. I will see it. 'Cause,
Yeah,
like,
I mean, like I had planned on seeing it already because I was like, this movie looks just like it's fun, And that was before. I did not remember that they like. I remember seeing news that they casted Aquafina in the movie. Completely slipped my mind until I watched it, and then I heard her voice, and I was like, oh, shit.
The seagull opened its mouth, and you were like, fuck.
And I was like, shit.
It squawked, and you knew you were fucked.
Yeah, exactly.
She squawked, and that was it. You were
Yeah.
into the deep zone. But I will say, it is not like, obviously, like Disney has done a lot of these live action remakes of their princess movies.
Yeah,
it isn't
yeah,
the worst
yeah.
one. Like
It's
this
not the
isn't the
worst
worst
one.
one. I didn't. It's not my favorite one, but it isn't the worst one. I did
Yeah.
enjoy it. There were
I
just
did like
things
it.
that they were like, some that they were so close to greatness that I'm like,
Yeah,
change this
I was
one
like, if they
thing,
just,
and you're like,
if they had just gotten like one step more, it would have been phenomenal. But it's just good,
Yeah.
you know.
I was just
Mm.
it's just the missing steps to it, but it wasn't terrible. That was
Yeah.
a cute.
But
film.
I liked the Little Mermaid. It's because then there's also like, what's it called? Fuck. It froze again for me.
It
Or
keeps
Karlos.
freezing,
Yeah, no,
right?
yeah. Discord's acted up a little bit.
Damn.
That's
Mm.
fun.
It's
Yeah,
not a good day for Discord.
but yeah, I
We're-
mean,
we're about to switch this to a Zoom call.
No, please. We're gonna
Yeah.
be having to restart the call. No, we're not doing that.
restart.
Anyways,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Little
Anyways.
Mermaid.
Mm.
Any
There's another
other
movie.
favorite movies of the year?
Good God. I technically have a lot that we have not
Dungeons and
talked about.
Dragons.
I still haven't seen it.
I haven't
Are
seen
you-
it.
Are you for serious?
I am serious.
That was the time I couldn't
Mm.
afford films. I only started affording films from Spider-Verse onwards. I've only started affording
He's
films
so
last year from
barcoded.
Spider-Verse. Chris
was-
Pine looked
like-
great in the trailer.
It's
That's all
so
I'll
good.
say.
It's so silly. It like perfectly captures the essence of like what it's like to play Dungeons. It's so
D&D.
chaotic and funny and silly. It's so cute. I love that movie. Me and my dad were watching it together, and it was so fun. It was great. I liked it. I don't
I
have
feel- I
anything
feel
else to
like
say.
it
I
was
just
fun.
really liked it. I thought it was funny. Chris Pine was great in that movie. Reggie Jean-Paul Page was I don't even know. His character was just interesting. I don't even know. It's just like it has the comedic timing in that is so good. Because it's
Nice.
like perfectly captures the essence of like playing Dungeons and Dragons with a friend group that has the exact same sense of humor as you. It's so
Yeah. Nice.
it's so chaotic. I love that
Watch
movie.
it.
It's so
I
exciting. It was
missed
so
it
fun.
'cause,
It was
like,
so
when it-
exciting. It's so
I
silly.
missed it because like when it came out, I was just so busy with like.
Yeah, you were in
wrapping up-
finals. Yeah,
Yeah, I had finals.
came out in
and
like
shit.
April, May. So
Yeah.
it was a bad
And
time
I
to
was
go
just
to
like,
cinema
this
for
seems
you.
fun, but like, no, not right now.
Not now. I can't
Like-
do it right
Oh my
now.
god.
Yeah.
But like Hugh Grant's character, I swear to God.
Yeah.
Grant really just been doing side quests for
He
shits
just
and
be
gigs right
doing
now.
anything at this point, bruh. Yeah, it was fun. I liked it.
I should
It
watch
was
it with
interesting.
Colleen.
Yeah,
You
no,
should.
that'd be a
You
good
guys
date night
should. It would
film
be
with
so fun.
Colleen.
It's so
Yeah.
cute. Because I wanted to.
Yeah.
I remember when it was coming out, like we kept seeing the trailers and stuff, and it's like not every theater was showing it. It was only showing at like limited theaters, and they only had like 1 or 2 showings per day. And I kept telling Kish, I was like, "We need to see it. We need to see it." Because it was in theaters for like 2 months. I felt like it was in theaters forever.
No, it was in theaters for a while. I do remember.
It was in
that.
theaters for a while. And I remember
here.
I kept telling Kish, I was like, "We need to see it. We need to see it. I want to see it. We need to see it." And he's just like, "Yeah, we'll see it eventually." And then we just never got around to doing it because we both got like busy and stuff. But I liked that movie. I didn't just like it. I love that movie. It's so fun. Like
Nice.
you go in not taking it seriously because it's Dungeons and Dragons, and you come
Dragons.
out and you're like, it was exactly
It's a
correct
fun
to not take
time.
it
That's
seriously, 'cause
exactly
it's
what you
so-
need from a
It's
Dungeons
literally
and
like
Dragons
turn your
film.
brain off and vibe. It's so fun. It's so silly, and like the action
Mhm.
sequences in that movie, kind of, it's just like I don't know. It just makes sense. It just feels like a D&D game. Like if you like people who have like a very like vivid imagination, I feel like that movie is like what they feel like when they play D&D.
D&D, yeah.
Like,
It's
that's
all
what I
of
felt
that.
like when I was
all
watching
of
it.
that.
I was
just
like-
can, like
I was like,
visualize
this
IRL.
is what goes on inside my head all the time. Like this is how visual
Yep.
like my imagination is when I have like scenarios playing in my head. So yeah,
Nice.
it was fun. I liked it. That was like
Yeah.
probably one of my favorite movies of last year, just because it's so silly. Like I love it. It's great.
Nice. I will put it on the list.
How long is that
Yeah,
list,
mine-
bro?
It's very long.
Yeah, no, to be fair,
Oh.
again, it's like there's the list and then there's the priority of the list.
Yeah.
Because that's where I'm at with that at the moment as
Mhm.
well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What else came out? May, December. Oh no.
Dude, May December! Dude, that
I know I should
film...
stop
was-
watching that.
I have a strange relationship with that film. Because
I mean, yeah, personally, for sure.
yeah, because they filmed May December in Savannah while I was there. So like the opening shot of the movie, it's like a block away from like where I had classes, and like there's like a scene where like Natalie Portman's talking to somebody in like a cafe. That's like where that was like one of my usual spots with like my friends. That's where I wrote Spectre for the first time, and it's like
Damn.
bizarre. So it was like this really really disturbing movie that really got under my skin.
Yeah.
'Cause it
That's the whole
feels
reason I want to
really,
watch
like-
it, because I found out what the subject material of the movie was, and I was like, no, I'm good.
Yeah, it's fucked up. It got under my skin. I was just like,
Mhm.
like physically just
I was-
like, ugh, no.
Yeah, no, I was very uncomfortable watching that film.
Yeah.
I had no
But at the
intention of
same
watching
time,
Again,
I'd
what's the
also,
point?
yeah, but at the same time, I'd be like, hey, I know that place. Hey, I know that place. It was just
Bro.
like, it was just like a
Bro,
roller coaster of emotions. It was just weird. I was like, ugh.
No, I get that. That must have been specifically weird for you.
Yeah.
Just be like,
Yeah.
okay, cool. No, I did like that film a lot.
Yeah. It
Like,
was
I
it
finally
was-
only watched it the other day. Really good film.
yeah.
And
Mm-hmm.
Charles Melton, we will avenge you. We
Oh my
will.
god, Charles
I
Melton
was
was
so
so
mad.
good in that movie, and he
I
got
don't get-
snubbed, I will say.
He got snubbed so badly the entire season. The entire season. Allie will attest to this because she's our number one Riverdale fan for life.
Riverdale.
That's so
She's
fair.
the number one Riverdalian, I think is what people say on Twitter.
Ew.
We will avenge him. Because he's so good in that film.
No, Charles Melton was really, really good in that movie, and he
I
was like the
think-
standout to like alongside like Natalie Portman and Julianne Moore, like
Julianne
these
Moore, like-
titans. And
Yeah.
I'm just like, how are you? You're so good in this movie. Oh my god. This is
And the way
amazing.
that he seems to just shift both himself body and also like his face. I don't know how he does it in terms of like, not to spoil the movie, but just like he's a grown ass man, but you can tell he's like he's still he's still growing up, and he still kind of
Mhm.
has like a teenage mentality just because of what has happened in his life and the trauma of that, and the way that he does it and the way that he like physically shifts. I don't know how he does it, but it's crazy.
It's so good. He was,
Yeah.
he was snubbed. Speaking of
Snubbed so
snubs, the
badly.
Iron Claw. Oh my god.
Oh.
Dude, I'm so excited for that movie to fucking come out here because the trailer came up today before the film, before All of Us Strangers, which I will get to. And like, so excited to watch that film.
That movie broke me. Like, I haven't full on like sobbed to a movie in like a long time, but like that movie broke me. And
Mhm.
also like Zac Efron deserved
We will
like a
avenge him,
nomination
yeah.
for that movie.
We
Like,
will avenge
easily.
him.
Like, I wish this movie was getting more attention and love because like
No.
it was really really good and
It is
heartbreaking.
getting the attention and love, just
Yeah.
like, again, because of the strike and like A24 kind of planned badly when they were releasing this film. It just it
Yeah.
got fucked by
Yeah.
everything. Because like I keep on seeing clips of the film and all that, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I will be there when
I-
it's out in cinemas in 2 weeks. I gotta wait.
Like, Keshin kind of explained some stuff about that movie to me because one of the like people that was heavily involved in that movie is a wrestler, not in WWE. I think it's like AEW. He's involved in the movie. I think he's in the movie, but like he's like it's like a very
Was it one of the Von Erichs or?
Yeah, he's one of he plays
Wait.
one of the people.
Brothers?
Yeah, he plays
he?
one of the. He's It says on here he plays Lance Von Erich. It's Maxwell Jacob Friedman is the name of the wrestler. He goes by MJF in AEW, but he was like heavily involved in the whole entire thing of like that movie and everything, and like Kesha was explaining it to me. But I've heard a lot of good things about the movie, and I've heard a lot of like and everything about the like story of it. So I do want to watch it, but I also know this is like I feel like this is something I should watch with Keshin because he also kind of understands wrestling a lot more than I do.
Yeah.
He just talks at me. I'm a wall. Like he talks about wrestling, and I'm just there. You know, like I absorb it like a sponge, but it's like a sponge that only retains water, but you can't like get rid of it. It's just like
It's just there.
yeah, it's just there.
That was such a good movie. It's my movie of the year. Of like,
For
and that's
2023?
saying something because last year was so
It was-
good. Yeah.
Is the
You end up watching it though? Did you actually end up watching it 2023? Talaga?
Did you watch? Yeah, I was gonna say. Did you watch it 2023? Did you watch it like?
No, I don't
week
think so.
Like
Two weeks
I
ago.
thought you watched it like the first week of the year. Because
Yeah,
again, this is
like,
what
I
we
wa-
mean.
no,
was it
I
2 weeks ago or
I
something?
watched it in 11, but like I'm saying, like out of the movies that like came out in 2020.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's what I was trying to again tell our audience that
Yeah.
like there is crossover to 2024 because of distribution and the strike. A lot of these dates were pushed back
Yeah.
to 2024 and all that because that's how I watched like fucking
Yeah, that's
every
how I watched a lot
film.
of
To be
movies.
honest,
Yeah.
like almost every
Yeah.
film I had to like watch like now
Yeah.
because they only came out now because
Yeah.
the UK
Mischa and I have
sucks
just
for
been playing catch up.
distribution.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I finally
Yeah.
watched Poor Things a couple weeks ago.
Oh.
Insane
Ooh.
film, like
I need to watch that
insane
too.
film, but so good. Like I like the way okay, I've now also watched Killers of the Flower Moon. I watched that yesterday here at home. I wasn't able to watch that in cinemas. But I watched both those films and cuz obviously right now the best actress between Lily Gladstone and Emma Stone. The
The two
Stones. The
Stones.
Starns. And it's
Stones.
hard because like the way Emma Stone like transforms herself in this film is crazy. Just also with the way that the role of Bella is of just like she's a full adult woman but going through the cycle of from baby to woman, but like in the body of like a 30-year-old is crazy. But just also just seeing her transform in that way, it's like I kept on watching the film being like, I can't believe this is Emma Stone. Like she physically looks like Emma Stone, but she's like transformed so much that I cannot recognize her. And it's like Yorgos and like the visuals of this and just is insane. Like the visuals of this film out of like is crazy and is just so like this is the color and the bombasticness that I want in film again. Like just like the bright colors, the kooky, you know, like that production design
Yeah.
is so
Yeah.
needed.
That's how I felt with
Again, in-
Asteroid City.
We'll get to Wes Anderson later because he came out with a
Wes
lot of
Anderson,
shit last year.
Yeah, he did.
And like Willem Dafoe is just
the homie.
is the homie. He's the go in he's part of Saberbs lore, but Willem Dafoe is Willem Dafoe. And Mark Ruffalo is insanely good in this film. Like holy shit. Like he's doing shit that we never I mean, this isn't a spoiler, it's in the freaking trailer. They talk about it all the time. Seeing Mark Ruffalo and Emma Stone fuck is an experience, but like it makes sense. It makes sense in the film. Oh, Marcus
Marcus looked up from his
Marcus's
phone.
reaction.
Marcus is like, huh?
Sing.
Nagising talaga. But like I will say, it is a very graphic film. It's the most sex I've ever seen in a film, and it's the most like in the cinema, I guess. We'll go to whatever films I've seen before in another day. But the thing is, it's one of those things of like it isn't more for shock power, but because she's going through the cycle of being a woman again, it's obviously her having sex for the first time and like what that is and discovering pleasure for the first time. Because that's normal in a human being's life. Like that isn't shock factor. That's literally just how we as humans go. And it's also like they touch on sex work and they handle it very well, which obviously is hit or miss with lots of films, but they handle it very well, and the conversation of that very well. And obviously, to her eyes, it's just like, I don't see anything wrong with it. It's consenting. I get money. They enjoy it. Cool. What's the problem? And I'm like, this is the conversations we need to have. So, Poor Things was a very good film. You just have to like, just be prepared to see everything. But literally by there is a point where it's during her sex worker era. That's what I'll call it. I was genuinely so desensitized to seeing sex with like 50 other people in the room, and I'm like, yeah, no, okay, cool, that's a dick, fine, okay, cool, they're fucking again, cool.
Right.
Like, you're so desensitized. Marcus.
What fucking film is this?
Poor Things.
Things.
The one with Emma Stone and Mark Ruffalo.
Yeah.
Clearly, he
Very
hasn't been listening this entire time.
Okay.
He heard keywords and he looked up from his whatever he's doing.
Yeah, but very good film. It's definitely one of my it's one of those films I really enjoyed that came out from last year.
Nice,
shocked
nice.
me.
Yeah, I'm planning on
That's
watching
not
it.
good.
I just haven't. I have no time to consume media.
Yeah, no, I'm at this point where I'm currently in the gray period of unemployment, so this is why I have 34 films on my letterbox. So I'm using my time quite wisely, catching up on all these films, because obviously I watched Killers of the Flower Moon yesterday, which we spoke before this podcast started recording of it's 3.5 hours. It's a big beast, you know. It's I think it's the longest film.
Movie.
I think it is genuinely the longest film I've ever watched. I think.
Did you watch Snyder Cut?
Oh shit! Yeah, wait, no, I did watch Snyder Cut, but
There you go.
yeah, no, never mind. And I didn't watch it in the 4 parts. Okay. Yeah, okay. One of the
Second
longest
one,
films I've ever watched. Yeah,
yeah.
second one for sure. And I'll just technically repeat what we said before we decided to stream. Was my letterbox thing was I have never felt more angry at a film or just the subject matter of a film from start to finish. As in they gave us the preface and they were just who is the Osage, right? And then and all that. And then the incorporation of the white people. From that point on to the very end of the film, till the credits rolled, I was just angry. I was just upset. And I've never felt that way through an entire film. It's always you build up to it, or it's at the end or whatever. You're angry at the beginning and no. I was just consistently angry. I just wanted to strangle Leonardo DiCaprio throughout this entire film. Which again is the great part on Scorsese, or, you know, on our good old letterbox friend Marty, on
Marty.
I mean, hey, the homie, he's our letterbox homie, but the way that he you know that he really was just yeah, no, there's no sugarcoating it. They've always been the bad people. There's no way to put them in a good light at all. Even through this entire 3.5 hour film, they are never shown as the good guys. And I was because that's how it was in history. And again, I would have never learned about this. Yeah, I don't know American history. That's not something we'd ever touch. But
I don't know American history either, girly. I went to college.
So
history.
Yeah. So to just see this part, and also it was just very eye-opening, and I'm so glad that we're telling this story. Lily Gladstone is incredible in this film. I know everyone's complaining, being all she does is sadly mope, and I'm y'all just haven't watched the film.
In the
Are
story.
you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, have you she's also I'm just guys, she's also kind of funny in this film. I don't know what y'all talking about. She has range. Y'all just don't want to sit down for a 3.5 hour film. Which I will say, me and Karlos have been procrastinating watching this film.
We have, yeah.
I haven't seen it yet.
To watch this film at
about
a
it,
very
though.
weird time. I chose to watch this film at a very weird time at midnight. So, choices were made. But I did sit through that whole movie and watch it, and I definitely felt the runtime, but that also was because I watched it at midnight. But it doesn't feel like 3.5 hours, I will say.
Yeah.
That's
No,
what I've been
didn't enjoy
told,
it.
so maybe I will watch it. That's the only reason why I don't want to watch it, because I've heard it's long, and I'm like, I don't want to sit through 3.5
Oh.
hours. I don't have 3.5 hours.
Yeah, no, it is a
The
commitment.
only
Like,
thing I do
like,
for 3.5
It is a
hours is work, and I get paid to do that.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's very fair. Like I had to well, I took a break when I watched it also just because I needed to message Carlos because I was getting to the point of like I'm fuming. He just so happened to be on and I was like, "Cool, can I debrief this really quickly?" Cuz
Damn.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm going to start punching my mattress because of how angry I am at this film. It just the story.
Fair
But
enough.
yes,
Yeah.
very good film. However, there's a film that like Sam, have you seen Theater Camp?
No, I saw the poster for it, and I was like, I want to watch that, and then I only saw it in
You
one.
should
I only
watch
saw the poster
it.
in one.
It's
Stop,
I only saw
you
the
need to
so
watch
good.
I
Theater
only
Camp.
saw the poster in one cinema, and I went back there to watch a different movie, and it was gone, and that was like a week later. So I
I don't know
It's
if
on
it's
the-
it's
It was
either on
fake. Like, I
Hulu
swear
or Disney
It's on
Plus.
Hulu.
hallucinating.
It's on.
Yeah,
It's
it's on
on
Hulu.
Hulu.
Like, watch it.
Okay, I thought
It
it was
is-
a hallucination that I saw that poster. I didn't know if it
No.
was a real movie.
It is, and like cough to my bestie Andrew Scott, who like said it was one of the last movies he watched and really enjoyed it. So like, Theater Camp is the best encapsulation of what it is like to do theater as a kid, and also what it means as a kid, and also just
Okay.
theater as
Let
community.
me see if I
'Cause
can
it's
find
essentially-
it somewhere.
Yeah, it's on Hulu for you guys. Disney
on
Plus
Hulu.
here in the UK.
Ooh, okay.
Like I was the only person in the cinema, but I had the time of my life. All the in jokes, I was like, it's a movie for theater kids at heart, and just the feeling and the sense of community that theater is, and just it's one of those films that I'm just like, okay, this makes me love what I do. Like this
Yeah.
is why I do it.
Mhm.
It's really just the enjoyment of others and the impact that theater has on others and the joy that it can bring and the
Mhm.
sense of security that it brings together all these people. And that's what that film is. Also, it's just fucking hilarious. Like
Yeah.
like Ben Platt's
And I
actually not
think-
annoying in this film.
Sam, I think you'd really like it, especially as
Yeah.
I know. I
as
wanted to
manager.
see it, but then I remember I only saw the poster once. I went back to that cinema like a week later to watch another movie, and the poster
Yeah.
was gone. So I thought I hallucinated that movie, and I just like did not look into it at all. And I remember seeing Ben Platt on the poster, which is the one of the other reasons why I didn't end up actually like looking more into the movie.
It's actually
Yeah.
good because Molly
It's genuinely
Molly
very
Gordon's
good.
in it, and they wrote it, and like Joan's my queen, guys. Rest in peace, Joan. But like, it's so
Marcus,
good.
I think you'd like it too. This is a one.
Yeah,
one movie I
Marcus,
think
you'd like. Yeah, no, especially when they start singing Post Malone. better now, better. That's honestly one of the best. Like Jimmy Tatro is so fucking funny in that film,
Honestly.
and
yeah.
also
Yeah.
Io is also in it, which is like,
Yeah.
hello.
Queen.
What's the name of the movie?
Theater
Theater
Camp. It's on
Camp.
Hulu.
Say again. Sorry.
You'll
Every-
like it. Theater Camp.
Theater camp.
Theater camp. Okay, I'll keep. I'll put it.
Like it's literally in the title. It's like it's every theater kid should see it because you will feel like it feels like home. Like it is what you it made me feel like home, but it also made me feel jealous that I don't really have a lot of theater, like, you know, that wasn't a thing back home. So like
Mhm.
I never had that, especially I did have something similar but at an older age, but I wish I had that at like 13.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah. But like, yeah, I'll watch it eventually then.
Yeah, no, you should. That's my
Sounds
big
funny.
recommendation.
Yeah. I mean,
for people.
speaking of like comedy movies, Joyride, I was the only person who saw it apparently, but like
It's
You're-
alright.
it's so no, it's okay, but it's so chaotic. I don't even know how to I cannot
I saw the
explain to you.
trailer. It was very chaotic,
It
which I
looked
was
very
like,
fun.
did
I
really.
wanted to watch
I
it.
did want to watch it.
The energy from the trailer, take that and extend it to like an hour and 45 minutes. That's like the entire movie is just that energy. It's so funny. And it's so good. And Stephanie Shu's character is so weird.
Queen.
I did.
I
miss Stephanie Shu.
Wait,
it's so
speaking of which,
funny.
have you seen Bottoms?
No,
I need to see
don't want to
Bottoms.
I need to see
that
it.
is-
That was so hard to find here in cinemas. I could not find it at my local
No,
cinema.
That's fair,
I
because
was-
like even here in the States, it had released in selected theaters, I think, only for a while. but
I need to
Bottoms
see
was so
Bottoms.
good. I watched it for my birthday.
Yeah.
It was
No,
so
but-
good.
But Joyride was produced by Seth Rogen.
I can watch it in Prime.
Randomly.
Wait, sorry. Can I watch Bottoms in Prime? Okay, you guys can continue
Bottoms
talking.
in
I'm gonna like.
This sounds like an innuendo. Bottoms in Prime.
You can watch
Watch his
Bottoms
face.
now.
This man is not listening at all.
What is this? Oh my god, it is. Okay,
Oh my
Oh,
god.
I'm watching that tomorrow. Okay, bye. I'll watch
looking
that
forward
tomorrow.
to your letterbox review.
I'm
Shout out.
so excited. So excited. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Continue on
But,
comedy films.
Like no, but like with Joyride, it's so chaotic. It has kind of the energy of like like buddy cop films where it's like the serious one, the funny one, and then just a bunch of hijinks they get into. It's that, but it's just 4 Asian women trying to like road trip across China. Is the essence of it. It's like a
oh, I
It's
love
like
that.
comedy, but it's 4 Asian women trying to like find what I think this is in one of the trailers, but it's like they're trying to find their friend's mom, like because she's adopted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My God, so there's something I want to say, but it spoils the movie, and I want you guys to see it and like react to it for the first time, so I don't want to say it.
I will. Yes, I will. I
On the
will
list.
Try to find it.
It's so horny. Also,
I
like no,
Wait.
so was Bottoms.
no-
That was
actually,
Bottoms.
wait.
That's Bottoms, I was gonna say.
I was gonna say there's no explicit sex scene, but I'm wrong about that. I had to like think back on it. I was like, no, I just removed that from my brain because there was so much chaotic shit that was not what stuck out to me the most in that entire movie was the very specific sex scene that I'm thinking of from that movie. It's so unserious and it's so silly. And one of the characters is walking around wearing a shirt of a quote, which is what I wrote for my review of the movie, which is a Sandra Oh quote. That's just it's an honor just to be Asian. One of the characters is wearing like that shirt for like the
Slay. You know what?
Aw.
Slay.
But
We
I
to
love
see
that.
it.
it's such a funny movie. It's so interesting. And
I know, I wasn't sure
Um,
about the trailer.
yeah. I don't know, but like
Yes.
I need you guys to watch it. It's so good.
Yes.
I will
This is
try to
just
find it.
us
I will
being
try to find
So
it.
stupid.
Yeah, this is just-
so silly. It's so silly and
Y'all
so
need to
stupid.
watch Bottoms.
Yes, I will literally be
I will
watching
watch
it
them.
tomorrow.
I will watch it. I will watch it. I will watch
I will
Bottoms,
have-
I will watch Theater Camp.
And Theater Camp.
It's like
Yes,
comedy
those are
movies.
top on
'Cause I
your
need, like,
list.
feel-good
I feel like
movies.
yeah,
Yeah.
feel good movies. Yes. Also, other feel good movie. Carlos will agree with me on this. Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret.
Yes, that made me cry.
My
I've
heart.
seen the
Rachel
poster for that
McAdams,
movie,
we will
too.
also avenge
Rachel
you. We will
McAdams.
also avenge you because, like, oh, especially like, I feel like we would kind of relate to this as people who like we grew up with religion. We went,
Yeah.
our school was,
Yeah.
a religious school, and it's religion's a big thing in the Philippines, and like,
Mhm.
but like, it's normal. Like I've had a disconnect with the church, and I'm sure you guys may feel
Yeah.
similarly. So they talk a lot about that in the movie, and I really related a lot to that of just like I feel like that that may not be a thing that
Yeah.
we've actually spoken about before about this film was just that like the way that they handled it was very nice in terms of like it's very easy to just like either be like religion's bad or just like push religion. Like those are just like those just seem to be the two sides, and just like, well, no, there's like a medium in it, and like they handled it very, very well. And also just again the coming of age of a teen, and just all that fun stuff. It's just so nice and heartwarming to see. Like I
Mhm.
don't know, I felt warm
Yeah.
watching the film.
That's
Yes, it's
nice.
it was very good. It's very much about like just trying to find your own connection to because like I feel like especially growing up in like very religious families, there's like a lot of pressure to like live up to those like those practices, and just like, and then you get into like the headspace of just like, yes, I believe in God, but only because of like that's what my family told me to do, and it's not really because of like you having like a genuine, real connection to God, and like bless my dad for this, honestly, but like he never really like pressured me into. This is getting very deep. Oh my god! Like he never really pressured me into like having um, like a connection with God. He like his philosophy was that is between you and like him, and like
Yeah.
like nobody can force that for you. And like
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen like another film that's tackled like a very like personal um tale of faith, especially in like an adolescent stage. And like so
Yeah,
that's
I get that.
the film very much like resonated with me, and just trying to, because like growing up, you want to, you're just naturally curious and you just want to know more.
Mhm.
So yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, this film was very, very good. It hit the spot. It's like peak
It
warm
did.
hug cinema.
Yeah, I like that. I felt very warm.
Nice,
in this film.
nice. Yeah. I mean, like, as much like, there's so much good movies just in general that came out in
Many,
2023.
yeah.
It's like
wait, we did-
everything, different strokes for
I-
different folks.
Yeah, no, I haven't even talked about my personal favorite. Well, I have two, because they both well, other than Theater Camp, but like, so I watched. Well, okay, first off, we didn't talk about Past Lives. I feel like I have to.
Yes, we should.
Because Past
I
Lives
haven't seen it yet, but I
ruined
want
me
to so
to
badly.
an nth degree. I think I was also one of the only people in the cinema for that, which I think was good, because then I could just cry with no one looking at me.
Oh, I felt that.
Because
I
like, again, it's a movie of subtleness, but that's what makes it so good. Like,
Mhm.
I'm my love philosophy, or my thinking, a lot of it is on what ifs. I like to daydream of the what ifs of people in my past, of things, of like, or looking at things with hindsight and be like, holy shit, like, if I knew that now, what would I do? I like thinking about that, and I sometimes, catch myself fixating over it too much. So this film was literally just targeted at me with all that, plus just like then just like add the Asian subtext of it all, to an
Yeah.
nth degree. And so it was just so like, all of it, like the Celine song, this being her debut film, I don't know how she's just mastered cinema
Amazing, yeah.
on her first go, because like the way that it's written, like the freaking like bar scene with her current husband, and then obviously her like and then obviously her former lover, like, it's just, this movie ruined me, and it still has ruined me, and I think about it often.
I can't find it, but like when it came out, like I tweeted something of like how like, because like obviously like the right now we're in this whole like we have like the idea of like the multiverse like very prevalent right now in the zeitgeist.
Mhm.
And like it's like in movies, and like it's like in everything these days, but I feel like
Mhm.
with movies like Everything Everywhere and now Past Lives, like we just like, I think it's tapping into like why we find the idea of like a multiverse like very interesting, because it's just thinking about like how different um it's just thinking of like how differently our lives could have gone, and just thinking like where else could we have ended up aside from here. And then like those two movies specifically, it's like taking it to like the next like personal, intimate, and like romantic like
Yeah.
level of
Yeah.
just like, oh, just like what if to like, it's, I don't know, it was just really, really good.
Yeah, no. Past lives ruined me for many, many reasons. And again, it's just it's also just, it's tackling the thing of like, everyone talks about like when, like, in like romance stories or romance dramas or whatever, like when the ex comes back and it's the whole like, oh, I wish I could have done this with you and all that. But that's not what this film talks about. This film is about them trying to tie up loose ends and move forward from their past life. And that's them
Yeah.
seeing each other again, and then like that's like, oh, it's just the way that it's crafted as well. It's like, because we get to see them through multiple stages of their relationship, of when they come and go, and how they
Yeah.
both grow from that. And
Jim just says "damn" in all caps.
oh, It's
Damn.
such a it's such a it made me dream for a while after watching that film. It ruined me
Also,
in a
also,
personal
it brought
level.
back Skype. It brought back Skype.
Yes, that was such a I love. I mean, like, so fun fact about that Skype scene. So like they actually did film in separate rooms and actually used Skype. And then Celine Song would like hijack the Skype and like they would have to like she would like intentionally like have it lose connection or like play with the connection and they would have to live react to it. So like they wouldn't know
Oh
when she would
wow.
play with the feed. So that whole thing, like the script is there, but like in terms of like those moments was them actually like reacting and how they would react. And I'm like,
Aw.
oh,
Yeah, that's so cool.
so good. So good.
I need to see this movie. I want to see it. I saw the trailers for it. I was like, I need to see this.
And also,
That's
I feel like
so
as
good.
people who speak more than one language, there was like one of the famous lines from the film is like when her white husband was like, "You dream in a different language that I'll never understand," because
Yeah,
like
like
she
there's
dreams
this
in
whole
Korea.
place inside you I can't
Like
go.
yeah, that you can't go, and it's like the levels of that is like Sam is like done.
I
Sounds
think
like
we
holy
broke
shit.
Sam.
So I'm telling you, this screenplay is incredible.
No, that's just like, because that's the thing that, like, I had a whole conversation with people that I work with about, like, some of us are bilingual, and I was like, oh, what language do you think in? Like, do you translate your thoughts? And that's, like, the
Yes.
kind of thing. And that's kind of the thing that it's the thing I've talked to Keshin about, where sometimes it's like, if I just get done talking to you, sometimes I have to, like, turn my brain back on to just exclusively talk in English and not, like, Taglish or use Tagalog slang. Because it's like sometimes there's also like I can't find the word in English. Like there's no
Yes,
word equivalent to
exactly.
it in English. Like especially because we talk in slang, like Tagalog slang, so often
Yo,
that like sometimes I can't find like an English, like a way to explain it in English that it just like it just has to be in Tagalog and it's just gonna be there. Like it's gonna be just a word that gets lost in space because it's like he doesn't understand what I mean. I can't
Yeah.
explain to him what I mean. So it's just like, but like oh my god.
yeah,
I
like
don't
that
watch the
specific
movie.
thing. Yeah, no, that specific
good,
thing
yeah.
as us who understands Taglish and also understands how like we've been in situations to be like, I want to say this Filipino word, but no one's gonna understand it. I can't explain it properly. Like I felt that, like not only in a romantic sense, but just in
Yeah.
like in a cultural sense and a societal sense of where I am
No, I
now
mean,
and
like,
me having
you know,
moved.
like you know how sometimes we talk about people like you like I guess the English version of that would be like a situationship. You know, like a
Yeah.
situationship in Tagalog slang, we've had a word for that for a while. It's MU.
Yeah,
Like,
MU, mutual
I was
understanding.
Yeah, I was explaining.
Like
to
we've
Kesha,
had
I
that
was like,
MU
yeah,
shit
MU
for
just means,
years,
like,
bro.
Yeah, MU just means it's like you know that you like them, they know you like them, but you don't want to put a label on it. So it's like you're not boyfriend girlfriend, you're MU, like mutual understanding, but it's not serious.
Yeah.
Like that's where my brain is at, where it's like sometimes it's like it's not the word in English still doesn't sound right to describe
Yeah.
that, because it's like the ways that people like come up with like situationship is it sounds like a word that they made specifically to make fun of that situation. That's why I'm like I feel like MU just makes so much more sense because it's like you understand, they understand, none of you just want to acknowledge it kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it's like it sounds so dumb because it's slang and not like
Yeah.
a word. Like it's a thing you have to explain, like what it's called and what it means and everything like that. Oh, like the thing my mom likes to say is HHWW, holding hands while walking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also, again, like. To
Yeah,
be fair,
but-
my favorite always my favorite always usage is like momol because you're just like it's so funny.
We'll make Momol in the corner over there. Oh my
Like
God.
it's so funny though because like
That's so
it
middle
is
school.
makeup. That's the thing though. Like it is making out, but also like not to like the raunchier extent of what you think making out is. Like it's a
just
lot
like they're
more
just hiding
tame.
it. They're like trying
Yeah, they're
to
just
be
hiding
secretive about
and,
it.
like kissing on
But
once in a
being
while.
very
It's
badly.
them, like,
Yeah, it's just very
yeah.
badly.
like that doesn't mean like full out actually making it. Like it's
It's not like
so
it's like sneaking around, but it's not sneaking around, and it's making out, but it's not making out. It's just like trying to hide in a corner to kiss, but you're not doing either of those things very well.
yeah. This is us just now just explaining Filipino culture, but that's
This is
exactly
that's
what
like
it
the
is.
best worst description of Momo I've ever heard in my life.
But yeah,
okay,
no, that's
Marcus doesn't know how to
exactly.
make mammal.
Marcus has entered the chat.
Yeah, Marcus entered the chat when it comes about love and sex. Wow. Grabe. But yes, that's exactly like that, like stuff like that in past lives, like the smaller things that maybe not everyone will universally feel, but we do as people who, who are semi-bilingual and like or understand at least to an extent Taglish. Like it's, oh, that film spoke to me to like an ungodly level, like an
Nice.
ungodly level. And like, okay, this is like the final film I'm going to talk about. I think this is when I forget a film. And I want to talk about that semi recency bias, but like I haven't actually cried that much in a film in a long time. So like I watched All of Us Strangers today, like the Andrew Scott Paul Mescal film.
Peak recency bias.
Like
Educational,
yes,
ha ha ha.
it's not like All of Us Strangers, like it isn't my favorite film of that came out in 2023, but like it spoke to me in a very interesting way of like, so essentially the main thing is like Andrew Scott's like a writer and he's trying to like write the story and like it's semi about his life that he's like reconciling that his parents died when he was 12, both of them at a car crash, and he's the only one left, so he's trying to reconcile that through his writing, and it's kind of like magical realism fantasy type thing of like he sees them now and they see him and all that. And like I know I'm very lucky that both my parents are still alive and well, and like I have a relationship with them, but I've had obviously like I've had an interesting relationship with my family in the past, especially with my dad and stuff. So there were just some scenes of like unsaid things because he's gay in the film, and like his parents didn't know that, so there was the whole coming out scene to them, and like because they're sort of stuck in the like 80s early 90s mentality that also includes how they view homosexuality and like the AIDS crisis and like the taboo of that, and him being like, well, no, it's fine now, you don't have like him like putting his foot down and like having that conversation with his mom and all that. So like that was really like eye-opening. It's also nice just to see like this is a sad story, but it isn't sad because he's gay, right? Because it's so easy to you go into the trope of like like
the tragedy is not in like who he is, like that part of him as a person.
Yeah, exactly. And he specifically says that, like his mom asked me like, oh, I heard people are lonely because they're gay, and he's like, no, I mean I can be lonely, but not because I'm gay. And I was like, thank you for just like just like putting that thought out there for people, because I'm just like,
yeah,
because it's more than that. Like I have friends like it's like that's not how it is, and like it's one of those scenes of like him and Paul Mescal, like they hook up, and after like Andrew's like, you know what, I want you and I to go out together, us against the world, just us two. And I'm like, it's just again it's just this, it's like the secureness of like their sexuality of just like it isn't a massive thing of the film, but it just is. And it's like that's refreshing to see. And also again just like there was just one scene that really really made me cry, and it was like it's Andrew as like his 30 whatever year old self, but he's sleeping in his childhood bedroom, and he like gets scared at night, and he asks to sleep with his parents like in the middle of the two of them, and I started sobbing. Like I started sobbing because that was one of the things that like my parents split up at quite a young age, or like there were hints of them splitting up by that point. So I lost that luxury of sleeping between the two of them at quite an early age. So to see that, but like him as a 30-year-old, like really to me.
Yeah.
Aww.
And then I was like, oh god, that was, and like the ending and all that. I'm like, I don't want to spoil it. And I mean, also like I like how tasteful the sex scenes were. Like they were done very like they were not they were done very beautifully. I think it was like that. I mean it's Paul Mescal and Andrew Scott. Like it's in the material. Like it's great.
The accent coming out as she says the names.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I have to say Paul Mescal. Like it's Paul Mescal and Andrew Scott. Like I have to say the accent. I'm sorry. Like it's conditioned in my brain.
No, that's great.
No, it's okay.
But like it hit a separate part of me that I didn't realize was gonna hit. Which was wow. So, I like that film.
It's showing in a few cinemas. So I might catch it next week.
Yeah, like it's showing,
can
like
watch
it
it.
literally opened today in the UK, which is horrendous that it
Mm.
taken this long. I mean, also I will also avenge Andrew Scott because he's excellent in this film.
Avenge him.
He's joining, he's joining Greta Lee, which we forgot to mention during our past live
Oh my
stream,
god,
was
yeah.
snubbed, massive
Greta Lee
snub,
is
Oh my,
amazing.
oh, wait,
insanely
oh, I don't know if I
massive
sent you.
snub.
No, I didn't send it. There was a tweet I saw. It was a picture of Greta Lee and Andrew Scott, and it's like, I love that
it's like
Andrew
Sith
Scott looks
Lord
like
and
a pirate, and Greta Lee looks like a Sith Lord.
Yeah,
Yeah, I saw that one.
that actors on actors conversation was so cool, especially because like they never met each other and they like got on like a house on fire, and now they're like each other's biggest supporters. Like
That's so
Paul Mescal was
cute.
like Paul was like, or someone asked him, who are you supporting at the Oscars? And he was like, oh, Past Lives and Sandra Hüller. And I'm like, taste.
Oh,
King knows taste.
Aw.
Anatomy
Ooh.
of Fall was really good, by the way, but that's all I'll say about that.
I do need to watch that on the list.
It was very good.
I think in
But,
total,
yeah.
we fucking loved film in 2023. Like, and
Yeah,
it was
Yeah,
like
we
there's a
did.
lot.
stuff that came
Like,
like despite
It was like
this,
everything. There was an everything.
even with this,
kinda.
even when the strike happened and like it had to move some like a couple movies that like we wanted to see, like Doom Part 2, the Zendaya tennis movie. Oh my god, I want to freaking see that film. Guys, I'm so mad I haven't seen Challengers yet. Like, it incorporates everything I love, which is tennis, Zendaya, Josh O'Connor, and Mike Feist, and just. But anyways, despite the strike,
It's just the list of things.
just
And
the
it's just
things,
the
Everything
entire
about the movie.
plot and cast of that movie.
But despite the strike happening, in terms of slowing things down, I mean, yes, the strike was needed, but obviously, there's consequences in terms of film releases and stopping of productions. We were still able to see like incredible films. It's nice to see film also come back in terms of everyone being excited to see films again.
Yeah, and people like realizing that like what we could have lost with like all these movies and like the strike and everything like that.
Yeah. And
Yeah, or
like,
just
coming
like
back
or
to
diff.
support cinemas too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And, like
the art.
in the advent of streaming, like people are.
Yes,
Like,
go
there's
back to the cinema, guys. It's so different to just watch these.
Yeah.
It's like watch it in the big screen, but also watch it with people around you. Like it is like there is something special about it, and that's what makes cinema.
Yeah, I mean, like for me, I'm personally the kind of person who it's like, unless I'm super excited about a movie, I'm willing to wait for it to be like on streaming so I can watch it for free with like in the comfort of my own home with like the people I want to watch it with. But if it's like a movie I'm super excited for like a situation like Barbie, like the energy of just like the collective energy of everybody makes you want and like need to see it in a cinema, then it's like I'll go out to the cinema, I'll watch it. I'll like it's kind of like it's like everybody can film is something that everybody should be able to enjoy like in their own way, but I feel like there's a certain like essence to enjoying certain films in a cinema and like with other people in a cinema and like a crowd reaction kind of thing,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like alternatively, like I've been going a lot to the movies by myself recently, like just to catch up on all
I
the.
should go to the movies by
like,
myself.
I
do.
I want to watch. I should do that.
Yeah, I do that too.
It's actually like it's been a very like good experience because of I just get to like enjoy like I'm just more engaged with like, what I'm watching instead of just like having like the whole social thing of like, oh, do you like it, or like do I feel like an asshole for
you don't
dragging
feel
into
like
this movie?
you don't feel like you're being overly critical if you watch it by yourself, because it's like every thought you have you don't need to share with somebody. You're just like, oh, I like that, I didn't like that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I liked watching Dungeons and Dragons at my house, because it was like I watched it with my dad, but my dad didn't really care, and like I knew that, so I was just like, that's funny. Or it's like I could laugh whenever I wanted to laugh at something, even if it's like, you know how sometimes it's like something sad is happening, but you get uncomfortable, so you feel like you want to laugh. You can't laugh because you're in a cinema and it's sad, and you're like, I shouldn't be laughing. I shouldn't be laughing at this.
Well,
That's kind of how I felt. That's one of the reasons
Yeah.
why
Yeah.
Dungeons and Dragons was one of my favorite movies from last year, is because like
It's
the
a good
situation I
experience
watched
as
it in
well.
was like it was just good, like it was just
Mhm.
fun, it was silly, and I got to laugh at parts that probably people would not have laughed at in the cinema, because some parts of it are like depressing. Some parts of it are like depressing because there's like a subplot to it of like family or whatever. But I was like,
Family.
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 Yeah, no. Cinema
But,
is
yeah.
back, guys, and is
Yeah.
gonna be is good.
Yeah.
Is good. Like obviously like this there are lots of sequels and franchise films coming out, and some of them are hit or miss. You know, again, you watch whatever you want to watch, but like, you know, there's
Watch what
also
you want
gonna
to
be
watch
some
and think what you
gems.
want to think. Like no one,
Yes.
your opinion
And
should not be shaped by
form
how
your own
other
opinion.
people
Shout
feel.
out Carson Runquist. Shout out Carson. But it's true. Like, you know, you watch what you want to watch, but also like, you know, like the indies and the smaller films.
Yeah.
They're killing
They're
it.
good.
Indie studios
They're
are
good.
killing it
You're
recently.
feeling it. Yeah.
A24. we're
In
big
A24 we
A24
trust.
people, guys. We're A24 peeps here. So yeah,
Yeah.
film
Everything
film is
everywhere
good.
all at once, we trust. Except for
Film
Marcus.
is- Yeah,
Yeah.
oh my god, yeah. So like on like I feel like we will link our letterbox down below because you know, but recently I came up with this prompt of a film for every year we've lived. So like personally, so like from the year we were born
Yeah.
up till now, and a
Yep.
movie from each year. It doesn't have to be your favorite film from that year or the best
It
film,
just
but
has
just
to be
something
like
that
a
spoke to you.
movie. Yeah.
Yeah, that might be special to your heart
Any
or whatever.
movie.
And like
Yeah.
most of us have done it. And like all of us, like including Allie for 2022, put everything everywhere all at once. But Marcus did it. Marcus put, but Marcus put a very good film as well. Top Gun.
He
Top
did,
Gun
yeah,
Maverick
Top
was
Gun
a very good
Maverick.
film.
Top Gun was
Which
good.
is-
Yeah.
You shake
Which
my
is
nerves
valid.
and you rattle my brain.
Okay, it's no longer good if you do that.
Yeah, bro, we will
Yeah.
cancel your opinion if you start doing that. But like, yeah,
Damn.
that was the one film we all mainly like, we all
Like it
just,
resonated
like,
so much
yes.
with
Yeah,
with
with
us.
us.
Like I remember we were talking about it for a while after it came out. Like we
Yeah,
still
like
talk
last
about
year.
it now. Like we still talk about
Still
it.
talking about it.
We still talk about stuff from that movie all the time.
all the time.
Like we make reference. I make the bagel reference all the time. Like I tried to put everything on a bagel.
On a bagel.
Bagel.
I make that joke all the time just because I think it's funny and like I don't know. That movie's just like I know it resonated with us because I remember the way we would talk about it. It's like it's just so
It's
interesting
so special.
and it's like
It's-
some of
it's
us
so
have
special.
some of us know people who are like only now watching it for the first time because like it
Mhm.
wasn't really advertised in cinemas, so it's like a lot of people didn't know
Yeah.
about it until
Yeah, no, it was
basically
a
like the
sleeper
Oscars
hit.
when it,
It was,
basically like
pure
swept the
word-
Oscars
yeah,
and like
like,
the award
word
season
of
last
mouth.
year.
Yeah, that's
So,
how
like-
that's how it grew, is word of mouth. Because
Yeah.
it came out very early in 2022. It came out
It was
like
in
in
June. I
April.
remember watching it in like June.
No,
I was in the-
it came out,
yeah.
like,
I remember
April.
watching it in
It
like
came
June,
out-
though.
It came out like April, May. I remember like on my letterbox it was put
Yeah,
quite
April.
early in 2022. And I was like, damn, it was a
Let me
sleeper hit.
see.
Like it
came
like
out
it-
in
yeah, April
March.
2022. Oh, March even.
watched it.
Wow.
I watched it
Let me check.
April 15th.
Let me check when I
Okay.
watched it. I feel like I watched it way later than that.
I
though.
watched it
I remember
later
watching
for
it
sure.
later.
I didn't watch it in cinemas.
I watched it in
watched
I
that at
watched it in
home.
cinemas, which is why I'm confused because
Me
I
too.
felt like I watched it pretty late. I watched it.
Yeah, no, I think it was a sleeper
is my
hit, which is
rewatch
why
list.
like it kept on it stayed in cinemas for a very long time because word of mouth.
I
Yeah,
watched it in
you know-
May, guys. It came out in March. I watched it in May.
That's
I watched it in like July/August, but that was at home. But yeah, no,
watched
like
it in
again,
July.
like I feel like even in the day and age of like social media and stuff, word of mouth still does a lot for everything.
Yeah.
Like that's
'Cause
how I
it's
do.
also,
Like
like,
there's some
I had
films
only-
I wait for to see
Yeah,
what people
I had
say
seen the
IRL. I'm
trailer.
like, okay.
I think I had seen the trailer like once when I went to go see another movie. I think it was when I had gone to see like Fantastic Beasts or something. I saw like a really short trailer for Everything Everywhere All at Once, and then I had never seen anything about it ever again after that. I think. I don't know.
Remember
but
how
it's,
I
like,
heard about it, but
But like I remember seeing, and then the only other thing I remember seeing for it was a poster. Like you know how sometimes cinemas in the like in the corridor where all the theaters are. They have like all the
Yeah, there's
posters of like
coming
upcoming
soon.
movies and stuff.
Yeah.
Mhm.
One of the ones I saw, I remember seeing the poster for it, but that was like I only seen that one time, and then I saw like one trailer for it prior to that, and then I didn't know anything about it. And then I think like the conversation I had with Keshin before we went to go see it was, he was like, I've heard good things about this movie. He's like, but I don't think a lot of people have seen it. So he's like, but he's like, but I've heard it's really good. And he's like, and Michelle Yeoh's in it, and I'm like, sure. I just heard Michelle Yeoh's in it. I'm like,
Mm-hmm. We're
I heard
here,
it was like
aren't we?
And then the other thing I heard
Yeah.
was like it was a multiverse movie, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then I think it was like on the way to the movie theater, I like googled the movie, and that's how I found out Kihei Kwan was in it. And I was like, where is that name familiar? Like, why does this guy look familiar? And then I like Indiana Jones, and I was like, ah.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then like yeah, but Everything Everywhere All at Once is the movie that I know is a movie that even still now resonates with us,
Yeah.
except for
We're-
Marcus
we're-
apparently. The fuck?
We're still talking about it, right? Except Marcus.
Mm-hmm.
I
We
feel
just
like
have
I
to
feel
get,
like we should
every
move
time we talk
on.
about the movie, we just have to say except
Yeah.
Marcus.
I feel like we should move on from film so Marcus can
No,
talk.
we talked about that
Yeah.
so long.
Yeah, we talked about
Yeah.
a lot of movies.
Y'all are about to move to
What do you wanna
TV
talk
shows,
about,
and
Marcus?
y'all are about to move to TV shows, and I'll still be like, well, see ya.
Oh shit. Well, I will say though, I don't
Yeah.
have as much. I will say though, I don't have as much to say, because, with all these movies I've been saying, Sam, are you okay?
No, I'm like, I have a TV show thing that's like so not on brand for me.
Oh, okay.
Is it you
I have-
not watching Loki season 2?
Yeah, I still haven't seen Loki season 2, guys.
Mm.
I saw one episode and I have not finished it.
I've honestly tapped out of a lot of Marvel. I will not
No,
lie.
that's fair. That's fair,
It-
but I will say I enjoyed Loki season 2 a lot. I feel like it brought back the stakes
really wanna
of
watch it.
like
I need to
MCU
watch
back.
it. I need to watch it so
Yeah.
bad. I
Yeah,
heard it's
no,
really
like-
good. I heard it's really good. And it's
Mhm.
like Loki remains the best like Marvel show just overall as like a
Mhm.
series. But I
Best Marvel
I need to
Disney
watch it,
Plus,
but it's-
though. It
yeah.
still
Yeah,
doesn't
Daredevil, Daredevil.
Yeah.
like it's so off brand. So not on brand for me to have not seen it is what I'm saying. Like I was so excited for it. I'm still so excited for it. It's just I have no energy to like consume
No,
such
that's fair.
lore heavy content.
That's fair.
No, that's very fair. That's very
Like-
fair.
Yeah. I say that, but I literally watched Andor.
Andor was good though. Andor was really
I s-
good.
No, I just
No,
want
I
to
haven't
say
finished Andor
yeah,
yet.
the perception of me, like my friends here now, the friends that I've made through like Keshin and the people who know me here in like from like school and stuff, the perception is so different because it's like you guys associate me with like Tom Hiddleston and like Loki, like those characters and everything.
Yeah.
Everyone here associates me with Diego Luna, the Cassian Andor as a character, Daniel Brühl, and Zemo.
Yes.
I mean,
The turns
Daniel
out-
Brühl is definitely something that we've grown to, but Diego Luna is a new one.
Diego Luna is a new one because also I was not really like a Star Wars fan prior to like 4 or 5 months ago. 4 or 5
Yeah.
months ago. So
Yes, Sam has now joined
yeah.
us on that lower train with Star Wars.
but yeah. No, but like one of Keshin's friends who's like mostly a Star Wars fan more than anything, very much only associates me with
With Cassian and Diego Luna.
because
know
I
what?
look
Not a bad person to like. Again, it's the space Latinos. Like they
Guys,
do. They
so
do.
I
Like,
broke my Star Wars broke my villain fucker agenda because I think every bad guy every bad guy in Star Wars I fucking hate. Like I can't stand them. Like they're so annoying to me. I can't stand any of the villains in Star
Well, I mean,
Wars.
like,
I
who
broke my
would
villain
you-
fucker agenda, guys.
I guess the only one I could think of, I guess, is Kylo Ren, but that's like.
He's so annoying. Sorry, I can't
No,
stand
he is
him.
no. Kylo Ren is annoying. I like Adam Driver. That's my
I like Adam Driver, but like my
line.
thing
I
is,
like
it's
Adam
like
Driver.
with no, it's like like you guys associate me with like my character obsessions being like the bad guy, the villain, especially it's because like my brand is
Yeah.
very much like Loki. But like I hate the Star Wars villains are so fucking annoying. Like and like the whole thing, like everybody loves Anakin Skywalker. No, I don't. I don't like. He's so like the traumatized, like the super traumatized, like guy, character who's a villain only because they're like super traumatized. I'm like, no, he just I don't like him. He's annoying.
I did watch
Like-
Obi-Wan in full, but that wasn't last year.
But yeah, I was just
I'm trying to-
saying,
I'm-
like
I'm
that's
actually-
my TV. That's my TV show stuff.
TV
is,
show.
Like
I'm
character
genuinely
associations with people who know me in real life now have changed. Like
But
nobody
it's great.
associates me with
Sam
Tom
is
Hiddleston
evolving.
and Loki. You guys
Yeah,
associate me with
character
that still
development.
because he is still the
The
love of
character
my
development.
life. but,
Sam
like,
has character development. Oh my.
my character development is I hate villains only in Star Wars.
It's a development in some way, whether you like it or not. That was very true. I didn't watch a lot of TV last year. Now that I'm thinking about it, there's stuff
Mine
that I
was
need to
rewatches.
watch.
Mine were all
I
rewatches.
watched
I just
quite a
rewatched
few.
Supernatural for like the
Like-
900 millionth time.
Like in terms of new shit, I can't even really name a lot.
I watched quite a
that's
few.
interesting.
What'd you watch, Karlos?
I watched the new Scott Pilgrim show, which was amazing.
Oh yes, Cashin keeps telling me to
Yeah,
watch that.
It's very, very good, and like it took a turn because like I thought it was just gonna be an adaptation of like what happened in
The
the movie
graphic
and
novel?
the
Oh,
well, I haven't read the graphic novel, so I don't know what exactly happened. But I thought it would just be similar of what happened to the movie, but then it took a serious turn, and I was like, whoa, I was not expecting this. And then like it was actually a really good decision because you get to learn more about the side characters aside from Scott Pilgrim. And I'm just like, oh my god, yes, everybody gets character development. Let's go. So it's just like I genuinely really loved it. Also, the animation style is also really, really good.
yeah, it's cute.
Um,
I
so-
remember seeing.
Yeah, I've seen
all
the-
stuff
I've
for it.
seen
It's
it.
adorable.
Yeah. Yeah, so both Colleen and I really, really enjoyed that. And
Nice.
other shows, I finished Barry, season 4 with Bill Hader.
I need to finish it.
Um,
Thank you for
I
reminding me. I
think-
need to finish Barry.
it was like it
I don't
was
have
good.
HBO, that's why I haven't finished it.
Oof. I'll talk to you later about this. But like, because like you have my HBO, y'all have my HBO.
Yeah.
It's in the chat. But like,
I'm saying I don't. Like, I'm not logged into it. I was logged into somebody else's account, and I didn't want to watch because I didn't want to watch it on their account because it's not the kind of stuff they watch, and they didn't make like sub account, whatever. It's
you can
complicated.
watch
Don't
on
worry
my
about it.
you can watch
I
on my
will.
account. Like
I will.
I will say I preferred the earlier seasons of Barry, but I thought it still was a pretty solid show. Like really solid show. Like I don't know how it's nominated for comedy still because like the last 2 seasons are just depression.
I feel like that's what's gonna happen with the bear, which we will get to in like 2 seconds.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah.
bear is more on the bear later. But I finished Barry, finished Ted Lasso, which is like
Still need to finish Ted Lasso, for fuck's sake.
it's very wholesome, but it's also just like kind of like Barry in the sense where like this used to be a comedy, but now it's dealing with some very heavy
What
topics.
is
I
with
don't know how you're.
what is with the?
It's like
That's the funny bit. Like comedy is
That's the part
depressing.
of it you don't
Yeah,
expect.
funny. No, because like it's
Sadness.
Jason Sudeikis and Bill Hader, so it's like
Oh, yeah.
SNL comedians are going through some shit.
They're going through
apparently.
something.
They're going.
Yeah, they're going through
something.
They're going
shit.
through.
Then yeah, and The Last of Us, which came out like a year
Aw.
ago.
Oh man.
Wait, I'll bring up The Last of Us later when Marcus comes back, because I don't know where he went, but I feel like he has thoughts on it.
Did
he watch it?
I don't know. I don't think he did, but like he's aware of it in the games.
Oh, there.
there it is.
I mean, yeah.
Marcus.
Marcus, Mark, can he put his
Marcus.
fucking headphones back on?
Marcus,
Jesus.
what is he doing?
This is what happens.
Why is he
This is what
doing
happens when we talk
Do you
to
want
film for
to
2
like
hours.
call him? Be
Why
like,
is he
go
cleaning his
I'll talk about
room?
I'll talk about the bear,
You-
and then
He got Oreo. He got more food, guys.
I mean, I've been eating all my
Wait.
snacks. Wait,
Yeah.
Marcus, we've been trying to call you for the past like 2 minutes.
Oh, what's up?
no, because like I wanted
The
to
Last
ask
of
if
Us.
you had any thoughts about The Last of Us, because like the show came out last
Yeah,
year.
I do have a couple of thoughts.
Mm.
One, I haven't seen it. Two, cool.
What the fuck?
Never
We
mind.
waited for
I don't
nothing.
know,
Okay,
it's
okay.
Pointless.
I've seen a couple of like snippets of it because I think it was Connor that wanted to watch some parts like that he watched it in our when we were still roommates, and I just pop in once in a while. I mean, you'd think that The Last of Us would be something that I watched. I watched some
No,
small
not
snippets
really.
of it. Uh, just because, for one, I know how the story goes, like for The Last of Us, like generally.
Yeah.
I know that I think certain
Mhm.
aspects of the TV show are a bit different to how the plot goes in the actual game. But I know
Exactly.
roughly kind of what happens, and I'm just like, I really don't need to see a live action remake of this, man. Like, I look,
You know what?
No,
That's
it's
so valid.
no, because like I've replayed the Last of Us like the part 1 story so many times that it's ingrained into my brain, and then I like watched a couple seconds of like, what scene was it? You know when they're like in a town with, I think it was, what's the name of those, the guy and his younger brother, or was it his son?
Oh, Henry and Sam.
Yeah, Henry and
Oh,
Sam.
fuck.
And you know how there's that one scene before Henry gets infected, or it's where Henry gets infected, where like
No, Sam. Okay, spoilers for The Last of Us game
spoiler,
intro.
yeah,
Sam,
spoilers.
like Henry's the older brother,
Yeah,
and
or
Sam
like
is like the
the
younger
younger brother
brother.
gets
And
infected, right? Because like they were in that like
yeah,
huge thing, and they're being chased by like actual humans, and then there's like a
yeah,
huge like sprawl of infected. I saw that scene, and seeing it in real life is brutal. Like
it
that
is. Oh,
that
so brutal,
like
and
I remember
especially for
I
the
remember they were saying for that, like, to like the on the like, the enemy team kind of thing, like the guy who had the big gun, he was like, telling the person to run because there was like a bloated coming towards him.
a bloater. Yeah,
Yeah, and the bloater like just grabbed the dude and like ripped his face off, and the back was like, holy shit.
no, they did the game like kill animation.
No,
It was
literally, I was like,
insane.
oh my, like
No, but like
seeing it in real life was
yeah,
so brutal to me. And like seeing it as a game was already brutal enough to me. Seeing it in like small snippets of it in real life, like almost messed with my
No,
brain.
that's valid.
So I was,
That's valid.
yeah.
so
No,
I was like,
it's so much
Damn.
more brutal.
like I understand that they're very like they're keeping it very true to the material, but that's the reason why I didn't want to see it, because they were keeping it very true to the material.
It's an interesting adaptation because it's like there are like some small changes that they add to the show that are like, it's like, oh, okay, it adds more context to scenes that happen later on, and like it adds like, I don't, it changes like the stakes of it. Like for example, like one of the changes they had for like Sam, now that since you mentioned him, is that like for the show they made him younger, and they also made him deaf.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it made like Sam like more of like, you know, it made him more like, oh, I have to like protect this person, you know, especially since they're so vulnerable in this like apocalypse setting. And then like it just makes what happens to them so much more brutal. But like, so like there are some like changes here and there, but it's also just like there are also some scenes where they just keep it for like beat for beat. Like this is literally just the game, but like live action.
yeah. I
It's
think
like the same script and like framing and everything, and it's like it's a very interesting balance of like trying to do something new but also trying to please like fans of the
Yeah,
original game, and
I
like
re-
trying to
but
like stay
yeah, I remember that there was also, wasn't
faithful.
there also
But
that moment where like they brought Ashley Johnson in, but she played Ellie's mom.
yes, that was in
Yeah,
the finale.
I know
Yeah,
Yeah,
about that.
and then she like gave
yeah,
birth to Ellie like while fighting an infected, I think.
that's what mothers do.
That's the one thing I
um
know. That's the one thing I knew
It
about
was
from the
funny.
show,
It
other
was
than
funny
the
yeah,
because
infected scene of it.
I remember during like the stealth section of that episode with like Henry and Sam. You know when they're like rationing food and then they eventually have to move, and then they suddenly run into like Joel and Ellie. I just remember like
yeah.
as a joke, I brought out my controller and just started like playing with the controller as the show was going. And Connor just looks at me. He's just like, "Come on, man."
Damn.
Come on,
See,
man.
he had more thoughts about it than we.
yeah.
thought.
See,
There you
Marcus, you
go.
actually
Marcus is part of
have.
the yeah.
Marcus is
No,
actually alive
Marcus
like 2
has
hours into this
consumed.
fucking thing.
for like yeah, for like a small like what
Speaks.
like 10-minute snippet of an episode
It's
that
okay.
I
We're
watched.
gonna move. We're moving. We're moving. We're moving.
Yeah, I think we're gonna move to music soon because we don't have. Oh wait, Carlos, do you have anything else to say TV wise? Because you didn't really mention the bear.
Oh, the
Bear.
bear.
I need to watch
I'll
that.
keep it brief. I'll
Fuck.
keep it brief.
Hurry
It's
up.
heavy, but it also like hits. It also like made me like. I was talking to my dad a little bit because it's obviously about like starting up your own restaurant, and I just felt like that. I felt like that that would resonate with him a lot because like he had his own like business back in the day, and it was just like I really like the show because I felt like it's giving me more of an idea of like what like my dad was going through back in the day with like his restaurants and like what my granddad was going through when he like did Chow King and
This subtle flex. This
This was
motherfucker.
Subtle.
This motherfucker.
subtle. I don't have a lot of flexes, so like let me give it this one.
You have plenty of flexes. What are you talking about, bro?
But
Yeah, so
but
my
yeah,
granddad just
like
like casually founded Chowking, you know.
Yeah, like one of the biggest food chains in the Philippines. Like, yeah,
Philippines.
sure.
yeah, but like the bear was very very good, and I really liked it. And you know, like working right now in like food service, like watching the bear just like made me like I don't know appreciate my job more and like have more respect for it because it is grueling, but it's also like it can also be rewarding at times. So I
I'm
really
sorry.
dug
You
the bear.
work in food service, and it took watching a TV show about food service for you to respect food service workers. So you didn't respect them before you got a job.
No,
and
no,
before you
no,
went
no, I respect food service
I get-
workers. I'm just meant like
I'm saying it's the way you
don't
phrased
come
it.
after me.
I was after you.
But like, oh my god, because like I was just like in this post like, especially in like post graduation, I'm just like, damn, am I really working in this like, job that like high schoolers do, and I just can't find like success in like my field yet. But then like, the show just kind of helped me think like I was coming around to it
Oh no.
already, but then like
Oh, no.
watching like the bear, especially season 2, it's just made me think like, okay, there's like like I like the station that I found myself in, yeah.
All right.
But yeah, that's all I got to
We've
say.
been talking for too long. We are talking
Yeah.
about film
We
and
talked about
TV
film for
too long.
so long. I mean, the TV section was quite short, but we talked about film for so long. I'm so sorry.
I'm
I
sorry,
do.
Mark.
Okay,
That's
and
really
and
us.
guess what? I'm about to add something to film because actually, I do have to watch a bunch.
See, last
No,
week.
I do have to watch a bunch of things for class. This is 2024 related, but so among the things that I watched, Hassan Minaj's comedy special, and The Great
Which
Hack.
came out in like
Which one?
2018.
Yeah,
Which
Like,
one?
not even King's Jester.
Homecoming-
You watched Homecoming King.
that came out in 2017.
Bro, we're talking about shit that came out in 2023. Like, I didn't even mention the films I watched in
Yeah,
2023.
I didn't even
that wasn't
mention my
of the
rewatches,
year.
bro.
Oh, okay. Then okay, moving on.
Yeah, book out of here. No.
Damn!
Damn.
No.
All right. Moving on.
Moving on to the big boy. Another big boy. Music.
Oh my god,
Music.
finally
Music,
I can
music.
contribute.
It's time for Spotify Wrapped time, baby. As if I wasn't very loud about it when it dropped. I literally like.
Oh my god, wait,
stopped
do you have your
everything.
Spotify Wrapped like
Yes.
saved still?
Yes,
I
I have it.
screen recorded my Spotify Wrapped, like the entire thing.
I
It's
took
on my
Pull up them
multiple
receipts, girls.
screenshots. And like
Oh, wait,
also
really?
like, sent it
Girlies,
in the
pull
group
up your
chat.
receipts.
Is this how we're doing it? We're just gonna go over.
I mean, like, we can go over.
Spotify Wrapped,
No, no.
we can talk about it,
Okay.
like how
Yeah, like we can
Just
go over
music.
all our Spotify Wraps as a like starting point, because like some of these don't touch some new releases that came in 2023.
yeah, like after or
Yeah,
it's like
after the-
new
like,
music
after
that we
rap.
happen to have found after
Yeah.
rap.
Yeah, but like you know what
Oh,
what our listening was like in 2023. This is Wrapped is always a good starting point to start the
I have
conversation.
a question before we do this. How many of you have POV indie as one of your top genres?
Me, what the fuck is POV
I don't know
indie?
what that means.
Yeah.
Surprisingly,
You
not
have
for
any
me.
genres? Yeah, for Marcus, I'm very surprised.
I'm
Considering
surprised
he's
Marcus
like,
doesn't. I'm surprised. Why does Marcus not have it, but I do?
yeah,
My-
I know.
My
I'm
genre,
like,
my
I'm
genre
listening
is
to
rock.
rock and punk.
Your
Damn.
top genre or one of like
My
do you not have
my top genre is rock.
I'm so offended
It's like
by
POV
mine's-
indie, like none of your top genres, like at all.
Wait, none of yours is indie? Wait, I'm
Oh,
actually really surprised.
there,
with
no, yeah.
Marcus.
POV indie is my second.
Oh,
Okay.
see?
Okay.
I didn't say top. I said how many of you have it in your
Oh,
top
okay.
I
five?
don't.
I have
I had it.
Mine
have-
is
I
very
don't know how
funny.
or
I have
why.
rock,
I don't know how.
POV indie, soft rock, indie pop, and pop.
So rock and pop. Indie. It's just a
That's
Marcus in a
info.
nutshell.
Yeah.
Mine is quite
Sounds
funny.
very Marcus.
It's
No,
about
Yeah.
my top genres is quite funny. Was Broadway, pop,
Of course.
West End, rock, movie
Specific.
tunes. I love how it specifically was like Broadway, New
West
York, and then
End.
like West End because I'm in England. Like yes, like of
British?
course
Yeah.
you called me out.
Not so
I-
valid
yeah.
though.
It is. It is.
British. Yeah.
British.
Yeah.
What was
I'm,
yours,
like-
Sam?
I'm like surprised by what my top one was. I'm not surprised it's in there. I'm surprised that it was my highest one, considering like I
Yeah.
didn't think I listened to that genre as much. But it's specifically pop punk,
Mm.
which I like. The only band I could think of that still fits into that genre that I consistently listen to is Water Parks. But like when I look at Water Parks' music, their music is not pop punk. Like it's not labeled as pop punk anymore. So I'm just surprised that that's my
even
highest
in
genre.
even in like the Spotify algorithm, because the Spotify algorithm is kind of funny with how they group.
No,
certain
they're
artists.
just kind of considered like. I think when I look at them, it's like neon pop or something because they have like so much techno stuff in their music now that it's like a different.
That's
they're
fair.
an entirely different
Oh,
genre
that's
too.
that's interesting then.
Yeah, but like pop punk is my top one. My second highest was pop because I listen to a lot of like K-pop stuff, but like it's not like. But there's like BTS has a lot of English stuff. I listen to a lot of like.
Yeah.
I listen to some like stuff like older pop songs, like a lot of like nostalgia, like 2010s.
Yeah,
like Kesha.
nostalgia stuff. Yeah, yeah.
like,
2010s and the
Britney
late
Spears
2000s,
and
like
stuff like
yeah,
that.
our
like,
shit. To be fair, I ended up in a
One
spiral.
Direction. I listen to a lot of One Direction.
Guys, wait, speaking on this tangent, this is the first year ever that One Direction or the Glee cast does not make an appearance in my Spotify Wrapped. This is
funny,
a
actually.
life-changing moment for
That is
me.
so
that those
funny,
two
actually.
finally, at the age of 22, have disappeared from my Wrapped.
That is really funny. Yeah. But I mean, the other three genres for mine. This is the one I'm surprised is not higher up, but it's metalcore, which is the one I mainly
Yeah.
listen to. Metalcore is my third genre, and then fourth. This is not my last genre. This is fourth. Is POV indie, which I'm very confused about, because I think there's only
yeah.
there's only one artist I think fits into POV indie, which I will get into more into later. But like, there's only one artist I listen to. I listen to them a lot, but I don't think I listen to them enough. Because there's one artist in my whole list of like 3,000 songs playlist. Like,
Damn.
they have like 100 something songs. Like, it's not. I'm surprised that it's there. I know I listen to them a lot, but I didn't think I listened to them enough for them to like skew my genres that much. And then my last one was rock, which is like, you know,
Yeah,
I listen to
that's
like a
tough
lot
as
of Green
fuck.
Day, a lot of like 182,
Yeah.
a lot of. Well, maybe that's why I have pop punk up there because I listen to Blink and Green Day because
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
there
they
you
do
go.
His
kind of.
boyfriend.
They do.
boyfriend
Yeah.
like band.
Yeah. Back
Carlos,
to
what's
POV
yours?
indie though, like, mine is like POV indie is on top, and
Mhm.
then Soul is number 2.
Ooh,
Which
Oh,
makes
that's
nice.
deep.
I like
Yeah.
that.
I like that.
Look, I
That's very
got
fitting
I
for
got
you.
back into collecting records this year, so I was like, so
You felt
like
the
I was, and also, yeah, so I was like listening to a lot of like Otis Redding and, yeah, a lot of that, and my top genres are not that surprising. It's just
Yeah,
POV indie,
Yours are very
soul,
fitting.
indie rock, and indie
Yep.
pop. Like that's literally
Yeah,
it.
dude, every
Those are-
every single
are-
indie that you can think of for Carlos has appeared.
It's just
I
indie.
mean,
And then
yeah,
soul.
it-
Every kind of indie. And then soul.
It makes sense
Yeah.
though because like
Yeah, no, I'm not
early
surprised.
like yeah,
Yeah.
like it makes sense though because early last year I was like that was when I was writing adulting and like that was
Yeah.
like that was
That's
it's
the vibe.
the premise of it is basically just like loosely recapping like my college years, so like starting back in freshman year 2019. So like when I was in the writing stage of that, I was just listening to a lot of the music that I was listening to a lot of the time back then. So it was like Wallows and like Claro
Shout out.
and
Shout out.
Oh my
Deep Pit.
gosh, yeah.
Yeah, just a
God.
lot, like peak Saberbs.
No,
Shout
literally.
out
Like
Technos. Shout out. But yeah, so no surprises there, honestly.
Yeah.
I think the reason.
What about you,
oh, sorry.
Marcus?
Well, I think the thing that surprises me is the fact that rock is the top genre, considering I'm looking at my Wrapped and it's very much a very heavily like indie kind of list, because for the first time in since like 2019, or for the first time ever since I've actually followed my
John
rap.
Mayer isn't your top artist?
Well, no, okay, hang on.
No, John Mayer was still his top artist.
John Mayer.
was the
So
top artist.
it's my rap is weird in that there's no John Mayer song that cracks the top 20 on my rap, but John Mayer is still my most listened to artist, and I'm in like 0.005% of listeners. So I've clearly been listening to John Mayer like a lot, and
Just not
You
one.
don't listen to
not-
like one song specifically. You just listen to his music in general, I guess is what that's saying.
Yeah.
Well, getting to that as well, I think the reason why rock overtook POV indie is because there was one song that I was listening to on repeat for John Mayer in the month of May. I will not get into why, but yeah, so but I feel like POV indie and rock are like almost like it could have been one or the other, just because there's so much indie on my rap. Like and I'm like, I guess the reason why rock also overtook is the mix of John Mayer and like the 80s songs that I've been listening to. Because like Tears for Fears is here, Fleetwood Mac is here, Coldplay somehow made it back.
Made it back.
Leonard Skinner made it into my rap for the first time ever.
Leonard Skinner.
Skinner, I don't know how to say it. Steely Dan made it.
Yeah.
Hall and Oates, Paul Simon, but I think that's more pop.
Wait. Should we do the top fives then? Because you're now just naming your entire
Naming your
100 song list, which
Yeah.
is
Before we
forever.
continue, Jemal said all I remember from my rap is that a lot of it was Lola Amor.
Ha!
Yes, Lola Amor.
Lola Amor.
Raining in Manila. I that cover that Chris Martin did was surprisingly very good.
Wait, he made a cover of it?
What
When he
during
was
the
in
Coldplay
Manila,
concert?
like
The
during
Coldplay
the
concert.
first night of the Coldplay concert.
I did
I
not.
heard
I
about that.
I
Solo.
did not know.
He played it solo, and then like the band came on. Can I just say I have been listening to Lola Amor since like 2020. That is
Okay.
my confession.
Okay. I only have that one Lola Amor song.
An
It's number
OG.
49.
I
I don't
do
know
not
if any
Lola
Filipino
Amor. I don't
songs
know
made
the-
it to my list. I didn't
have a-
listen to as much.
One of the
Last
things.
year,
One of the things we
unfortunately.
should do. One of the things we should do for the end of like the music section should be like, let's make predictions for what our rap's gonna look like.
Oh, I already
I-
know, bro.
I see. I would, and then it's like, oh my god, which of my
I have
artists is
no
gonna
idea,
release
honestly.
new
I
shit?
already know.
I have no clue.
I have a rough idea.
I haven't.
I'm a creature of habit.
I usually am, and then sometimes shit hits the fan, and I'm like,
I
God,
have
okay.
I have a couple
Yeah.
predictions that I want to make, but we'll do that later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But should we
Good choice,
do
though. I like
artists
Lola.
since Marcus already
Yeah.
started kind of listing out
Yeah,
his?
since Marcus, you
Yeah.
can do your top 5 artists and like judge or whatever.
Okay, so my top 5 artists. Number 1, John Mayer. No surprise.
Mhm.
We all
the
know
most
this.
the most melancholic yay I've ever heard in my life. But the thing is, like, as much as I'm like, it's crazy that I
It's
achieved
so you
like
though.
it. No, like, as much as I want to say, like, I'm really like surprised that I achieved the 5-peat, like 5 years in a row of John Mayer as my top artist. I was like,
That's kind of crazy.
I'm like a little
get
disappointed because I was trying to like branch out and get other artists to be my number 1. It's not like it wasn't
But
like a
sometimes you can't help listen
I
to
mean,
what
like,
you
Well,
want.
yeah, well, yeah.
Laugh.
no, but
But
yeah,
it's
but
also,
like
you said that his music isn't in your top 20, so it's like you did branch out. It's just you listen to his music just as a whole. You
No,
listen to his
that-
discography a lot, so it doesn't make like.
well, that's
it's
the
not
thing.
that bad.
That's the thing. So like, Men I Trust is number 2. And
Ooh.
the thing is, I'm surprised that Man I Trust was number 2 because Boy Pablo is number 3, and I thought Boy Pablo was gonna be my number 1
That's-
this year.
Midnight Trust is my manager's top one.
Hey man,
Manager.
I am
Shout
your
out.
manager. Yee, I'm
Shout
kidding.
What the
Excuse me?
fuck?
What? Fuck?
It's joke. No, but I wanted Men I Trust to be my
I'm
top.
not laughing.
Damn.
You wanted it to be your top. You
Yeah.
wanted it to be your top, so you should have tried harder.
Yeah, no, clearly skill issue for me.
I'm kidding.
Um,
I'm so kidding.
No, but boy,
Skill issue.
the thing
damn.
is, I thought
Skill issue talaga.
from like I don't know, from like March onwards, I thought that Boy Pablo was gonna end up being my number 1, and then John Mayer still came out on top. I was like, okay. Dayglow was number 4. Ah, shit, I lost the list. Dayglow was number 4. I'm happy about that. And the one that I'm most disappointed in myself about is Leve is number 5. And I'm like, what kind of fan am I? How dare I?
Especially because her new album came out.
No,
last
exactly.
year.
So like, did I just not listen to Bewitched enough?
Dude, I just listened to. Oh god, my list is funny when
Like,
we get to that.
No,
because
because like you know, in your raps, you get like your heat maps of like when you like listen to like artists the most.
Yeah, or like peak listening month came up. Like
Yeah,
what
I have
artist did you
those.
like?
And it's
Yeah.
crazy because my John Mayer heat map looks smaller than my Boy Pablo heat map. Because look at this, if I can show it, like that. Oh fuck.
No, you can't.
God.
No, dude, you're fucked.
Yeah, it's not showing
You
up.
can't see it.
Yeah,
wait,
bro,
wait.
you're fucked, bro.
Oh,
You're
because
still-
it's the blur.
It's
It's
still not
the
working.
it's the blur. It's the blur. There. How about that? So that's my John Mayer
Yeah,
heat
we can
map.
get.
That's
okay,
my
no, I can see.
that's
yeah,
my
the peak.
and that's my Boy Pablo heat map.
Interesting.
I see.
So there's like a heavier listening period, and somehow it didn't make. Anyway, yeah. Do we want to do top 5
Those
songs,
are your top artists.
or do you
No,
want
no,
to?
no.
Wait,
We'll
we're
do
still doing
artists
this?
first.
Oh, okay.
Artists.
Let's talk. Jesus Christ.
on.
We didn't let you talk for 2
No.
hours, but
Yeah. We're still gonna
Hold on.
sentence Marcus again.
I will take the keys from you.
Oh shit! I need to turn on my studio light again. There you go.
Okay,
Yeah.
who's next? Who wants to go next?
Who's next? You decide. Up.
Is this middle school?
What the fuck is this
You
guy
get to
doing? Wait, okay.
you go next because you did that.
Yeah, Carlos, you go next. This is your punishment.
Alright, no, yeah, damn. Number 1 is Fleet Foxes, which is valid because like I got into them a lot, like over November
Yes,
actually in like 2022 when I was
Mhm.
like in my hermit era. Then
Hermit.
like I listened to them. I listened to them again, like over the course of the first few months of the year, so makes sense. And then there's not a lot of surprises in my rap, honestly, because it's like Wallows, then Somersault, then Claro, then Peach Pit. So it's like
That's very
Just
you.
yeah. But Claro especially because she released that Electric Ladyland.
Yes,
Studios.
and it's so
Mm.
amazing.
It's so good.
It rose from the grave to agree with you.
It's amazing.
I
It's
think
like, oh
I
my
think
God.
that the thing that I like the most about it is it's like it's not that she did like a complete redo of Bags, but there's a different feel to Bags in that performance.
Not just Bags, but like Partridge, and just like it feels like completely like just that whole like session. It just felt like this is not the same person who made like Pretty Girl like all those years ago. You know, she's grown so much.
Yeah, she's
as
no
an
longer
artist,
Sad
and like
Girl
it's in
Hours.
full it's yeah, but it's in full display in the studio session, and I was just listening to it for like weeks. It was so good.
There's this.
Good slay.
Then,
Sorry, go ahead.
but the other artists are just like I touched on it earlier. I was listening to indie a lot recently, in the first few months, well, sporadically throughout the year, and Peach Pit has just been like a constant, like for the past few years for me, and like my top 5 artists. They're probably like not my John Mayer, but like to Marcus, but like they're like I just come back to them a lot. So
Mm-hmm.
that's my top 5.
Play.
Hey.
Who wants to go next?
Right. I have an. I'm gonna like flex with my top artists. So
Okay.
Sam, can you go? So Sam, can you go next? Cause I need to like
You might
make
as
sure
well
I have
go
this.
out of place though.
Damn.
Mine's like
Okay,
super
sure.
out of place though.
Okay, sure. I'll go first. Is this even right? Okay. So, again, this is the first year that notable snubs of One Direction and the Glee cast, and anyone even One Direction related, as in Harry Styles isn't even on this list, even though I saw him in concert last year.
Oh, interesting.
So, I know. To no one's surprise,
Is this really Mischa?
Leve is my number. To no one's surprise, Leve is my number one artist because of this fucking album. Even
been
though
me.
this
Should've been
like this album came out like end of August, right? So that means like it only had about two and a bit months unwrapped. Like, is like there's like 2 songs from this album in my top 5. And
I would, but mine's at home.
let's go. So she is
Let's
numero
go.
uno.
I have to say though, listening
numer-
to that album on vinyl is a wholly different experience.
It is. It is. Oh my god. Like religious experience. Second, Taylor Swift is my second most listened to
Interesting.
artist of the year.
Damn.
Mainly
Nice.
because again of the re-releases. To be quite honest with you, like literally 1989 came out 3 days before Wrapped End, and it almost made my top 5 songs. Like because this is my favorite ever
Damn.
Taylor
Really?
Swift album, and I literally like just listened to it all that weekend to be like, I want to try and make this my like, and I think that's why this ended up being one of my top. She ended up being my second most played artist because it said like my peak listening month was October because that's when this came out. Lately, surprisingly, was April, but I think it's because I was in my feels, to be honest, when I listened to Leve.
Damn. My peak listening month for Leve was
Damn.
September. I wonder why.
So she was number 2. Number 3.
Oh.
Do you have a vinyl
Sorry,
for
hold
all of your?
on.
Oh my goodness.
This is my flex, baby. I got a vinyl for all my top 5. We
Damn.
have Lizzie McAlpine. Technically more so her first album.
Give me a minute.
Give
Give
me
me a minute.
One of
More
the
so, but I
greatest
don't have that on
albums of all time,
vinyl.
I'm
But
sorry.
like, I love that album so much, and the feeling I have listening to that album is so special. And certain songs, like we'll get to songs later.
Yeah.
But like Lizzie was my number, like she had my number 1 song. Like, don't get me wrong, 5 Seconds Flat, excellent album. I have like absolute bangers on this album. But there's a feeling that I feel like, especially for us as a group, that like Give Me a Minute gave us, that is
Yeah.
very very special. And
Yes.
that's like, oh, like Lizzie and Leve are my duo. I'm also very proud because usually most of my artists are just men, so this is the first like very female heavy like year. So I'm like I'm breaking down my former ways.
I mean to
He's
be
breaking
like
down.
for
Sorry.
me.
Okay.
into
Sorry.
pieces,
Hold on.
disintegrating.
Hold on. Before we continue, Jemal said, I'm gonna head out for a run. Have fun and congrats on Spectre, Carlos. Oh, thanks, man. It was good
Oh,
seeing you again
cute.
and having you on stream. Can't wait to
Yes.
see you soon.
Damn, he about to do that cross country again. Shout out.
Yeah, look at him go. Let's go, Gem.
I know he did a marathon recently with Kenzo.
Yeah.
and
Oh
did this,
damn.
Yeah. Yeah, and then like Jemal was fine, obviously, but like Kenzo was like, like yeah.
Are you
No
just really
way-
just
no way
airing
you
out
just-
our
no
former friends from high school?
No way you just made Kenzo catch a stray, bro. That's insane.
Yeah, no, you're just really airing
No,
out your
Kenzo was
friends from
telling
high
me. 'Cause,
school.
like, no, Kenzo was telling me this. so
He's
I'm
okay
like,
with putting this out into the world.
He's fine with you just.
That's true.
Yeah, for-
That's true.
That's
Okay.
Anyway,
it's
Mischa,
good
to
see
your
them again.
to your
Let
point
Mischa
that you
finish.
made. To your point that you made, I think. Oh, never mind. I changed. Sorry. Let me take that back. Never mind. Go on.
Okay, my
Let me
4th
finish my-
artist.
Top 5. Yeah.
One of the greatest albums of all time. It's because of this album.
Hey.
Fleetwood Mac is my number
Let's
4.
go.
Like throughout the year, like my music changed. My music changes, but like Fleetwood Mac was one of the mainstays of like stuff from Rumors would like always stay in my playlist, whether it be Songbird, The Chain, You Make Love and Fun, like I Don't Want to Know, like this and like just multiple songs of this album just were on repeat for the entire year. So like God's 10th album. And number 5, which is kind of technically the only I mean Fleetwood Mac has men, but like it's Stevie Nicks.
That's not important. That's not important.
Hozier was my number 5. Also, no one's surprised because I saw him live and I just was listening to him nonstop since then. So godsend of an album, like insane debut album from this man. Also, insane new album from this man as well.
Oh my god, Karlos!
Shout out.
I mean, it's Unreal on Earth, also very good. But yes, that is my top 5 of the year.
Of the year. Your top 5 artists?
In artists.
Yeah.
In vinyl, because I can flex that.
Ah, fucking
Yes. See, mine is very much not in the vibe of this, which is reflected in my top 5 genres as well. But like, it's very they know, so it's very much me. But it's like my top 5 is very much one of these things is not like the other kind of situation. So, I don't know if I should go backwards because I think it's funny because it kind of connects to what my number 5 kind of connects with Mischa.
Okay.
Oh, so
yeah.
I'm gonna go backwards. My number 5 of my top 5 was actually Hozier, which is why I'm saying one of these things is not like the other. He's like
Yeah.
the only one that doesn't either fit into the genre that I listen to, or he's not like a scene band or scene musician in any way. It's just the Irish bog man.
Real.
Our
So real.
Yes.
Lesbian forest fairy king.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, I just, in general, I mean, even before this year, I just listened to a lot of Hozier. He's, like, one of the few, like, I guess he's not really rock music, but he's, like, the like, rock music that I listen to. I just really like his music, and there's a lot of, like, religious stuff in it that I kind of, because it's very kind of goth, like, the whole connection to, like, nature and religion, but it's not, like, in a rock and roll, like, death and, like, the beauty of death kind of way. It's more of just, like, you know, this is a story about religion in like a kind of more of like a romantic way, and not like a like you need to worship God kind of way, but it's like romanticizing like the bad stories about like religion. So that's like, I don't know, I really resonate with Hozier. So like it's just, he's my number 5.
There's a lot of mythology, especially on this newest album. That's really,
his newest one is
cool.
very much like more mythology based. It's not specifically like Catholicism, Christianity, whatever you want to refer to it as, but like, yeah, but Hozier like resonates a lot with me, so I listen to a lot of his music. But that was the only one that kind of fits into the vibe of the rest of you guys. My number 4 is a band I actually met, and I talked about in the other one, and I've like seen them live. But it's they're a more recent, they're a band I'm like, they're pretty new. Like I think the band itself is like 2 years old, and like I think their lead singer is like my age or like slightly older than us. But they're called Dark Divine. It says that my peak listening month for them was September, which is the month that I went to go see them in concert. So it's like basically the entire build up to the concert. Also, their album from last year came out September, I think it was September 8th or 9th, whichever the Friday of that day was, which is like 3 days before the concert that I went to go see them in. So their album had just come out.
Timing.
Yeah, their album had just come out when I saw them, and I'm like I said in the other one, I'm the certified like #1 fan for a song called Hive Mind in the Discord server, which is off of the new album. So that's impressive.
Checks out.
But yeah, they're a band I saw, they're a band I met, they're my number 4. I thought they were gonna be higher, but then there's also a band on my top 5 that I didn't even expect to be in my top 10. So like, that's an entirely different thing. And yeah, but on the topic of a band that I didn't think was gonna be even in my top 10, but is somehow my number 3, is Rammstein.
Ooh.
Du hast. Du.
Bruh.
Du hast. Du hast.
Du hast.
So clearly I listened to them beyond Du hast, because thing that developed. This is after Wrapped, so it doesn't show up in any of like my Wrapped and any of my stats and like the playlist or anything like that. I listen to a lot of German metal, and I also only started really getting into it like after Spotify Wrapped came out. I don't know why, it just like happened. But it's like prior to that, I was listening to like German music, but it was mostly artists who sang in English. It's like especially like Lord of the Lost and like Eurovision, which I'll get to later probably. But it's like I listen to a lot of like German music. I don't know why. I just listen to a lot of German music, but like Rammstein is one that I listen to because I remember like the song Du hast was just like a song that I know everybody knows, but they don't know like who the band that it's singing, what they're singing about, the band that sang it, and like anything other than like, it's just a song with a cool beat, and like it's very repetitive. But yeah, Rammstein is my number 3. And it says my peak listening month was March, because I think March, like, the first half of March, I was exclusively listening to, like, them and Motionless in White. Those, like, the only 2 things I was listening for the entirety of March. So it was literally, like, a band that I've been listening to forever, and, like, a band I only recently got into that's, like, older than basically anybody in the server. And, like, most of the people I know in... They're from, like, the, like, mid-90s. So, like, this band is old.
Damn.
But yeah. And then, so number 2, another band that I didn't meet them like last year, but I met them like 2 years ago when their previous album came out. I met them and I saw them in concert, which is also the first concert that me and Keshin ever went to, and it's like the reason why me and Keshin are together. Is Water Parks.
Yeah.
Let's
Big
go.
slay.
Yeah. They released an album last year called Intellectual Property, and my number 1 song is from that album because it's like I just kept listening to the song over and over and over again because it has like it has an energy to it. It's like it's angry, but it's not like aggressive anger, even though the song itself is kind of like aggressive. But yeah, Water Parks is my second. They're a band that they were my number 1 last year, and I think all of my top 5 songs were from the same album. No, not last year, 2 years ago. They were my number 1 artist. And every single song in my top 5 was from the album that they released 2 years ago. And I think this is the first year, like, ever on my Spotify Wrapped where my top 5 songs are not all from the same artist, and they're not all from my top artists. So,
She's expanding her tastes. Character development is happening.
But anyway, my number 1, since I went backwards because I wanted to connect it somehow to you guys, but my number 1 is a band I've seen live twice. I've high-fived their lead singer during one of the songs, and I've also like met them, and I did like a whole like Q&A like trivia thing with them, and I've met their bassist. Is Motionless in White. The band I've kind of been...
Sam, you and I are number 1 artists. We're essentially besties with them. Think about it.
Kind of, yes. Kind of, yes.
Meanwhile, Marcus is crying in the corner.
Yeah, Marcus is fucking dying.
it was between my
his knees in a Target parking lot.
It was between my Leve shirt and my Albon shirt that I was gonna put on for the stream, and I picked the Albon shirt.
I've met both.
You fuck!
And I've befriended both on the same day. But yes, Sam.
But
bestie friends is their number 1 artist.
My number one artist is Motionless in White. They're a band that I've been a fan of since like middle school. They weren't like my favorite band, but like more recently, as I've gotten older, since like post high school, they're like a band I really really like. And they're metalcore, but they've kind of started to like shift away from that. They did like a collaboration with EDM artist recently. On like their album, because the EDM artist had like a bunch of like scene bands on it. Like I think he has a song with like the Elenium, I think is the name of the EDM artist. They have a song with like Avril Lavigne and like a bunch of other like alternate, like Spirit Box is another one, which is a band I also listen to, but they're like a metal, like a proper like heavy metal band that like did a collab with this artist. So it's like Motionless has kind of been drifting away from the exclusively like screamy metalcore, like angry at the world kind of vibe, even though they did have a song about cutting up rich people and eating them like ham. The world is burning and we need to like solve all of our problems. And there's like but it's like they're very like there's also like the very goth of like love like but there's a whole like concept of like they're more like love and death and like soulmates and everything like that. Like one of my favorite songs from them is called Eternally Yours, and it's just about like I like you. It's like if like you die before me, I hope you wait for me in death. And it's like and everything like that. But I actually have the exclusive version of Motionless's last album because they released a deluxe edition, and I have the vinyl for it. I can't go get it because I want to get up from the floor, but I have a vinyl. I have
Look at us
emotionless
vinyl people. Look at
so-
us being such adults
Yes.
with vinyls. What are we doing? Oh my god, look at us.
Why did you become a
Yes.
sorority
Actually,
girl? What
like-
the fuck?
Clear.
Oh
Claire!
no, we're
The
not.
condensation, Claire.
Clear the
Condensation.
condensation.
We are not.
Oh god, the
doing this right now.
delirium. The delirium
Yes.
is starting to get us.
Yes,
I fear. But yes, those are
yes,
my top
those
5
are my
artists.
top 5, which is very
Big
much
Slay.
other than Hosier doesn't really connect with, but like mine's
But
was
you
out of
know
place.
what?
But, like,
That's
we knew that.
great.
It's very obvious.
Yeah.
So
That's what makes it special.
Vibe.
That's what makes it special. We're now on to
Yeah.
our
Oh my
top
God.
songs. Should we go
our
back
blend
in
playlist
order?
is crazy though. Every time I look at it. Yes, Marcus can go
Should we
again.
go back in,
since he wanted
yeah,
to talk
return
about-
order, yeah,
he wanted
Marcus,
to-
since you were so excited
He
to talk
wanted to
about, your
talk
top
about his
songs.
top songs so bad.
Okay, how about we do this? Let's do.
No,
Okay.
No.
No, let's do.
don't even listen to the suggestion. Just go.
Let's do top 5 songs and then something that we found interesting about our playlist in general. Like it doesn't even have to be long. Just some.
Okay. Yeah, no. We do top 5, and then we do other
Okay,
observations in
talking
our
about what
year
we
of music.
wanna talk about
Okay.
after.
Okay. So top 5 songs. Number 1 is "Every Time" by Boy Pablo. It was just a catchy song. I don't remember. I think I remember listening to it more at the start of the year, and then like once it's in a playlist and it just shows up. Especially since I drive a lot and I don't skip songs, so it just pops in very, very often. Number 2, and this was a bit of a surprise, but also not a surprise. It was "Close to You" by Dayglow. But it's
Nice,
such
classic.
it's
Yeah.
such a Saberb core song, and I'll get to
Saberb,
my observations when we get to that point about what I want to say. Number 3 is "Billy Toppy" by Men I Trust. I would argue that after like "Show Me How" and their live version of I Hope to Be Around, this is like their 3rd best song. But
Damn.
actually, that was my belief until, and I'll say it this quickly. That was my belief until I listened to "Sugar" and "Tree Among Shrubs" by Men I
I've been
Trust.
listening.
Freeze for me.
Oh, did I just freeze?
Yeah, you did.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, because on my screen, I was looking at my Spotify and "Can't Stop," which is number 6. It's not my top 5. It like
Red
blurred
Hot?
out. Yeah, like Red Hot Chili Peppers. Like it.
You almost
No.
said Red Hot Chili Flakes. I heard that.
No,
I heard
it-
that. You almost said Red
Shut
Hot
up!
Chili
Shut up! Shut up! Shout out Yellow Cab. No, but it blurred out on my
Yellow
screen, and I
Cab.
thought that it got like, when a song blurs out, it means it's unavailable in Spotify. I thought it went unavailable for me, and then it turns out I just went offline. Anyway, number 4 is "Sick Feeling" by Boy Pablo. I know why. This was during the summer, and the chorus goes, "What a sick, sick feeling to let you go, my dear," because I was not prepared to let you go.
The feels.
If
the
you-
feels.
if you
What
know,
is it?
you know.
Feels.
So I'm not gonna get into it. Anyway,
we
number
will never get into it.
yeah. Number 5 is "Swimming" by Lunar Vacation, and a point about Lunar Vacation is I'm actually really surprised they didn't make my top 5, because I listened to them so much. And if you does anyone here know how "Swimming" by Lunar Vacation goes?
No.
It's a really good song.
No.
It's like it would fit into like Saberb core. It has
Yeah,
it has that
It
super
sounds
nostalgic.
familiar.
Yeah, it has
It
that like
sounds
super
familiar. I feel
nostalgic
like if I
vibe.
heard it, I would recognize it. Yeah.
I'll play it for you later, or I'll play it for you eventually.
Mm.
It's a really good song.
Actually.
It made my top 5. I'm surprised Lunar Vacation didn't
Eventually.
make my top 5, but their songs are great. But that's my top 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Your
Is it my
turn.
That's nice.
Your
Carlos,
turn.
yes, you are yet.
Okay. I'm gonna do reverse, so I'm gonna start from 5, then work my way down to 1.
Okay.
So
Ooh, help.
number 5, Montezuma by Fleet Foxes, which off of Helplessness
Oh.
Blues.
Nice.
My favorite Fleet Foxes song. Put me into
Nice.
an existential crisis.
Oh
Um,
no.
Yeah. Number 4, From Eden. By Ruby.
Yes. Excellent
Yes.
song.
It's my
Yes.
favorite Hosier song, and I've just been thinking about it a lot because, like, long distance. Shout out.
Mm,
So
Mm.
Yeah, so I've just been listening to that song a lot, and like I think like around November, I was listening to it a lot on repeat just so I could like
Mm-hmm.
um potential intentionally like get it into my top five or like even making my number one. So no surprise there. Number three is True Blue by Boy Genius off of their new The Record,
Yay.
which is like one of
Just
my favorite
gay.
albums from the
Just
last.
gay.
Yeah,
It's just
just gay.
amazing.
Okay,
Just gay.
just gay, just gay. But also
Happy
like
birthday, I love you.
my favorite song off of like that album, but like that whole album was like one of my favorites from last year. I was just listening to it a lot on repeat, like post graduation. So
I do wish Spotify did do top albums.
that would be that would be
It's
cool.
true.
I don't understand why they don't. They should.
I don't know. They should.
Because
Spotify.
I have Last FM, and Last FM does your top albums.
Yeah,
Mm,
I don't know how entirely accurate that is because they obviously do quite literally year round. They don't do like the Wrapped cutoff.
Yeah.
mm.
Which I actually think is better because it gives you your
Yeah.
overall listening habits,
it
like
does,
just
yeah,
in
'cause
general,
there's-
versus Spotify doing it year by year.
Although I do get jump scared when it comes to Christmas time, and it's like your top artist is Michael Bublé and Wham, and I'm like,
Oh.
Yes.
I would.
Mariah
I
Carey.
actually like. It's a good thing that they end Wrapped. They end data for Wrapped around November because all the Christmas music's just gonna ruin Wrapped for you guys.
That is
yeah,
so
exactly.
fair.
I think that's the main reason. Like, other than like getting time to gather data and do all that, it's also just so people don't get Christmas music in their rap.
No, but
which
it's
is very
also
fair.
it would be
It's
so
smart.
funny if they did that because like I bet like half the population would just have Mariah Carey as like their number one artist and number one song.
Yeah.
If they added Christmas. Hi.
No, we are not singing that at
Please-
the end of January.
please don't.
Thank you.
It
very much.
is the 24th or 26th, not 24th, 26th of January.
Yes.
It's been over a month since Christmas. We're done.
It's still
We're done
Christmas in
here.
the Philippines.
No, it's not. It's over.
No, it's
Even
not.
at home, it's
3 Kings Day
over. We've had
already
this
passed,
discussion.
bro.
We've had this discussion before. It's even too late in the Philippines for it to still be Christmas. So,
GG.
yeah. Yes,
But
Carlos,
yeah, but
continue.
yeah.
But let Carlos finish.
Our number two is "I Get Along Without You Very Well" by Nina Simone.
Ooh.
Oh, need some more.
Ooh.
Good shit.
Like I know Chet Baker has like his own version of the song, but Nina Simone is like my favorite. This is my favorite version of the song, and it's my go-to wind down song. You know, it's my go-to shower song. It's just so relaxing. It's just so relaxing.
Nice.
Or,
Slay.
like,
I wish I could listen to music in
Yes.
the shower. I'm too scared
Nice.
to.
that's
I have
fair.
these earbuds that I have are waterproof, and I use them instead.
I fucking
Nice.
wish.
Nice.
Mine are
But yes. But yeah, Nina Simone, number two. And then
number one.
Number one.
Is it your fucking
It's
alarm
the-
song? I swear to God.
No. It's I think like my number two is my real number one because my actual number one is just like I was just having a moment. Number one is One Without off of the After Sun soundtrack.
There's some solidarity. Let's go.
Let's go.
How
Because
am I
I was
still
just
crying in the
listening.
club? Quite literally.
I was just listening to that because it's the song that plays over the credits at the end. And I was just like listening to that song around the time that I was writing Spectre and like directing and like around the time that we were filming Spectre, because that was my go-to song to just get into the mood for that film. So that's why
Yeah.
it's so high on my list. But also it's just like a good in my feelings song.
Mm,
But yeah. I think it's so stupid that it's my number one, but it also makes sense.
Aw, that's stupid.
Oh,
At
it's
least
not
isn't your
stupid.
alarm song.
Yeah. Man, but yeah, that's my top five. Misha.
Wait. My top five isn't that exciting. Oh, like, okay, my top five isn't that exciting in terms of artists. They're all very predictable. Theme-wise, if you didn't know me, you would think something went wrong or something, or like I went through it love-wise, because all of my songs are very, like, you can narratively make, like, that I had happy moments in my love life and sad moments in my love life. Well, quite literally in 2023, had no love life. So it's quite funny.
Can I make a prediction
Mm.
for yours? Like, can I make an assumption?
As if I haven't sent this to you
Yeah,
before.
she sent this on the server.
Like, even if you
Yeah,
don't
I
exactly
know.
remember it,
We think it's just nice to talk about it because we have more insight into the reasonings for it. Which is
yeah,
why
like
we're
I love how
talking
you're
about it.
guessing, even though even if you don't remember it, you have a
I
guess
really
because
don't.
you probably glanced at it before. Wow, okay. You just don't read my messages.
No, I
Okay.
do. I forget very easily.
Marcus just doesn't listen ever.
Damn.
That's true. That's actually true. That's true.
Wow.
Anyways, what is your guess, Marcus? Let's go.
That Love 6 in your
What
top
exact
5.
songs? Yeah, that's so true.
There you go.
It is. Okay, I'll go from like with Karlos and stuff. I'll go 5-1. My 5th most played song is from the start.
Okay.
Don't you know?
No, the sound.
I actually
I think
don't.
it's because, which I think is because when that song first came out, I just listened to it constantly, so that's how it went. My number
Yeah.
4 song, I'm actually quite surprised it made it to the list. It's from. She wasn't in my top 5 artists, but I'm guessing she would be number 6, which is Olivia Rodrigo. Her newest album, Guts. Number 4 is Love Is Embarrassing, which makes you think I went through a breakup.
Damn.
Makes you
Kinda.
think you went through a
Makes you
breakup, or makes
Or
it
did I
sound like you went through a breakup.
like, it makes it sound like I did. Also, can we just say Asian solidarity because Leve, Olivia Rodrigo. My number 3 is Biba Doobie.
Shout
Filipino
out.
Slay.
Damn.
Nice.
Is
Filipino
Glue Song. Is Glue Song. See, this is like I can
Oh.
literally make a narrative of like, was I actually at some point in love and then got my heart really broken because of the songs I've had? Because Glue Song
There's
is
like
like
a
the most
progression
like
of like a story with like a plot and a climax, and then like a deep.
This is just a
Yeah, no,
soundtrack of a
list.
rom-com. Yeah.
yeah, no, I like we got Glue Song, which is obviously like the most like hopeless
The most
romantic like dreamy
yeah.
song. Like it just makes me just like this. I listen to this song a lot in the spring and like early summer, or just like you're sunbathing and like that song just like it's supposed to be played in the field. Like, you know, it's one of those songs that you just hear it
Did
played in
you-
the field. I mean, her
did-
music video is like, you know, is back
Yeah,
home.
I was gonna bring up the music video because like when I watched it, it was like, oh my god, this is literally home. Because like, I think she filmed in where did she film? Ilocos?
Yeah, she's from I think she's from Ilocos, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That just made me so happy just watching that.
Yeah, like it was also like the fact that the song itself, but also like it being paired with Home was very like, oh. So I listened to that song a
Yeah.
lot. And then haha,
She wa-
Marcus's pick number 2 was Lovesick from this album.
Shout out.
Which is also another like in love song of like, you know, you know, I feel like it's the smaller things in life of like, you know, that's when you find, you know, when you're in love, right?
Nope, I don't.
And then my oh god, we do not.
This
bring
isn't about
conversation
you.
up again.
This
Don't
isn't
you
about you.
And
know?
my number 1 song was Lizzie McAlpine's "I Knew," which is
Bro!
Oh.
which
What?
like as you can tell by like you would think that narratively that like I was
Who hurt
interested
you?
in someone. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
it's
I had friends
like-
message
It's a
me.
playlist you would look at and be like, who are you?
Are you
Well,
okay?
like someone messaged me. One of my friends I made through my Girls Across the Grid friendship group. She was like, "Oh girl, I hope you're okay." And I was like, "I am." It's just apparently my music taste thinks that I fell in love, was so happy, and then got my heart broken and was contemplating as to why did you have to go? Like it makes it seem that happened. It didn't. But maybe I'm subconsciously telling myself something with these top
Damn.
topics. Who knows?
Let's
No,
try to
that's so
analyze
funny.
your rap right now.
Let's see what happens in 2024. Winkety wonk.
Winkety wonk.
Winkety wonk.
I was just saying I was supposed to be somewhere else today, but I chose y'all.
Oh my. On that note,
Aw.
I'm getting Angel.
Digga-da-do-do-do.
Today, I'm here with y'all today this evening
Thank
for a
you.
reason.
Appreciate.
Bitch.
Damn.
Damn.
Sounds like
Rip.
a you problem.
It is a me
You
problem.
try turning it off and on again.
Turn you on and on. I should not say that.
Oh.
Hold on. Hold your horses, bestie.
I realized where it was gonna go,
chill.
and I rescinded it
Yeah.
immediately.
I have nightmares about these conversations.
Oh gosh.
It's giving that moment in Community where Jeff was like, we're like, hey, Troy sneezes like a girl. How about I pound you like a boy? That didn't come out right.
Oh god.
All right. So I'm gonna go backwards again because
Wait,
why not?
It's fun.
is this what
Yeah,
it's like to have
but also-
influence?
I mean, I went backwards for my artist though, so I started
That's
this
true.
technically.
Yeah.
So what's it like having influence? But no, never mind.
Okay. No, but yeah, but like I said, this is the first year of Spotify Wrapped where my top 5 is not from the same album and from the same artist. It's like actually different artists, and my top artist isn't even in my top 5, which is even more surprising to me.
Damn.
Like I looked at my list. I think my top like Motionless, the first Motionless on my song on my like top played songs of 2023, I think is like 11th. Like they just barely don't even make it into my top 10. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Damn.
But yes. So going backwards, there's a lot of Eurovision on this, and like by that I mean
Yay!
3 out of the 5 are Eurovision bands. It's also like 4 out of 5 of these bands are not American, which is also which is not surprising for me because I'm just like everywhere when it comes to listening to music. But my number 5 song is Måneskin. It's Baby Said by Måneskin. I'm obsessed with that song.
I love
Like,
that
it's so
fucking song.
vibey.
Let's go.
Like everything, it's so vibey. It's like the beat, everything. It's so good. Like the song is very sexual. Like if you actually listen deeply to the lyrics of that song,
Yes, it
but, like,
is.
it's
But it's
so good. Like just musically and like to listen to. It's just so like satisfying. I don't know. Like the entire album has like just like this something about the beat of every song off of Rush, and even like the extra songs from Rush Are You Coming. There's like
Oh.
something about the beat in every single song that just like it make my brain go brr. Oh my god.
No. Shout
Oh
out.
my god.
Shut up.
Ah, I love.
I love
But also
Victoria.
like
Don't worry.
yeah, I mean me too. That's why. But like yeah, so Baby Said is my 5th song, and like Måneskin, Eurovision 2021. You know the vibes. My number 4. This song is. I just want from this. The song or the album that the song is from like 1996 or something like that. This song is old. But it's a band I more recently started getting into. I've known about them for a while, but I haven't like fully listened to them. And the band isn't together anymore, but the lead singer has like a solo career, and I actually saw him live in September on the
Nice.
tour that I went to. This is the new necklace. It's a logo that he designed. It's called a heartogram. It's a heart and a pentagram
Aw.
combined together.
Oh, that's so cool.
Licky.
Okay.
But so the song that I have, it's like, so basically the whole concept of it's like a goth band. The whole concept of the band is like satanic imagery, but none of them are like legitimately Satanists. It's just connecting like the concept of like hell and death to like love and like all that stuff. I don't know, it's weird. But the song is called Your Sweet 666. And it's basically how like this person is so like, the concept of the song is like they're so in love with this person that they're willing to go to hell for them, and this love will literally take them to hell. And like they're willing to welcome like all the consequences or like even the punishment of hell just to be like loved or in love with this person. Like it's
Aw.
just, I don't know. It's crazy.
Damn.
It's crazy, but
Yeah,
like
that's insane.
very, very goth. And it's like, it's a good song. It's a kind of, it's chill, but it has very much like that kind of like doom and gloom undertone to it without actually being about doom and gloom that goth songs have. So it's like, it's a song, it's a band, like Him, the band is called Him. Like just Him.
Oh,
H-I-M.
love that.
Him.
Mhm.
But like Him is a band that I've more recently been listening to. I think for the last 3 days I've just exclusively been listening to like Him songs because like I don't know, it's just the vibe, and also like this. I found out like what this symbol actually stood for beyond being the logo of this band and like this singer. So I was like, it resonates with me. So it's like, but like the song was something I really, really like. It kind of gave me the same vibe as my favorite Motionless song about like death and love, and like how there's like a thin line between like being in love with someone and willing to like die for them, or someone dies for them and you're willing to go to hell for them kind of situation. Very dark and mysterious and like graveyardy, because it's me.
Yeah, that was so Sam. Like, that's literally Sam.
It's so me.
Yeah.
But yes. So that was my number 4. It's called Your Sweet 66 by him, because I feel like that got lost somewhere in my rambling. Number 3, another Eurovision one. Well, more recent Eurovision. So this was from Eurovision from last year. They fucking lost, as in like fully lost, like bottom of everything Eurovision.
Damn.
It was and it's the representatives from Germany. They sent a goth metal band, like fully committed goth metal band, like wearing like gold spandex and shit.
Bruh.
And the song was called Blood and Glitter by Lord of the Lost, which, because of finding them through Eurovision, I've like listened to a lot more of their music, and I like, this is how I found out that like the German metal scene is a circle and everybody knows each other, and it's terrifying. Because it's like every band has somehow worked with it, like the circle.
Be unbroken.
But yeah. So number 3, Blood and Glitter, Lord of the Lost. I don't know how to explain the song. I just like the vibe of the song. I don't know. I did a makeup look based off of it on my Instagram, and everyone was like, "Why are you crying lava?" And I'm like, "It's not that's not what I was going for, but I know that's what it looks like, so I'm just gonna roll with it." Because it's like red and gold was like the color scheme of like that album and like their song, and I did like a red and yellow like glitter tears thing, and then people are like, "Why are you crying lava?" I'm like, "I'm not, but I'll go with it if that's what it looks like."
Slay. I think that's what you call a slay.
It is a slay. And then number 2 is even more Eurovision, and this is the band that I was talking about, where I think they're the reason why I have POV indie as one of my top genres, but they're the only band I listen to who I think falls into this genre, which is why it confuses me. But number 2 is Joker Out, and it's not even the song that they went to Eurovision. Yeah, it's not even the song they went to Eurovision with. It's not Carpe Diem. It's actually a song from their album that came out in 2022 before they even went to Eurovision. Because I listened to both of their albums once I found out about them. But it's Plastica, which is basically just plastic. But by Joker Out, and it's like talking about how it's like people, like their fans or like certain people expecting them to change the way they like look and the way they act, and being like fake and plasticky just to satisfy other people. That's like when I looked up the translation, because the song is in Slovene. Because Joker Out, Slovenian representatives of for Eurovision. Yeah. They also were like in the bottom 5. So I apparently like losing and suffering when it comes to Eurovision.
You like
pain and suffering.
You like the
I do. Yeah. But yeah, so Joker Out, Plastica, just I don't know. There's plenty of other like. I think Joker Out has like the most songs in my top 10. I think like 3 out of 10 of my top 10 songs are Joker Out songs.
Wait, and they aren't in your top 5. What?
They're not in my top 5 artists. That's why I remember I posted on my story when Spotify Wrapped first came out that I was surprised that Rammstein was in my top 5 and not Joker Out, because I was like actively trying to put Joker Out into my, because I was listening to them so much. Like
I'm surprised Joker Out in your top 1.
Yeah. They're like 3 out of 10 of my like top 10 songs are Joker Out songs, and they're all, I don't know, it's just crazy to me. But yeah, number 2 was Joker Out, and number 1 is the only one that is like an emo song, I guess. It's Ritual by Water Parks, which is the song that I talked about earlier, where it's like aggressive anger, but it's not like aggressive, because it's like Water Parks is like a pop punk band. In heavy quotes, pop punk band, but it's like. There's like kind of like a techno EDM-y element to it, and it's like there's some vibe and some noises in the song that like just itch my brain so well, and like what the song is about, it's like I don't know, it's like it's one of the lines in the song is my inner child needs a bulletproof vest and a phone that can't text in 20 years rest. It's basically just about being exhausted about like being alive and like existing and like the
Real.
expectations of like
So real.
everything like that. And it's like because of the age of the internet, or it's like the way you grew up interacting with the internet, you feel like you never got to like be a child. So it's like you're always doing things to try to heal your inner child, and you wish you could just do that forever and not have to listen to like the outside world.
Nice.
But yeah, it's just according to this, during the year, like, you know how it tells you like how many times you listen to your top song? I listened to
Yeah.
Ritual by Water Parks 157 times last year.
Damn.
Whoa. 57.
I was not
That's a lot.
doing what I
Oof.
was not doing well.
But
yeah,
I will say-
that's why they're my number one. So I'm not surprised by it. But this is the first year where it's not just 5 songs from the same album from my number one artist.
Nah.
So
Yes.
Character development. We love. I will say, I listened to I Knew 125 times last year, so Jesus Christ.
Wait, I wonder if it tells me how much I listened to every time last.
It'll say only your top.
it'll only
song.
tell you your top song.
105.
Damn.
How about you, Carlos? Do you have that?
Starting
Do
on
you have
Feb
your,
22.
Did you save it?
I don't think so.
You
Mine
didn't
was
save the one that tells you
January
how many times you
5.
listened to it. Mine
Yeah,
was
I
April
think I
14th because that's when the album came out, and I listened to it exactly at midnight.
Nice.
First
Mine was the
listen.
5th of January. Jesus Christ, I was just feeling it the entire year.
You wanna know-
Damn!
You wanna know how I experienced the Water Parks album for the first time? I sat in my room, I turned off all my lights, I put on a Baby Sensory video, and I just
Huh?
Damn.
it's like a Baby Sensory video, so it's literally just a black screen with a bunch of colors on it. And it was like a 3-hour-long Baby Sensory video, so I could listen to the album in peace and just sit on my bed and just dissociate.
I listened to the After Sun song 126 times.
Yeah, so we're all in the hundreds, so it kind of makes sense that it's all in our
Yeah.
top.
Jesus.
Damn, I was mad dissociating. Oh my god.
That is major.
Yeah.
I will say that is my whore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that beyond Spotify and like the statistics of our Spotify, we obviously like music was like a huge thing for a lot of us. I mean, it's always been kind of a huge thing, but like when we made this channel, we kind of mostly focused on like TV and film because it was like
Yeah,
what we
we've-
were most interested in at the time. But now we're like music. It's like the main
Yeah,
thing.
music and film is. You say that, we literally spent about 2 and a bit hours talking about film at the beginning of
That's
this
true.
video.
I guess it's because it's also for us. I guess
in our mind.
it's just easier to talk about music like through a chat context. Like
Yeah.
we can actually just like it's like I like this song and it's like a link to Spotify.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like,
And
yeah,
stuff,
here's the
and it's
playlist,
like-
boom.
It's hard to talk about films because you have to be like I like this movie, but that's like not everybody has seen it. It's easier to like share music because it's like you can just send
Yeah,
them a
for
link and then they'll
sure.
listen to it.
Yeah.
Like it's I guess, but like I know, but I feel like just as a whole in general, like we talked about music a lot more. I feel like just in general.
Yeah.
We do, yeah. I mean,
Like-
like ever since like the beginning, because like I feel like
Yeah.
a big reason that we talk so much on, like, especially in the early days, was
I mean, because we had
would
that
just
bot
share
that just
songs
plays
with
music.
each other. Yeah, we
Yeah, and
just
we have the
just hop
bot.
on calling, and then
Yeah.
just like
But
shout out Groovy, rip.
yeah,
But like,
I mean, like, kind of adding on to the whole thing about like music. Like, I only went to like 2 concerts last year, but like one of the main ones was this dude, the dude,
Robert
the Cure,
Good dude.
Smith.
Robert
The
Smith.
dude. The
Robert-
Oh wait,
dude.
The Cure. Never mind.
Yeah, I went to the Cure.
Robert
I don't ever
Um,
Micah John. Excuse me, it's
Yeah, fuck off.
Martin in like the Elton John getup, and then it's Richard Madden just in his regular
Yes.
getup. Yeah.
Picture. I saw a picture of that, and it was like and it was captioned like one side was The Cure, and then the other side was also The Cure. That's
yeah,
like
Literally.
pretty much. That's literally the
Literally.
Cure.
that's what it was like at their concert because they played like their hits obviously like Friday I'm in Love, Boys Don't Cry. They played
Out.
the song from they what's it called they played the song from one of my favorite movies, which is the song that they made for one of my favorite movies, which is The Crow. I love The Crow because it's like goth essential. But I love The Crow, and they made a song for the movie called Burn. and they played. Burn was like the 4th or 5th song they played, and I was like, they made like the song itself is only like 3-4 minutes, but the intro itself when they played it live was like 4 minutes.
Yeah, damn.
Because like that's the thing about seeing like bands live is they always just like fuck around for the first like 5 minutes of a song, so the song ends up becoming like 5 times longer than it should be.
Yeah, but it's
But I
great.
also-
It makes it so
Yes.
cool.
But also thanks to the Cure
Why?
concert, I discovered a new band to listen to that kind of has a similar vibe. They had a band opening for them called the Twilight Sad. That's what they were called, and they have like a similar vibe. They're very much like a goth band, but they're like a Scottish band. They're not like new as in like they started like recently. They're a little bit of like they've been around for a while, but they're not like as mainstream or whatever. But they opened for the Cure, and that was like an interesting find to listen to.
Nice.
But I remember they played their first song, and I looked at my watch, and I was like, in true goth fashion, that song was 6.5 minutes.
Slay.
That's not the. But yeah, the Cure was an interesting concert. It was one of the it was one of those like things where I was like, yeah, that was fun. It's like it's not my favorite concert ever because it's like there's like different things to it, but it was like different because I'm so used to being like fighting for my life in a pit, you know.
Yeah.
But
That
yeah,
is really-
like,
Thanks.
but Yeah.
I hope I can go to more concerts soon.
You should.
it's definitely
I
not
touched
gonna
it
be
in
the
the
Cure
first
because I don't think
episode.
they're going on tour ever again.
I hope I can go to concerts.
Was that their last
Goddamn.
tour?
I'm pretty sure, yeah, because they're all getting old, bro.
Oh wait, was that like their
Dang.
farewell tour, like how Elton John did his
I don't
farewell tour?
I don't know
last
if it was
year?
their I don't know if it was their farewell tour, but they only did a certain amount of shows and like they just fucked around for like half our show.
I mean, if you're at that
So-
age and you have that,
Yeah, that's true.
No,
that's true.
Yeah, they're like legend status at this point.
Yeah, I mean they are. They have been for a while. Like them.
Yeah.
I mean, like The Cure is one of those like goth essential bands. They're like Susie Sue or Susie and the Banshees, Depeche Mode, The Cure, Bauhaus. Like they're like those
the
big
Depeche
names
Mode.
are like huge. The Depeche Mode tour. I know people were fighting for their life for tickets for that show, bruh. I
My
know
mom
like
loves Depeche Mode.
they were like crazy like sold
mom
out
loves
shows,
New
but they did like
Wave.
they did a hella crazy tour. Like they went everywhere though for Depeche Mode in comparison to The Cure, which I'm surprised with The Cure. Like Keshin got tickets pretty easily, even though they like that tour was like how many dates? There was not a lot of dates on that tour. I think The Cure went to like maybe 12, 14 places, like cities for their US for this like North America tour that I saw them on. I think Depeche Mode went like everywhere. I think they're still on tour. Cause I saw an ad for Depeche Mode concert like 2 weeks ago on TV. I'm pretty sure Depeche Mode is still on tour. That's completely unrelated. I just completely went on a tangent about goth bands on tour. I'm trying to
cool.
transition into talking about this thing that I want to talk about.
Oh, okay.
No, but the other concert I went to was I talked about it in the other episode was Dark Divine, Black Veil Brides, because Andy Biersack is the love
Yeah.
of my life.
Yes.
Andy Biersack, aka my emo Jesus, who I met and I have a cameo from. I mentioned that earlier, so other episode, so I'm not going to talk about that anymore. But
Yeah.
like I got Barricade and all that. I talked about it in the other, but I forgot to show this in the other one. But now since we're talking about music, I have the
have
BBB
the-
set list from the show. That according to Keshin, he is 100% sure this was specifically Andy's set list. So, shaking, crying, sobbing, throwing up. I did
Yeah.
like cry
Do
in
you
his
want
car
to
over
frame
it.
that, or do you
I
just want to keep
don't.
it raw?
I want
Raw.
to keep it like this. I mean, if I can find a frame that can hold all of this without me having to like separate it into two pieces, I would
That would
prefer
be
that. If I
really
can
I
find
mean,
like a really long.
I mean,
frame.
it already kind of damn near is though. Look at the rip in the middle.
No, this is two pieces of paper, dumbass.
Oh, whoops.
Oh, you definitely.
Like,
I know you
look
can.
at
I'm
the-
pretty sure you can find a long like
Yeah, I can
mirror
find a
like.
lot. Pretty sure I can find a long
frame.
frame. But like, yeah, Keshin is like 100. Keshin is 100% sure this was Andy's set list. So when we were in his car after, I was like full on crying over it. Cause look at it.
Aw.
But yeah.
That's such a cool
Anyway,
like
yeah, I was worried they were gonna take my favorite song off the set list, and yet here it is, the second song after the intro was just like a recording track, and then opening song, and then my favorite BBB song.
That's
So
cool.
best of fun, yeah. I need to edit my vlog. I keep talking about this concert, and I need to edit my vlog for
Damn,
you guys.
someone
So
else
many
really has.
vlogs to be edited.
Yeah,
Wow,
wow,
guys. So many
vlogs to be
vlogs to be
edited.
edited.
Yeah, vlogs to be edited. At least mine's not 2 years
Yeah.
old.
Yeah.
Over 2.5.
Yeah.
Oops, been a
The fucking
We're-
Florida vlog's gonna come out like in 5 years, and we'll just be like,
It's gonna be our 10-year high school reunion and my 5-year like college graduation reunion, and it's gonna be like Carlos finally releases the Florida
the
vlog.
Florida vlog.
The Florida vlog.
Carlos is gonna call it like a lost tape to be like, oh my god, it was lost media from
Oh my
Saberbs
god,
lore.
I just couldn't find
Stop.
it until it'll be like the Beatles get back. Like I was waiting on new technology to be able to put this together.
But
You
yeah,
thought
I mean,
you
like,
say the Beatles get back, bitch? Have you even watched it?
I
Yeah,
not,
have you?
no. No.
I haven't watched it either. But
I
I know
watched
Kitchen's like
all
he started
3
watching it and he
hours.
didn't finish it, and he hasn't gotten around to even getting close to finishing it because he started watching it and then he got busy with work because he's
I have not seen it.
busy.
No,
But
very good. I
the
liked it
Beatles.
a lot.
The Beatles.
I
Oh
Yes.
my god, wait.
Yeah.
While we're on music, the
Yeah.
Beatles released their last
Now
song
and
ever.
then, now and then.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That was like
Interesting.
that was very emotional in the terms of like
Yeah.
it was their final song ever, but like also like but you could tell because you know how people are like, oh, this is your last song, and it's just a song, like it's just a song that just happened to be the last one they released. But like now and then, I feel like obviously they've had time to tinker with it, and obviously it was originally John's, and they first did stuff when when George Harrison was still alive and all that. I don't know why I'm just calling him by his last name. But like it genuinely feels like a final song, and
It
like
does,
Yeah. Yeah.
oh,
I mean,
cheers.
like, yeah, I like that. That's a thing I like because of the whole thing with the Beatles is like a thing I think about. It's like when the musicians that we like at some point in the future like announce that they're gonna stop making music.
Yeah.
Like, how are you gonna feel about that? Like,
Mm,
I mean,
like I'm
guess
currently
it
doing the like
was
30-day song challenge on my Instagram, and I remember I did the same exact one, like that exact same prompt thing, like the exact same one I'm using right now. I remember doing it like a couple years ago, and I remember it was one of the prompts is a song by a band that's no longer together. And I remember when I did at the time when I did it, my chem was still broken up.
damn.
And so like them getting back together was like is so weird to me. Like now that like it's happened. And like same thing. It's like thinking about how like I wonder how all the people felt when like Fall Out Boy broke up. Like and then them getting back together. Like that's just a thing.
Yeah.
It's like, but like especially like at least us. Like how are we gonna feel when the artists, not even just bands, but like the artists that we like a lot break up? Because I remember like One Direction announcing their hiatus. I'm like, they're definitely breaking up. This is not a hiatus. This is permanent. They're not. There's nothing happening, girl.
We're coming up to 10 years since the hiatus. Girl,
I don't want to talk about it.
Like next year is 10 years. I'm like 10 years since A, my first ever concert, which is seeing them in Manila, and B, since Zayn left the band, and C, since they announced their fucking hiatus. Oh,
I hate that. Oh my god, bro.
Or their sabbatical or whatever. Like
Sabbatical.
Like I know. I
I
think it
hate
was like
that. I hate
not to
that, actually.
not to
Timeline
not
wise,
to-
I hate the timeline. Like that progression of just.
Not to like dig in deeper of this One Direction thing. Like I think Niall was interviewed recently by Zane Lowe for Apple, and the band was brought up, and he was very candid about it, being like, "We actually do talk often, but the one thing we don't talk about,
yeah.
is reunited,
getting back
or
together,
come up,
yeah.
or like going on tour again together, or what, like they just talk about, you know, like how they are, family stuff, maybe
Yeah,
some
they're
music.
still friends with each other. Like they
Yeah.
know each other. It's not like they're completely
like-
like. It's just like they don't intend to make music again ever together, which is
Yeah, but like
perfectly fine.
or-
That's with the One Direction
yeah.
music we have. I don't need like I
Yeah,
don't know what
but,
I
like-
can't even imagine that at
but
this
it's
point.
but it's also even like they also just like don't even talk about like one show, that's it, and it's like
Yeah,
they've never even thought about it in the past like 8.5 to 9 years they've been broken up. They've never it's
Yeah.
never come up, and
Yeah.
he got a little bit choked up about it because he was like, you know, we'll always have this like this bond or whatever, but like that's the one thing we don't touch, and I'm like, oh my god, but like it's also one of those things of like, is it because like they don't really want to, or if there's still a missing piece in their like sort of reconciliation that they still need to fix before they get
Yeah.
like
Yeah. I really think that it's at the point where they've just grown so differently from each other in terms of just like
Mhm.
their ability to make music and like creatively
sure.
that there's no way they're
Yeah.
ever getting back together.
yeah, like
'Cause it's
I
like
always
they
say
were
this is
children when that band was
Mhm.
formed.
like, and it's
Yeah.
very strange because like there have been many boy bands come and gone, there have been many girl bands come and gone, and like, you know, we've had people like break up and make like and then come back for, but like I feel like genuinely One Direction is such a special case
It's not. Yeah.
compared
It's
to
not
like
gonna.
even your Backstreet Boys and your like New Kids on the
Yeah,
Block
it's
and your
like-
NSYNCs are the closest thing I
Yeah.
can think of. Like even
Yeah.
then, it's not the same at all.
Yeah,
in
like
terms
it's
of that
gonna be.
level.
There's like gonna be such a weird, like not a rift, but there's gonna be such a weird like not tension either, but like I guess energy is the best word I can think of.
Mhm.
There's gonna be such a weird energy, like not even just creatively, just like within them all as individuals, because it's like they were children when that band was formed. They were just barely adults when they broke up, and they've spent most of their adult lives away from each other at
Away
this
from
point
each-
now.
yeah.
It's like
It's I
Like,
think
it's just- it
it's
doesn't-
wild. Like it was the wild thing of like I mentioned the other day of like Harry Styles when the hiatus / when they broke up happened, he was 21. We're all older than
yeah,
that. We're all older
Yeah.
than Harry Styles leaving One Direction.
leaving
Think
One
about that.
Direction.
Like he was in the band for 5 years. Like that's fucking
Yeah.
wild.
That's
Just to
crazy.
think now that we are in that age range of like y'all
Yeah.
did that.
Yeah. No, but also it's like-
crazy.
I think about it and I look at the artists that like I listen to, and especially like the bands that I listen to that are like that were not a boy band, that were not like a marketed thing, that were not put together like organically, that were put together organically,
Right,
not put
yeah.
together like artificial, like kind of formation and everything like that. One Direction released an album every year
Every year
for
they were
5
together.
years straight.
My God,
That's-
insane.
Insane. That's insane. Some
It
of
was
the bands
quite
I
literally
listen to, it takes them
album tour,
5
album
years
tour,
to make
album
one
tour.
album. I'm freaking Pierce the Veil, but like I think One Direction had just gotten together when Pierce the Veil released their album, and One Direction was about to break up when Pierce the Veil released their next album. Like that gap in
Damn.
time
That's
is like
wild.
what
Like-
blows my mind.
like,
Like
here's-
they made one album every year for
Mhm,
5
and
years,
they
and I
toured
think
it.
sometimes it was less than a year, like in terms of
Yeah,
like
there was
months.
less than
I think it was less than
Yeah.
12 months in between each release. Like,
and then they toured the album again. Like it's,
and then they would
it's
tour.
wild.
They just it was endless. It was
It's also crazy because like the
endless.
only like genuinely the only other band I can think of other than like the boy bands I said is the Spice Girls, because they were,
yes.
except the Spice Girls lasted even like they only lasted like 3 years. Like they only
Yeah,
had
Spice
2
Girls
albums
Not
before.
around that long. I remember.
Yeah, no, like they had only 2 albums before Jerry, like Christian Horner's wife, popped off, and fucked off,
Popped off.
you know. But like they were also working in that sort of like album tour sort of era as well.
Yeah.
But like,
And
but
I'm
then
like-
also like, but then again they reunited. But again, like One Direction is such a special case in the whole
thing, yeah.
band lore, like the whole thing.
Yeah.
Of, like they're the one band like genuinely like, oh yeah, every boy band will reunite. I
don't
tell you
believe
about
like
I don't believe that
don't-
they will.
like it's been almost 10 years since they like if it doesn't happen at the 10, it's not happening ever.
Yeah, at all.
It's like
Even
my
if it's
mindset.
25
It's like,
or whatever.
If they don't get to the point where at like the end of this year, like it's just nothing ever comes to fruition. Like it's nothing's gonna happen. Like 2 of them could make a song together, 3 of them could make a song together, but they're not getting back together.
Yeah, like but that's also the thing though. Like in our time since, sorry, this has now just become a One Direction thing.
Like this is the One Direction.
Can you tell we're ex-directioners? Can you tell that me and Sam went through this in middle school? Can you tell that we were there?
Yeah.
And we were like watching the film together and all that.
We
y'all
we
were
all
in it,
the
yeah.
12-year-olds on TikTok wish they experienced the One Direction era.
I'm
of the
sorry,
internet.
there are literally people be like, oh my god, I wish I was doing
wish
Harry
I
was
lived
in
in
One
the
Direction, and I was
2010s to
like,
experience One Direction. I'm like,
it's like the Finn Wolfhard video of like he's getting interviewed and he's like, oh my god, like One Direction.
Yeah, the One Direction song.
I remember that.
And then his like co-star he was talking to, she's like, I don't know what that is. He's like, you don't know who One Direction are? She's like, no. Like, what makes you beautiful? You know? And she's like, no. He's like, oh my god.
Yeah, he's like, oh, and I'm like,
He just has an existential crisis.
Like, people romanticizing like Tumblr from that time too is how like
oh, dude,
it makes me feel
Tumblr,
so
that. So, but like, it's one of those things of like, you know, like with every other band, there have been like reunions, like they may not be in the public eye, but like you know about it, like oh they'll have dinner and there's like maybe one photo and like you know all that, or like they go out in groups often, like duos, trios. That's never happened with One Direction, like almost never. Like we see them, like if we see 2 of them even at the same event, not even actually have a photo.
We don't
together,
even
it's the
see
same
each other.
Event, like
Yeah,
it's like a gold mine.
Yeah. The way
Like,
me and
that's
Misha
how
are
we
like, we were Directioners. We still are, girly. Like,
Our girl, like when those
it doesn't exist anymore.
like
But it's in
again,
our core.
it's like it's like those things of like when Zayn was literally just signing the DVD of This Is Us like last week. Like that sent us into a frenzy because that's literally all we have. Like
Yeah.
oh
Yeah.
god.
It's
Fucking hell.
crazy.
That was like the beginning of the fangirl. Like that was the journey starts from there and you just blossom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like my
Oh.
consumption of media was shaped by the way I was obsessed with One Direction when I was like 12 or like 11, 12.
They're the reason why I
Like-
decided to study here. Like I am not kidding when I say they're the
We
reason why I
literally
wanted
talked
to
about
move
this.
to
I
London.
remember we talked about this. It's like 90% of the reason why I wanted to study at London at one point was because of One Direction.
I mean, I have no
Damn.
regrets. Like, I do really belong here, but like a lot of the reasons why I wanted to learn about Brit culture and like we're watching obscure TV shows here, it's because of One Direction. Like it's like that's the only reason why I can semi fit in here in terms of like I know like
Culture and
pop
stuff,
culture
yeah.
thing here in the UK. It's because I'm like, oh yeah, that One Direction was on that like
I find
10
it
years ago.
I find it so funny how you and Sam have been going on a ramble for the past like half hour, and me and Karlos are just hugging our stuffed toys in silence.
Clothes. Oh,
Sorry, I mentioned like bands breaking up and how we would feel about it, and like me and Misha were like, you know, the One Direction. Because it was like the only thing I could think of that
10
was like,
years this year.
yeah,
10
that was the only
years
thing
this
I could
fucking
think
album.
of was like that I could relate to, where I was just like a big band in our lifetime that was huge in our lifetime, or that was really impactful to us, saying they're no longer making music. Like that's the only thing I could think of that's like the most relevant to us. Because I'm like bands
Yeah,
breaking up,
that's
it's like
true.
NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, like them breaking up was like from the 90s. I'm sure like if you ask your parents, they'll probably go on the same tangent like that we feel like if they were huge.
No,
Like
yeah.
my mom talks about Menudo all the time. And like so it's like
Maybe,
I
maybe in,
I feel like the way me and Misha have kind of already gone through it, where it's like a band that we liked that was so popular, that was so like relevant to our lives and was kind of like super formative for us, like just
Yeah.
suddenly no longer existing. Like one day they just weren't there. Like one day they
Yeah.
were a band, and then the next day they just weren't anymore. And since then they just haven't like.
Maybe
I
in like another 10 years time they'll do like a Trolls movie or something.
Stop! No, I don't want to see Troll 17.
Can you imagine? Nah. Oh dear, but yes, that again,
Yeah.
formative to our listening. Again, very surprised they weren't in my top 5, but who knows if
Yeah.
they'll sneak in this year? That'd be very
That's
funny.
what I was gonna say. I'm like, I don't know how One Direction has like stuck with me very much, especially with like
Right?
Five Sauce and them kind of being my introduction to Five Sauce. Even though like
Mhm.
I have very strong opinions about. I have very strong opinions about Five Sauce. A lot of people being introduced to 5 Seconds of Summer via One Direction. I feel like they should have been a Warped Tour band, but that's an entirely different conversation.
Damn.
Very strong
No, that's very
opinions
true,
about
though.
this.
Especially their first album.
Through this, they should have been introduced to people through the scene because like it just makes so much more sense, like vibe-wise, sound-wise, the people that they collaborated with making their first like 2 albums, like. But that's an entirely different story. But it's like
That's very true.
like One Direction was so prevalent to my life, and they're kind of prevalent to the way I consume media and especially music and stuff. But it's like, and the way that I interact with stuff on the internet, especially in fandom spaces, because it's like my first encounter with fandom spaces was literally the development of internet fandom on Twitter through the One Direction, Taylor Swift fan war.
Like, and also like Justin Bieber, like, oh my god, 2015, One Direction's
Justin
final
Bieber.
album together, and Justin Bieber's like the album with Love Yourself came out on the same day, and I remember that clearly.
But it's like One Direction, Justin Bieber, Taylor Swift, like those 3 musicians basically formed what we now know of like internet fandom spaces on the internet.
Yeah, like as in like
Because
not
it's
only
like,
music, but like
fandoms also have
film
their own,
and
yeah.
TV.
It's all shaped by literally the fan wars that happened on Twitter in like 2012, where people were desperately like, they would have tweet notifications on, they'd be like, first.
Yeah,
Sounds
first.
like some Avatar exposition intro shit. Like
literally though, like
Literally.
it was like I think it was someone who like I think like because Zayn has reappeared from the darkness. Someone put the
Rising.
best song ever
Did.
video as he, because he was in drag, and people were like, "You do not know when it used to be refresh, not replay," and us trying to beat the Vivo record, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Oh my god.
Like that was a time of like we were
my
breaking YouTube,
Yeah,
and like
I remember the Drag Me Down music video came out, and like you and me were like like I think we were on Skype at some point, and we were just watching it over and over again.
yeah.
We were like, what was it, like Taylor Swift? Her music video had become like the most watched music video in 24 hours at that time. It was some female artist, and we were being just like, we need to break the record. It was an artist that One Direction fandoms had like a collective beef with their fandom as well, like a very prevalent. I knew it was a female artist, and I knew it was like fandom war driven, but we were like, we need to beat them with like Drag Me Down. I remember this. I remember we were on call together though, like talking about it when the song came out. That and Perfect. When Perfect came out, we were also on call together, like talking about it.
Yes.
But like, I don't remember the motivation for it. I just know like everybody was just like, Drag Me Down. We need to like beat them.
It happened. Oh god, that was such a time.
Can I just say, as someone who has both been involved in the K-pop fandom and seen it from the outside, I feel like the way that One Direction and the Directioners and everything like that were on the internet is what K-pop looks like now to most people. Because like that kind of insanity, chaos, like obsessiveness of that is the way that Directioners looked like on Twitter at that time. But now it's like the way that we behaved on social media is now like kind of the norm in fandom spaces. And like shaped the way that people interact with fandom spaces on the internet. I had a whole entire essay about this in senior year. Like Mr. Reed had to sit through like an hour of me talking about this. That was my micro thesis presentation that did not turn out to be micro and was in fact a full thesis paper that Talia also sat through and laughed at because she thought it was funny.
No, mine was a full ass paper as well. Like
it was a full essay.
Like, no word limit, and I was like, okay, here's like 14,000 words on
Me
theaters.
too.
Boom.
Mine was literally about fandom culture. I literally made up a fake etymology for where fandom came from, as in it's like fan as in fanatic, dome as in domain, like the domain of like fanatics. I made a whole like etymology about it because I could not find one at the time. Like that's how deep into this shit I am, bros.
God, like again, we were here through the ages of pop culture.
We've been in the trenches.
Not to say
trenches.
Yeah, we were deep in the trenches. I feel like we are very, especially me and Sam, are very we were well qualified to talk about pop culture because we were there.
Yeah,
we were there.
we've been consuming it for a while and it's like I feel like I don't know. I can't speak for the way your brains work, guys, specifically like you two boys. But like I think it's like the way the way a teenage girl interacts with something they like is like unmatched. Like the level of like energy and like obsession that you have with it, or like dedication you have with it, even though it's like it's pointless, there's no reason for it, there's like you don't really get anything out of it, but it's like you just do it because you enjoy it so much, even if it sometimes like annoys the fucking shit out of you. Like,
yeah. And it's one of those things of like, why the fuck did I end up liking this in the first place? And
yeah, it's like the whole like you have moments of like you're like, but why though?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like I can't speak for if boys ever experience something like that, but like that's like this is like a generally accepted thing amongst like teenage girls and like people our age at least who were on the internet at that time. Like this is like just a common knowledge thing, like a common experience, like a collective female experience of the internet.
You know what? Now that you talk about this, I really wish there was a film. And I feel like, I guess because it was trying to do everything at once, it could have fit with Barbie. I wish there was a film that really delved deep into the psyche of, like, how a fangirl is and just how that experience is as a teenage girl.
Oh my god. This is so... Sorry, there's a movie called Fangirl. It's garbage. Don't watch it. It kind of vaguely touches on that sort of like a kind of
Avellino film.
No, it's an American film.
Sorry, it's
an American film.
Okay.
It's an American film, but it's like it vaguely touches on that aspect, kind of like it explains it not very well, and the movie is also not that good. And but like it's a movie about a girl who's like really obsessed with Alex from All Time Low, which I have like specific thoughts about now at this point in my life.
Whoa.
But like it kind of vaguely touches on that subject and like explains it very badly. But it's like I need them to make a movie about it, but like properly flesh it out in a way. Like I want to write a movie about it and make one, because I feel like someone's gonna make a movie about fucking Twitter, call it like X or whatever, and just do that. Like that's what it's gonna become.
Elon's gonna fucking do it himself. I swear to God. The worst
no, we came up with this idea first. We're putting it out there on the internet.
We're trademarking it right now.
Someone needs to make a movie about like the way women, especially teenagers and adolescent women, like interact with stuff on social media, and like the concept of like how like it's just the fangirl complex. It's like the way things work with a fangirl. Like it's because it's so hard to explain, but I feel like doing like a story about it and like a movie would make
it understand, because then you can also like it's the whole, oh my god, no, this is just a whole rant on like society and all this. Sorry, but like it's also the thing of like, you know how like men are like, oh my god, why are girls like lining up for ages for like Harry Styles? It's just like, you do that for sport, right? Like,
yes,
do y'all see yourself when like your favorite team scores a goal? Like,
I am glad I have a boyfriend who understands, who sat in the sun with me for 5 hours to go meet Black Veil.
We love there, babes.
We love a supportive man. Yes. So this is so completely off topic. I guess the title of Vibes Edition so totally.
It really is vibes. Yeah. Although I feel like we've been talking for too long, like as in general, we've been talking for forever.
Yes. We need to either finish this or like move on. Which
I like how it's move on. Karlos and I have barely talked for like the past like 40 minutes.
We're so fucking sorry.
No, you're good. It was good talks.
It is an important conversation to have.
Are so passionate about this.
I feel like I've spoken for like less than 10 minutes this entire stream.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, Marcus.
It's okay.
Can we move on to something?
Wait, also, what do you want to talk about, Marcus?
I feel like
one last thing.
I think we're out of things to talk about. We're out of. I don't know.
F1? Are we still gonna go into that?
Or like,
bro, Max won every race under the sun. Who cares about F1?
I
Damn,
mean, I
Jesus.
kind of have to, but okay, because I semi-work in conjunction to F1, but okay.
Yeah, I'm
Thanks,
just saying, like,
Marcus,
Misha,
for-
like, has a job with it, kind of.
Like I
But
have
okay.
I volunteer in
Hey.
F1 now, but okay, shit on motorsport. I kid. It was a
Roasted and
difficult
toasted,
season.
damn.
It was a difficult season in that front. Wasn't the most exciting. Like had more fun watching my other series, like your Formula E's and your Indy cars.
Yeah, no. Like, Misha saying that now makes me so sad because I literally only recently got into F1
She
this
only
season.
knows Max and like the singular Karlos win.
It's
shout out
all I
Karlos.
feel it. Yeah, literally,
Oh?
I only know about because I watched because
You
I only
literally
started watching
unmuted
from the
just to
Miami.
say, huh?
I only watched
Karlos
after the
win.
Miami race. So it's like the only thing I know is Max Verstappen winning.
Wait, she doesn't even know
I know about it because it's like I kind of backtracked and like learned about all that stuff as I was like getting into it. But it's like I literally only experienced like Max, Carlos, Max.
Good God, yeah, no, it's been not an
And
exciting
then
year.
Oscar winning the sprint, and then that's it.
My baby, yeah, no, it's like you
And,
know,
like,
there's drama here and
yeah.
there with F1. There's a lot of, you know, it's in a very interesting phase of like now it has its popularity, but then now it's kind of like very boring. So it's like fuck, they're gonna. It's in a very strange place right now in terms of what the product is and what their demand is in terms of the audience and what we want,
Yeah.
and they don't seem to coincide because you know they keep on taking out the tracks that we like and keep on adding tracks that no one fucking wants,
This
like
is-
Madrid.
This is my personal opinion as a person who lives in Florida. Get rid of the Miami GP. I'm not. It's closer to me, but I feel like if I fly to Europe and watch it in Europe, I would still be saving money because I'm not gonna stand in the sun for $600. Like, no, thank you, but like, like, bruh, like I think I could fly to Europe and just buy a ticket to one of their GPs, and it would still be cheaper
Yeah, no,
than if
that's
I
a
were to
crazy
watch one
statement.
here.
Yeah, no, that's a crazy statement to
Like-
say, to be fair.
Like, also because I live in South Florida, I live like an hour away from the actual venue that they have like the race at. No. It's like so. The thing about that is it's really close to the Guitar Hotel, which is already like a big thing here in Florida that a lot of people, like a tourist thing that a lot of people go to. It's a hotel shaped like a guitar, as the name implies. And it's like really close to where that stadium is, and I was like, the two worst things is a tourist a casino that's even more of a tourist trap than it already is, and the racetrack that they have to sometimes close down like certain parts of the road for to like
because it's a half
make
street
room for like
circuit,
because
yeah.
of like they literally carved out like you can drive past that now, and they carved out like parts of the what used to be a parking lot of that arena.
Yeah, they
For the
love
racetrack.
trying they love trying to repurpose parking lots. Good old F1.
You know what's crazy? It's the difference between that is I think prior to the few times I've driven like south and past that arena, I think prior to that, the only other time I'd seen that parking lot used as anything other than a parking lot was during COVID. They use it as a COVID testing center. So
Oh,
it's like
fun.
the shift
Makes
in
sense
like
to me. The shift,
But, like,
I mean,
yeah,
again, that's
that's
you
just
know,
the way the world works. But like no, I got into F1 this season, and
the worst season.
I literally only got into it this season, and I was bored for like 90% of it.
I mean, you
Like,
usually
I watched
will
the
if the
few
same
races.
man leads.
I was watching the first few races, and I was like, yeah, this is interesting, this is cool. And then it got to like the 4th Max win, and I was like, okay, I'm tired and bored and sad. And
And then he ends up
like
winning
and winning
forever
everything else, and then
and ever.
Carlos won in Singapore, and I was excited about that. Less excited because of what happened with George, but let's not talk about that. I want, but like, yeah. So I don't know. I'm gonna continue watching this season, but I don't know if it's gonna if within the first few races I can already tell it's gonna be a repeat of the season. I might also just give up on a new
Don't
sport that I got
worry.
into and go back to basketball, because the fuck.
I mean, you do you. I don't really have a lot of high hopes. Like, I can only hope that everyone goes slightly closer to Red Bull, but then again, Red Bull was like, we've gone even further, and it's like, for fuck's sake. Which, I mean, is like,
I
at
feel
what
like
point...
Visa Cash App the teams.
Oh, for fuck's... God, we can talk about sponsor names another time of how the infiltration of just money and banking is, like, obviously it used to be... Obviously, it used to be, you know, like smoking, like in the good old days, used to be Marlboro and all that, and Camel, and now it's fucking steak F1 team, and like
You know
Visa
what I hate?
Cash App
You know what I
racing
hated?
balls,
The
whatever.
the Williams NFT thing. I hated that so much. They posted the video of it of like the NFTs that they put on the car, and I was like, "Why are you doing this? Is so ugly."
No.
I was like,
No,
I'm trying to be supportive
F1's
because Logan Sargent's from Florida, but like I can't.
F1 has an interesting history with advertisements. Like, you know, we're trying to get out of the crypto phase, even though everyone did invest in crypto, and obviously crypto's a whole thing. It's a mess. I will still be there to watch the chaos that I love.
I enjoy watching the races. I just get bored of like who win, like the result, right?
Yeah.
Like some of the races are still interesting to watch. It's just the result is exactly what you think, so it gets boring.
I love how the one topic that we're just like Marcus can contribute.
Yeah, with the one topic we reserved so that Marcus can talk.
Do you want to say anything?
He doesn't want to say anything.
I don't know. I don't know. The season was just really dry. I think that's why I kind of fell out of love with the season. And not with the sport, but just I don't know. A couple of results that like caught my eye. Obviously, I was following Williams for most of it, just because you know, like.
Valid.
Yeah. But I think it came to the point for me where it's just like I could predict it way too easily, like who was gonna win, so it's like why bother watching kind of thing. So, you know,
oh my God.
like certain things that happened I would have only knew if it was like making the rounds on like Instagram or like Twitter or something.
That's fair.
But yeah, I mean like in terms of the things that are happening now, like you have a lot of things happening in the off season. What? Yeah, Gunther getting fired. You have all the.
Did he get fired or did he just quit?
No, he got fired.
He got fired. He got fired.
Okay.
He told us because I was there for his first public interview. He got fired. They laid him off in between Christmas and New Year, which is the worst time to get laid off.
Yeah.
By the way, post Christmas before New Year, like the fuck.
And then you had the saga of all the horrendous team names that were coming out, and somehow AlphaTauri came out with the worst one, and we thought it was gonna be fucking
Visa Cash App. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, but then there was
Racing
like the
balls.
Yeah.
Balls.
But yeah, I mean, like, other than that, like, there hasn't really been much reason for me to really keep up. I mean, obviously, you just got the news, like, recently that Charles extended.
And Lando extended
Lando
too.
extended
And it's the same. I don't know what the new thing of, like, why they aren't saying years. Like, I don't know if it's, like, a legal thing or if it's, like, a tactic so other teams don't know when their contracts are up.
I feel like
But interesting.
That might be why.
I feel like the disclosure of those years is not gonna happen until like maybe much
they actually start the season,
or maybe they start the season or even much later into the season. Like they're not gonna fully disclose that to the public, but I'm sure that like some sort of like shared agency within formula
clause
like
in both of them.
Yeah, because like they'll have to disclose it to some people, of course. The teams will
you say that, but Lance Stroll has like a forever contract, so maybe that's what they have. Maybe that's what Lando and Charles have. You're stuck with us forever.
Chains, shackles, free them, please.
No, but yeah, I mean,
depends on how you feel.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I just hope that the start of the season gives me a reason to keep following, but if it's just another like dry run of just Max, like if Max is just rehearsing his like championship celebrations within like the first 4 races, I'm just clocking out.
That's fair. That's very fair. No, are you gonna watch? Are you gonna watch Drive to Survive?
See, my thing is, that's the thing is, I know that Formula One, especially here in the US, got really popular because of Drive to Survive. I had no idea about that until after I started watching the races, and it sounds like a sitcom.
It is.
You're not that far
it's
off.
No, but like especially like the
wonder, 'cause it
earlier
sounds like a
seasons.
sitcom.
The earlier seasons
Like-
are like comedy gold, to be honest. Like Gunther and Daniel Ricciardo. Like
Oh god.
good shit. Not gonna lie, from an entertainment standpoint,
Yeah.
good shit.
But
How you doing,
yeah,
Carlos?
I like. He
Port,
now feels like you.
port ball.
You guys brought up your micro theses earlier, so I found mine, and I was just reading through it.
Oh, okay.
Dang.
I don't-
Mine is like 2,600 words. It's insane.
I don't remember how long mine is. I don't even know if I still have mine. But yeah, no. But
But
what
yeah,
I was gonna say
yeah.
about F1 in general, I don't know. I thought, even though I'm like new to the sport and everything, just new to motorsports in general, because it's like I remember, I know that there's like a lot of racetracks here in Florida. There's a lot more than I thought there
Yes,
were,
they-
especially like NASCAR and Daytona
Sebring.
being like.
Dude,
like-
Daytona's this weekend. It's a 24-hour. I'm so excited. Sorry, that was.
But like I've been to Daytona, like I've seen that racetrack, like we drove there before. But like I'm aware of like motorsports. I'm not prior to this I had never really been a fan of motorsports, especially because it's like there's a specific stereotype associated with like NASCAR and like that kind of car racing and like the culture of that kind of car racing here, at least here in the
that's
US,
fair.
especially because I'm from a southern state
that's very
in
fair.
very very big quotations. But it's like I don't know, like I don't think F1 made it more digestible to me. It's just like F1 is the one that hooked me because it's like the whole spectacle of it is something that's interesting to me, because it's like NASCAR.
It
It's
is,
like
it is the big spectacle.
the movie Cars very much captures the spectacle of what I associate with NASCAR, like that kind of car racing with it.
Yeah.
There's something different about the essence of Formula One. It's not because it's considered like a higher class racing or whatever, like because it's like European based or whatever. It's not about that, because I know that that's what some people think or like perceive about it, especially
Yes,
with like
the
most of the
pinnacle
teams
of
being like
motorsport.
European car brands and stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I don't know, something about it has me interested, and I like, even with the way the season went, I think there were still some interesting moments, like closer towards the Vegas race as a whole was just like
I enjoyed
show.
Vegas. I hate to admit it.
I enjoyed some parts of it, but the actual race itself turned out to be so much more interesting, especially towards the
Yeah.
end,
Mhm.
than I
Like,
thought it was
again,
gonna be.
it's-
Like that was so
It was
that
a good
was
race.
crazy.
Very good race.
That was crazy. I remember I was watching it and I was losing my mind, because I also had to watch it after the fact, because it was like 11 p.m. Vegas time, so it would have been like 2
Yeah.
a.m. and I had work like
I woke
the next
up
day
at
after.
5:30 in the
So
morning.
it's like
though I
me and my
shut the
dad.
race.
My dad understands golf, and we were watching the F1 golf thingy on Netflix.
Oh god.
As part of like the promo, because my dad
Oh.
understands golf, and he was explaining to me like the rules that they were using, and I was like, I just want to know like why. Like I get what that's something that's like very known in Vegas, is like mini golf and just golf courses in general, because it's like a very expensive place to be, just Vegas in general. But like the whole spectacle of Vegas was so hilarious to me, and I like on Twitter I would tweet about it and post about it, like I hated it. It was so like I thought it was unnecessary. But then I thought about it more and I'm like, it's so funny. The whole like
It is. I
Red Bull
love the
lowering their
campiness of it.
car from the ceiling at like a club.
club?
That was
At like
so...
2 a.m.
The only thing
the campiness of Vegas that I like. That like.
Yeah,
as
it was
much
the
as I hated
campiness.
it.
It was like really interesting and funny, and just
Kinda
but-
fun.
yeah. But the race itself in Vegas, I guess, like more closer towards the second half of the race, was so interesting. Like
I liked
it turned out to actually be. It actually turned out to be super interesting. But like in general, the results of the season were pretty bad. But like I was interested in actually like some of the races. Like Miami was kind of boring. No, nothing really happened. But that's the one that got me interested in it. Like I actually watched the Miami race, which got me interested in it, which is really ironic because now that I look back on it, I'm like, that was so boring. Like nothing happened. Like nothing happened.
I
For the Miami
no,
race.
I,
I mean,
I
so it's
cannot
like-
recall
the
anything
track
other
doesn't-
than
Sorry, go ahead.
I can't really remember anything other than Max on the podium, and then Max winning, and that's fucking it.
Yeah.
I can't remember
But-
Schlitz.
I mean, the track doesn't
like-
really lend itself to any like real racing opportunities. There are too many corners that are either too tight or are cambered in a way that it's hard to overtake. So you just kind of have to stick behind on the straights. But then the straights are also like not long enough, and like the atmosphere does not have it that there's enough like DRS power. So it's just like you literally made like the most boring track in almost every way possible in a fucking parking lot.
Hey, don't diss the parking lot. That parking lot is very important to the Miami Dolphins fans.
Yeah, but not for the fucking F1 fans.
I'm making a joke about how football fans like the parking lot because it's the parking lot of their arena, bitch.
Yeah,
Damn.
bro. Still getting.
But-
Until we are not NFL
Yeah.
fans.
Yeah, no, but I'm intrigued by just the concept of the sport in general because it's like I don't know. I watched watching cars as a kid. I was like, racing cars is cool, and like I've been on go-kart tracks with like my cousins before, and I thought that was fun. So it's like I guess watching like professionals do it is.
I really want to try a Saberbs like go-karting thing. That'd be so fucking
I
funny.
have a
Especially-
K1 speed membership, and Karlos is in Los Angeles with me. So if you want, I can do like a thing where Karlos and
Oh
I
my God,
vlog a trip to
Can't
K1 speed.
drive.
Yeah, yeah.
Carlos can't drive, guys.
I can drive legally.
But can you drive well?
I said
Well-
legally.
God. Oh my god, I'm never getting in a car with you. I need you to remind me
Yeah,
to
I feel
never
like
get
you're
in
gonna
a
kill
car
me
with
if
That
I.
is- That is wise.
This is why I say I want you guys to come here for a Renaissance Fair. Because, first of all, I will drive you. Second of all, Renaissance Fair. But that's a different thing.
Yes.
Carlos,
What?
that's why go-karts are only one single seater.
I just realized my car is in my fucking name and I can't drive.
What?
Oh my
Oh.
brother in
No.
Christ.
That's funny. No, but, like, I will see. Because this is going to be the first season of F1 that I'm following from, like, the very beginning.
Mm.
So,
But I also recommend you to watch St. Pete IndyCar
I
on
will.
NBC.
Considering
and go
I've...
support Pato O'Ward and David Malukas. Not you can choose
That's
whoever you
fair.
want to support, but like they're
Mischa will fight me if I don't choose the right ones.
no. If you hate Pato O'Ward, we're ending friendship.
Damn, I'm so sorry. No, I mean, like, that's my thing, though. It's with, like, the culture of, like, racing, especially in America, and the association with it. Like, I have such a hard time, like, separating that stereotype from it, which is why I never got into stuff that is, like, the American-based, like,
American,
racing
mm.
circuits.
Oh, that's fair.
Because of, like, the whole, like, redneck kind of stereotype. That's especially NASCAR. Like, I know
Yeah,
there's
well,
not.
NASCAR is a different breed.
Yeah, I know there's probably not, like, there's, like, that's very much not true at, like, this point in time, like, especially because now it's, like, with Formula 1 getting popular, a lot of people are trying to get more into motorsports, especially Americans trying to get more into, like, American motorsports and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's, like, there's still very much that strong stereotype, and the roots of NASCAR are in bootlegging and moonshine. So, like, I'm not entirely wrong to, like, avoid it, but, like, I can try. But also, it's like, this is just my personal opinion, and this is my opinion as someone from Florida and someone from America who can say this. St. Petersburg is fine as a city. Daytona fucking sucks. It's super redneck. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
Like, I know people who are from Daytona, and they say they hate Daytona. But Daytona is where the Buc-ee's is. You know, that big Texas gas station that also sells,
Oh,
like, Texas-style
yeah!
barbecue.
Please.
We should go to Daytona, guys, and eat at Buc-ee's. That's it.
Yeah,
Go to
guys,
Buc-ee's.
one year we go to
Buc-ee's.
Daytona, watch the race, and then go to Buc-ee's.
Watch
and
Daytona, go to Buc-ee's, and just
I'm
vibe.
so down.
Daytona vlog.
No. But
Daytona
Yeah.
vlog. I will
I'm-
fly. I do want. Go 24 hour
I'm
day.
like,
Yes,
I've been to
that-
Buc-ee's
that's-
so many times.
This is Sam's motorsport arc. We've now convinced another member of the Saberbs to join us in F1, along
I
with
mean, you
Kush,
didn't really
so-
convince me. I like kind of got there on my own because you like neither of you were actively like saying anything about it, especially because
Yeah,
it's like
we just-
especially with this season, you guys were like so apathetic to it as a whole.
Yeah, I was like,
Pretty
okay, I
apathetic
just
to it
want
as a
my
whole,
drivers to
so-
do well. But
Yeah.
yeah, no. Marcus, do you have any thoughts on, I don't know, maybe your other sport, football? Oh wait, also wait, you have yet to react to the news of Klopp leaving. I know he's not your team, but like, do you have thoughts?
I mean, I found it. I guess it's quite a surprise, but at the same time, you know, I feel like he's kind of ran his course at Liverpool. He's won them a Premier League and a Champions League, and then FA Cup. Did they ever win the FA Cup?
Ooh, I'm not too certain about that.
Well, I mean, I
Did they
feel
win the treble?
no, they never won a treble, but they won the
that was
Champions
not
League
silly.
and the Premier League. You know, and he's put Liverpool back into a reputable state. You know, their players. You know, Liverpool's worth watching again. I think he's done his job in the 9 years, and for him to want to go now, you know, it's not like he's fired. He wants to leave on his own accord, and I think that's his choice. You know, it's not like he was showing poor results and like the fans were like trying to force him out. Like,
Yeah,
Another
it's
team.
it's a. I will speak on that, but like, yeah, no, I agree. Like, I like, it did come as a surprise, but like with his reasoning, it makes sense as to why. Like, obviously, he's gonna take a break. You know, you wonder if he wants to go back to coaching, he wants to do something else. We'll see. I only also bring it up because people are like, okay, then who the hell is gonna be their next coach? And everyone's like, oh, Sabi Alonso, and I'm like, please, that's my worst nightmare because I want him. Not
Nah,
that
I feel
Ancelotti's
like-
doing terrible, but like, I want him for Madrid.
I feel like Ancelotti's doing fine for you guys still, but then to be fair,
He
that's also
is, but like, it's like Sabi Alonso's doing so well.
the thing is with the thing is though with Ancelotti, it's like you can't have him for a long time. You can only have him for like 4 seasons at most, and then you have to fire him, and then bring him back like another like how many years later?
Yeah, which is why I want Sabi Alonso. Like, please, I cannot lose him to fucking Liverpool. Because if we lose him to Liverpool, he's gonna stay for like I feel like as long as Klopp, unless something bad happens. In which, I mean, boo for them, yay for me because I want him.
I'd personally,
I also just loved him as a
honestly,
player.
I would personally rather have Xabi Alonso on the assistant team from Madrid and then move him up to head when
But
Ancelotti
yeah,
leaves.
yeah, no. Do like a Zizou type beat.
Yeah. And then I don't know. If you want him at Bayern.
I mean, maybe.
But
Yeah, maybe we will. But yeah, no. That's all the main sport that we'll talk about.
Yeah.
Because that's, I guess, kind of it in terms of shit.
We've been talking for way too long.
I still
Yeah, I we were like, oh,
I
let's
can't-
split it up.
Or-
Good thing we
Episodes,
fucking split it
Because
up,
we were
though,
so
because...
worried the other one was gonna be too long. And we were right.
I can't lie. I still wanted to talk about music, but I think we've gone way past that already.
We're...
Okay. You can do your own thing if you want to talk about your music
Nah.
in depth.
I
You want to have a discussion?
Nah, I think I'll save that for my
You can-
in the moment podcast. What a way to
Yeah.
plug it.
I was gonna say you should
Okay.
plug the.
I mean,
Plug
I
the
solo
upcoming
Marcus
plans.
event
Well,
is-
yeah, I need to make the artwork still for the for the thumbnail. And then after that I'll record a second episode sometime this weekend.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right.
So yeah, you can keep an eye out
We
on that on
shall.
the Saberbs podcast on the Saberbs
Yeah.
channel. I mean,
Saberbs
and on
podcast.
his
Don't worry
own
guys, I
channel.
talked for more than 10 minutes in that one.
Oh my... Sorry, kana. No.
We tried to include you, but you decided to be an asshole about it. So
No, I mean I included I tried to indulge when I was able to, but if I didn't have any thoughts, you know, you can't really like pull something out of your ass in the moment. It's like I
I'm
don't,
talking. Yeah, I'm talking about the F1 thing, but you decided nah, that it was shit.
Well-
I was like, okay.
well, I
that's
mean
fun,
the
guess.
I mean to be
What
the,
graded what you
the
had.
season was just not my favorite. Like if I'm being honest.
fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
But
But Yes, thank you for joining us. Who knows? We might do one in the next month or so if we want to do. If we have other things we want to talk about, or like we do have actually some ideas that we want to do. Like if we want to do like our live,
Yeah.
I think we're discussing like because we did. If you check on Carlos's letterbox, we did the suburbs as like Pixar rankings.
Yeah,
And we were
Pixar
thinking of like,
ranking.
should we do the Marvel one
One
and do
for
that on
the
a stream?
MCU. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's definitely something that we could do in the next few weeks.
Yeah.
Um,
Or like we could all just break down our like movie from
Our
our
letterbox.
every year of our life.
oh, yes, our movie from every year of our life.
Yeah,
I
that'd be
actually kind of
cool.
like that idea, and like we'll go round and round.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
so
could talk about it and make fun of Marcus.
yeah, make fun of Marcus and his like sometimes cool, sometimes questionable taste, but you know what? It's fun.
Damn.
That's definitely an idea that
Yeah.
we'll definitely try and do more stream stuff. Other than just 2
Yeah.
videos in 1 year.
Just get content out.
Yeah, just to do shit and just also again hang out.
I
and
think
stuff.
I think
Yeah.
also
For
just
ourselves.
because our schedules have kind of stabilized, at least for the four of us, they kind of stabilized. I think, at least for the four of us, we can make an attempt of getting a more consistent schedule out for this year for the Saberbs, and then maybe if the others somehow get their schedule stabilized as well, then they can come back in as well.
Yeah.
Damn, you kick them out?
What do you mean? I didn't.
You said they can come back in.
Or
You
like
kick them out?
or
Are they
like-
knocking on
Yeah.
your door, banging to get in?
It sounds like you kicked them out.
Are you haunted by the nightmares of the
Marcus, I'm not
zombies at
gonna
your door,
lie.
sir?
It sounds like you kicked them out, Marcus. Damn.
Yeah,
Damn, that's insane.
I don't have anything to say about it anymore.
All right.
You're all good, friend. But that's it from us. Sorry for this extremely
Yeah.
long video that was literally just us
Thank
ranting
you.
in smaller groups for a while and then moving on. But
Yeah.
we appreciate it, and
Thank you for joining us.
Thank
we'll
you.
see
Say
you
goodbye to the
soon.
buddies. All the buddies say
Adios.
bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Adios from the kids.
All right. Thank you for watching, everybody.